guys know it is Drunken Chat, son.
Welcome to It's Drunken Chat, son. I am Chillins. It is week 20 of 2023, and look at who we got here. The man, the myth, the Muffin legend, Sebastian
What's up?
from
What's up?
Shane.
How you doing, Lucas? Good to see you,
Oh
man.
man, freaking I'm doing all right, but let's get into some stuff first.
Get into it.
Look, yeah, man, it's a sad day for those that remember who this man is. 87 years old, Jim Brown passed away. Look, for those that don't know, he was considered to be one of the greatest running backs of all time. This was Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan was a thing. Like he was in that sweet spot in between like Jim Thorpe and like Ali, but he was one of those great guys, man. Freaking every year that he played, he went to the freaking Pro Bowl. He was recognized as the EPL most valuable player like 3 times, and he won an NFL championship with the Browns. Think about that. When was the last time that the Browns had any type of significance? It's been a while, right? Um, he led the league in rushing and yards in 8 out of the 9 seasons, and by the time he retired, he held most of all the rushing records, right? Also considered one of the greatest lacrosse players of all times. Consider that's like a rising sport right now, right? There's like even a professional league right now. But he was considered one of the greatest of all time. That's crazy. Um, this dude, when he got out of freaking football, like actually like a year before he actually got out of football, he started acting. He started acting in the Dirty Dozen freaking movies, which is considered one of the greatest freaking war movies of all time. It was a movie where he played a convict that was forced to go overseas to assassinate these Nazis, and he played that role to a pinch, right? Which was interesting when you consider the way the minds of for hey, you can't have black soldiers mixing with white soldiers at the time. That was a whole thing. So for him to be in a movie about a black soldier going to do a special op to kill Nazis, that was amazing. Um, Brown also went to 20th Century Fox for 100 Rifles, where he was billed with Burt Reynolds and Raquel Welch, right? Um, and that was very significant because once again we still had this whole interracial thing where you really wouldn't have black couples or a black guy with a white girl or anything. That was like haram, right? That was like very very about. But yet he had a sex scene with Raquel Welch, one of the greatest sex symbols of all time. He had a love scene with her. And then for those who love your collectibles, the dude did have a front nude freaking photo in Playgirl. That's for Blind Adam. I love how he loves his porn, and everything. But yeah, man, freaking blessings and prayers sent out to his family. 87 years old, one of the greatest of all time, Jim Brown. Look who else we got here today.
Well, I don't know how long I'm around for. I wasn't even expecting there to be a special guest or anything like that. So hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
What's up, bro? Good to see you. Good to see
Yeah,
you.
no, I'm late for work, but I'll hang out. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit here and hope for the rest of the crew to show up before I can make a quick editorial and then bounce out. Well, good to see you, Lucas.
Yeah, man, freaking it's been an interesting week when it freaking comes to comics, but we need to get I want to put this all on the string together before we get to that big stuff.
Can I just say, just before you jump off from Jim Brown, one of my favorite autobiographies is Jim Brown's Out of Bounds. One of the most powerful, crazy books I've ever read is Jim Brown's Out of Bounds. I'm a huge Jim Brown fan. I had a bunch of those early photographs with him and Ali and the whole crew around. So I'm a mega fan. I think he's the GOAT for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like after he got old and everything, he stopped advocating because he was still advocating for black players even when they messed up. He was still in there bobbing and weaving for them. Still,
Mhm.
he wasn't like, oh, I'm an 80, I'm gonna sit my ass down. No, he was still out there freaking, you know, either mentoring young black athletes or freaking try to fight for their rights. So he was one of those guys that was still doing his thing,
And
man.
I think that thing with Raquel Welch, because I used to watch The Dirty Dozen. It's funny, as a kid, that was my favorite movie as a young boy in England. I used to watch that every single week, so I was obsessed with Jim Brown. I mean, it's kind of a hardcore thing today,
Yeah.
But I think that scene with Raquel Welch, if I'm not mistaken, is meant to be the first kind of known on-screen kiss for an interracial couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the movies, the first actual on-scene kiss was
Shatner.
Yeah, you're right. That was like 1958, right?
Mm.
But then that's one of those things you can like, oh, it's a TV series. I'm gonna just hide that and never see the light. Well, because the fandom, it's all over the freaking place. People forget about that. So this one would have been the first in movie.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm.
So once again, man, if there was any dude that could have like, oh, you want me to do this cracker ass movie? Oh, I'm gonna have to get some white booty. He's all over that, man. Freaking, if there's anybody that could have played that off, that was him, man. So, once again, freaking, I'm gonna go ahead and sip my tequila to the man. Jesus, 87 years old. People were asking me like, how'd he die? Motherfucker, he was 87 years old. Just,
we could all hope to live into our fucking 80s, man, as men,
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, so, hey, freaking, I want to give a shout out to those that are hanging out with us right now. Empire Comics, Peter Fitzknight, Eugene Young, Tino73, Frank Garcia. Thank you for stopping by quickly. Clay, who's on Beyond Wednesdays, who's probably getting ready for the top 10 pretty soon, and Raymond Camacho. Those that are with us, keep hanging on, because this motherfucker right here, excuse my language, this muffin right here,
please,
showed me some stuff earlier. Clean. In fact, let me go ahead and freaking start sharing putting out the link.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Put that
That's
out there.
the link, and it's also, I put it down. I'm on my phone because the Wi-Fi died. I'm freaking clear about looks, but it should be also in my what do they call, profile down there. You can type that in there. And folks, just to let you know, if you back the Kickstarter tonight for $20 or more, I'm going to throw in this for you for free. You just have to message me.
Oops, sorry. Wrong one.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in. I'm going to throw in my esteemed colleague for free.
Yeah, but yeah, let's get into some of this other stuff that's been going on. So let me. I'm trying to get the stuff in order. So the big things that I've been talking about for like the last, I want to say 3 weeks, has been that big writer strike. Now you, as a writer, right? Because you have a couple of properties that are out there that have been either looked at, or they say, yeah, we want that and everything. But you've been in those type of negotiations where they offer you something and it just didn't look right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to look at what they've been fighting over and how it affects you at all? Have you had a chance to look at that at all? Because they're also fighting over streaming rights as well.
Yeah, streaming rights is kind of obviously a big deal in comparison to. I think what happens is, when you think of writers and you think of how much dough writers can potentially make, a lot of times you think of the high end echelon of writers and kind of forget the folks that are not making the big bucks. It was the same when I was an actor and trying to maintain Screen Actor Guild dues and health plans and all these types of things, that there's a high end echelon in the 1%, and there's everyone else that's literally trying to essentially make enough to basically pay their rent and pay their utility bills. And then also to kind of remember that writing gigs kind of can be feast or famine, in the sense that sometimes there are just no gigs around and you have to wait for the next gig to kind of kick into place. So I think with the whole movement into streaming away from certain structures, and it was the same for me as an actor that was in place with unions, they had to go, oh, back in the days, you used to get paid for any time you're on screen as an actor, same kind of thing. And then they were like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to buy you out lump sum on cable. Then we're going to maybe network, cool, but lump sum cable. So then companies would just say, oh, okay, we're just going to replay this ad over and over again on cable. And then as an actor, you go, oh, I might book 2 to 4 jobs a year. And then how am I meant to survive? Get a regular job. Well, if I get a regular day-to-day 9 to 5, I can't audition to get the job. But they just look at it as like a revolving numbers game. And then when streaming came along, you're like, oh, I can get seen, or my words can get read or listened to kind of in an unlimited capacity for pennies on the dollar compared to what it should be or what it is on network. And so I think the streaming, there needs to be some form of, obviously regulation that if people want these stories, then pay the writers to write them, because I mean, that's where that's the source of everything. And then the other second thing, from what I can gather, is AI. AI is basically, running rampant. I mean, I've started getting AI bots coming to my email addresses from me to me, that AI is just running so rampant. And I had a dude the other day literally say he wanted to hire me to write a comic book for him, and he's going to pay me good money and the whole nine. And I was like, I don't have the time right now, bro. And he's like, that's okay. I'll just put your writing through the AI filter, and I'll still give you the same amount of dough. And he, and I was like, no, I'm really not comfortable with that, at all. He said, no, I'll pay you the same amount. I'm like, and you don't have to even do any work. I'm like, but I just want to use your name. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. But he was comfortable with it.
Yeah. So Sebastian, that's kind of crazy, right? Because oftentimes, how many times have we watched a movie and they say, hey, directed by, produced by, written by, and I know for a fact that person was nowhere near the screen. The guy maybe had a Zoom call one freaking time, yet they're getting credit. But guess what? If I see that person's name attached to that project, I'm running to it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Your brand is your people. Yeah, it's. I think that comparatively, in general, writers, everything is relative to everyone's profession, career, and what they're going through in their day to day. But as far as a movie or a TV show, I mean, you can talk about comics as well. I mean, don't get me started on the comic realities of what writers actually get paid from your indies that everyone loves to the big two, because I know how much motherfuckers get paid. And someone very famous recently tweeted, I pay her more than DC does.
Yeah.
It's real as shit. And you're like, well, so you can look at comics, but to start with TV and film, you're like, comparatively to other aspects in that creative process, but to me, without the idea, without the written word, you ain't fucking watching anything.
Yeah.
I
remember we actually had one artist on here, Gabby, and what she was saying is that she was getting paid pretty good money to write stuff and draw stuff, but she had so many credit. She had done so much work, but she wasn't getting any credit on it, right? Because it was credited to the big writer, because that's who was actually selling freaking comics. So you have walked right up to a whole thing with that story about somebody just wanting to use your name. You freaking open up a freaking whole freaking can of worms, man. That's crazy because look, there's that comic that's out there. It's called like Abolition Man. So what is it called? Yeah, the Abolition of Man or something like that. Where it's totally written and drawn by AI.
AI, right? I've heard about it.
But you know that if they just tweaked it a little bit, it would be absolutely probably pretty good. So how many times? And I'll also say for this, I've seen really good artists such as Inyuk Lee, Martina. Their stuff is absolutely fantastic, but it's becoming so boring because it's the same stuff over and over again.
Right.
And it's because they're using software that uses AI to tweak it and make it
Right.
look good, right?
Right.
Because they'll have, hey, this is the regular, then here's the virgin, and then they'll sell a retail exclusive, same freaking shit with a different freaking background, and all they did is change up the background because the AI told them what to put there and everything. So man, oh, that's going to be crazy, man. So all I can say, man, is yeah, do be careful. Absolutely grab the money. You know, maybe charge them a little bit more, but yeah,
I'm not
man,
grabbing
that
that
brand
money,
could be.
dude.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like,
good.
like,
I'm good. I'm not grabbing that money. I feel this. I mean, I don't. It's funny, you know, like I don't knock other people's hustle because I don't know what they go through, families, you know, like right now, my best friend and ex, she writes the Brown Sugar Fairies books that we do. You know, she's fighting last year of San Diego Comic-Con last year, got the word she's got stage 4 cancer, just out of nowhere, 40 years old. And
oh my
so
goodness, god damn.
suddenly she was in Georgia, and I was like, you know, she came back, and I let her. She's staying with me. I just gave her the guest house, and to help, you know, any way I could. And disability takes forever to come through. Medical bills through the roof. Health insurance charges $600 a month. Disability gives you $800. You're like, how are you meant to eat? How are you meant to do anything? So you're just built on, this country is built on debt. And when you're in debt,
Yeah.
and you get out when you're young, in debt, stay in debt, die in debt. And I'm just to be a tangent motherfucker, but it literally is. So when somebody's like, they have to get that money, I never knock anyone's potential reality that I might not have a clue of. Me, you know, sometimes I think I've taken what I consider the moral high ground and said no to shit. But then when I've taken the moral high ground, then I'm like, well, I don't have extra money for my son's college account, or I don't have extra money to put him through this music class, or just make foods on the table, because I'm sticking to my moral high ground. For my art is more important than my family's well-being. So it kind of gets really, really, you know, dicey and wonky. Oh, you know, it's like turning down big studio deals because I'm like, oh, they're not aligned with my vision. It's like
I will never sell out.
But you know what the plus side is to all that is the uncanny ability to fall asleep with a clear conscience.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, and this is something that you
in my car. Yeah,
you can't buy that. I mean, you really honestly cannot buy that. You falling asleep whenever you want and knowing that, you know, you're a good person is a very good feeling.
It's true, but it is, and I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it is a struggle though when you've got your missus going, we can't eat.
So let me ask you a little segue here real quick, because I was accused of doxing somebody who called in the question.
What does doxing mean?
Doxing means that you publicly display all of their personal information, name, address, phone number, all that good stuff.
Oh,
I did no such thing of posting this guy's address and phone number, but I absolutely found out his real name when he called into question the fact that I'm an Uber driver, and he tried making fun of that. And yeah, this is somebody who watches our show.
Yeah, fuck you if you knock the hustle.
Exactly. So that's why I'm talking about this right now. This is a good segue. Yep. Everybody's like, why isn't the Ultra Box given away? Guys, all right, first off, car accident, rehab, death of significant other from my youth that I'm still not fucking okay from. Another bicycle injury that re-injured the same shoulder. And now we are on the cusp of my son almost being out of school for the year. So this is why I haven't given the box away, because I'm sleeping barely during the day and working nights. Just trying to make things happen for my family. And Uber right now is also cutting drivers' pay. I had a pretty good year last year, but I had a better year the year before, you know, years before that with the gig. But every time Uber does an update, they're taking more and more pay away from their drivers.
Oh, fuck.
So I just want to point something out. Out of all of my expenses last year, I had nearly a $7,000 fuel expense that I filed with my taxes, of course. So it was $5,000 in
Wow.
one vehicle. That's my 7-passenger. I drive Uber XL. It's a 7-passenger
Sure.
thing, and then I have another car that I do Uber X out of because they won't let me do Uber Comfort or anything else out of it. So, so I'm operating 2 cars out of Uber. The one diesel is a 7-passenger Audi Q7. So I mean, I'm not slumming it. I mean, obviously I have to work for my car note, but
Sure.
this is what's going on. Yeah, and and exactly, Repair Tech Tony knows exactly what's up. You need to do, take care of yourself and your family. And I'm sorry, I make comic book content not for a living. I do it secondhand, and I'm doing this a lot nicer than it went through my head for the past couple of days. Because man, I was livid when I found out that some of my friends are being harassed by other people from other channels and other private chats about my giveaway on my channel. Because somebody gave somebody else a book, and then somebody else gave that book to me. Yep. So that book is no longer somebody else's. And because that is in my giveaway, and because I'm dragging my feet on it, they want to try to make up some drama about it. So I'm just here to address that real quick and see that the rest of the crew's showing up. What's up, Yeezy? What's up, Remo? Good to see you guys here.
Yeah, so let's let these gentlemen introduce themselves, and then we gotta get into some of the big stuff that's getting ready to pop off. So Remo, what's going on, man? Freaking
man, it's early. Me and Sebastian's on the West Coast, man. This is just getting home. We just got to the house. This is like real early. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got a chance to walk the dog yet.
I gave Sebastian a freaking choice. I said, "Hey, do you want to go with 10 or do you want to go with 12?" He's like 10 early, motherfucker.
Sebastian,
Sebastian still trying to get to the club after this. Shit.
I know how Sebastian's thinking, man. You know what I mean? He's like, man, I get on there early. I got the whole night left.
I mean, that is the beautiful thing about you guys being on the West Coast. This does go down a little bit earlier in the evening. Right now, this is, like I said, I'm late for work, man. I'm supposed to be hitting the road here. This
is prime time. You know what I mean? It's time to go pick some stuff up before you get to the house time. You know what I'm saying?
I went dancing for the first time like about a week or two ago, and
is that right?
It was amazing, but I was like, I used to go all night, right? I was a big dancer back in the days. I lasted like 5 minutes, and like all the sisters, like they were like all vegan, like the super vegan sisters, like my age. So like
go all night long, right?
They go all night, bro, like all night, and I was like.
From like back in the day, vegan, like, where are you finding these vegan chicks at? California? Is that where you're at right now?
That's where we're at. They're everywhere.
We're in Los Angeles, bro. We're in Los Angeles. Yeah. They're.
I remember I used to hang out there.
It's almost weird if you're not vegan out there.
Yeah, there's this one club at the Palacio. I don't know if you know where that's at. Mm-mm. It's the Palacio.
It sounds very posh.
Yeah, or maybe, or maybe it's not there anymore. But this is probably 18 years ago, Palacio. Yeah. And as me and my bud were walking out, empty-handed, no pussy to freaking walk out with. It was weird drought, right? And sure enough, there's this dude out there, and we walk out, it's just rainbows and glitter everywhere, right? And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, and it looks like they're waiting to come in because apparently after we leave, the LGBTQ parties get ready to freaking start at 3:00 in the freaking morning. These motherfuckers just get the party started. and this motherfucker yells out, "Damn, are all these motherfuckers here for me?" And I turn around, and I'm like, "Who the fuck is this little pasty white?" You just yelled it out like that, and my partner says, "Holy shit, that's Dookie Howser."
Oh,
and that was before it was, and that was like before it was like wildly known. This motherfucker just yelled, just let everybody know where he's at.
I'm in the Bay Area, so I see it all, man. You know what I'm saying? They got vegan spots in the hood, man. Everybody trying to be on that tip, so.
Well,
if I go out dancing, I'll just go dancing and I'll find somewhere to sit down, and then I'll make sure once I go dance, and then I got the spot to go and sit down. That's it.
I want to. When I come up, you got to tell me where you're at. Then I want to go. You know, when you come down to LA, I'll tell you where to go here.
A lot of spots there, man.
So I had a dance off with the Black Eyed Peas back in the days, in the same like the spot I used to go like before they were signed, right?
Oh
it was
shit!
Like in this spot called Lamert Park in Crenshaw, which is where they have Project Blowed. So if you know, like Freestyle Fellowship and Ava DuVernay's first documentary was on them. So yeah, that's the spot I used to always go to. And we always see the Black Eyed Peas, and we were like, "Oh, they're performing again, Jesus!" And so we were like, "They're the ones that got signed out of everybody," because it was like there were so many good like MCs in the cut at Project Blowed, like Freestyle Fellowship. But yeah, and then I had a dance off with the Marky Mark's Funky Bunch at the Roxbury. I was a crazy kid when I was 18. And I was like, let me get into comics, you know. Right.
You're probably already into it. You're just doing all that stuff, so that's when you weren't reading and writing.
Reading and writing. You're doing that stuff. I used to run a record label for a minute, so yeah, that's why I do all these hip-hop homages.
Creative, right? Though, open your mind to be creative. That's what you're working on.
100%. Yeah, it's very true.
And it's happy hour chat, Doc Joe.
Yeah, right. So it is still happy hour until about like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then it is, man. Yep. You can still go somewhere and get some drinks right now for cheap.
I'm about to go to a movie after I get off of this. So,
right? Hey, so just a reminder, we are having a Muffin Wheel right now, or sooner or later. If you want to get on the Muffin Wheel, there's going to be a surprise box or whatever we can. I need to get the fuck out of my house or whatever I can scrape or whatever I can scrape off of freaking Sebastian, because you ain't gonna believe the shit he's about to show you.
Never do. It's always like, whoa.
Oh shit!
Where's that one hiding at?
Yeah, I'm in fact, I'm about to show a trailer so I can go get my credit card so I can fucking.
Exactly.
So again, for everybody who's joining late and everybody who's specifically watching this stream just to see what my excuse is for not giving out the Ultra Box, me and Lucas are trying to get up in the background, but of course with my crazy ass work schedule, with me fucking working nights and sleeping days, we have not been able to meet. But the good news is, again, my son's last day of school is next Thursday. So within the next 3 weeks, we should have the Ultra Box drawing and giveaway and everything like that done to appease all.
Drawings.
No, I'm not breaking up the box just because somebody had their panties ruffled and wants me to give away their book first. So
look at Larry Joe freaking take it out of binocular to fucking look at, make sure his name was on the goddamn wheel. This motherfucker.
It is not the first time.
I feel you, man, because I'm trying to see my names on there. I'm like.
Nah, you know what? I'm guilty of even pulling that trick on the
I don't see it
when they did their giveaway. I was like, I don't see my name on the wheel.
Yeah, I don't see it coming from Big
Your name did pop up for that.
I don't see it. I don't see it coming from Big Remo. Hey, so the question should be, how do I get on the wheel? All you got to do is comment inside the comment section. Now, here's the thing.
All you got to do is pledge on my Kickstarter.
Ooh. That's another one. That's another good thing. Get another good one, right? So, here's the deal. There's 4 ways, right? So you can either go into the comment section for Mel V's freaking joint, go in there, comment. If you want a second name, you can go to the Comic Crusaders YouTube, which is happening right now. Go in there, comment and like. Okay. There's also a Comic Crusaders Twitch. You can go there. You can like, comment, whatever you want to do, right? And then finally, and the most important way to get in there, and I will give you 5 names, is if you go to the Kickstarter, which I will show the. Make sure we get that in there.
If you show the link, Lucas, just show it as NiobeKickstarter.com. I got a shortened link instead of all that long shit, because no one's gonna be able to be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you know what? Well, in fact, if you could post it inside the private chat, because for some reason, when I tried to grab it from Instagram, it made it just a weird long ass freaking thing, and it said Instagram at the top.
I'll see if I can do that because I'm on my phone and I don't have a clue what's going on here. Oh, there it is, chat. Okay.
Yeah, get that link off the screen. That's too much.
He's
like, well, I got a shorter one for you. You got the whole area populated.
Okay. Yeah. Freddie is already. Yep, Freddie's already on there.
What's going on, Aaron? What's been popping, man?
Oh, that is much shorter.
Just been killing it with work, or work's been killing me.
www.niobekickstarter.com. And you know what? Actually, I have privileges, so I can actually pop up YouTube and type it in the chat.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
I can do something. I'm useful.
I definitely need to reload my eBay store. I know that.
We all do.
Yeah.
You got time for that?
I don't have time for that. I had like 10, 20 items listed, and then like they've just been slowly like going out the door like week by week, and I'm just like kind of like shit. I think I'm running out of items that are on there. So like cards and comics, thing. Like yeah.
It's a beautiful thing when it's disappearing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not complaining. Like I was like,
all right. All right, so now it's time to let the man, the myth, the freaking legend freaking explain to us what in the hell is going on. Why is he here? When he could be out freaking dancing and freaking getting broke off by those freaking vegan fucking skinny bitches in LA.
Hang out with the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
Project Blowed on a Sunday.
Man, look, have y'all ever been to a Stranger Comics fucking booth? It's like a fucking ebony fucking model shoot, man. Those fucking nice skinny black young bitches that just be hanging out with this motherfucker, man.
Whoa.
I can't be hanging out with fucking Sebastian, man, because I'm married, man, and every time I swing by, I gotta make sure that he doesn't have. See, he knows what the fuck he was doing. Look, he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Lucas, married does not mean dead. Okay.
Okay, but he knows what he was doing because at one point he actually hired this one fucking 6'4" brother that was just up there fucking picking up fucking bitches, just swinging them back and forth and shit. Nothing, it's crazy. At the Comic-Con with nothing but a loincloth.
I didn't hide. You know what's crazy too about Terrence? So that dude, he came to New York Comic Con like 2015, and he comes up to the booth and he's like, he's about 6'6". He's a big dude, super mild mannered, super soft, buff as fuck, super brainy. He goes, I like trying one of your comics, and he just picked up one comic and came back the following day. He's like, give me one of everything, and I was like, everything, like one of the trades. He's like, every single thing. And every single art print and every single variant you have. I was like, oh shit, dude is a high roller. Yeah. And then from that, he then about, I don't know, a couple of months later, he called me up and he's like, hey, can I cosplay as Dusu? Can I be Dusu at C2E2? And I was like, holy shit. Yeah, no, I've had a couple of Naive cosplayers. No one's been any of the other characters. I was like, this is going to be amazing. And this dude showed up to C2E2, literally Dusu. He got the best in costume makers. And it was always hilarious because he would just go, here, hold this for a second to the girl. And he would then scoop them up. And a lot of times the semi-buff husbands were so jealous because, they kind of felt like, but this dude is a tank. And every bi-curious motherfucker was like, actually, I might like that. You see a couple of dudes like slightly like, oh my God. It was hilarious.
So here's the deal. Like you go to some of these Comic Cons and a lot of these indie creators, in order just to justify them being there, they gotta charge $60, $80 for the freaking comic book. Bitch, you better fucking pick me up for that $60, $80 fucking dollars. God damn it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those little girls you got hanging out, they better freaking give me a kiss on the cheek with a photo or something. With all that money y'all freaking charging. Don't fucking, hey, $60, $80. Then you looking at me, I'm looking at you. I'm like,
I'll give
right.
you for $60 or $80. I'll give you a kiss on the cheek, bro.
Hey, that's where it's at. That's what I'm talking about. Get it done. Get it done. So, hey, what? The reason why we're here is we got a new Kickstarter from Treasure Comics, Tales of
Thank you.
Asunda 1 through 3. You go ahead and explain it, brother.
All right. So basically, for folks that don't know, I run Stranger Comics, and our most famous title is probably a title called Niobe, which I wrote with oh shit, I'm big. Which I wrote with this lady right here, Amanda Stenberg, who is the star of the new Star Wars franchise, The Acolyte, that's coming out next year. So she got her intro kind of into the geek space by co-writing Niobe with me. Nabishi's life became the first nationally distributed comic book with a black female author, artist, and hero in entertainment. We didn't know that shit at the time. We were just making comic books. So that is Niobe right there. Her character's first introduced in The Untamed. Some of you guys have heard this, some of you guys haven't. But I'll give you the quick pitch so you understand the origin to the world. This is where it all begins. And I say, would you damn your family to save the world? This is a story of a man who's stuck in purgatory. And after 10 years, the devil comes along and he says, I'll give you 7 days to reap the 7 souls that murdered you and your family. He says, sign me up. And he takes a drifter's return to a one-horse town in a huge world. And when his memory comes back in broken shards, he realizes when he was alive, he was a bad man and maybe he deserved to die. But now he's on a path to save his family. On his path of vengeance to save their soul, he meets a little elven girl called Niobe. And she reminds him of how old his murdered daughter would have been, giving this man a second chance to be a good man, a father. He only has 7 days. The kicker is, what if she's one of the 7 souls he has to collect? And the devil set the whole thing up just to find her. Would you damn your family to save the world? Because if Niobe can stay alive in The Untamed, a sinner's prayer, maybe she'll grow up to become our entire fantasy franchise's savior of our world right there. So that's a glimpse into The Untamed. That's the Kickstarter actually has our 7-year anniversary edition, and our hardcover Kickstarters look a little like this, where you actually have reversible dust jacket editions like the Jay Lee joint right there, foil editions, all sorts of fun stuff. So we have Kickstarter editions on the Kickstarter. And the other thing I'll say to you guys is this, is anyone that pledges the Kickstarter while I'm on the live tonight and you send me a message to let me know you back that shit, I'm going to give you a Outcast Tales of Asunder issue 2 homage as a gift. So you back that shit tonight while I'm on this live on the Drunken Chat, you're going to get one of these super rare con exclusives, Stranger Con exclusives for free by Kanan White and Blonde, the Outcast joint. The other cool shit about this particular Kickstarter is it's the first time we're actually ever showing how the world of Asunder was created. You get the origin story of the entire world. It's a huge fuck-off size campaign. And with that, we are giving folks essentially the opportunity on this campaign to get trade paperback bundles, hardcover bundles, collector exclusives. This is one of our new dopest homages right here. There you go. So we're getting down stretch goals. That's what Luke's is probably looking at now. On the side is the rewards. So you can pick a Kickstarter exclusive cover. The more you go down, the more bundle deals you'll get. You've got David Mack bundle deals. You've got Jay Lee bundle deals. You've got Tahani Farr, who we broke out Tahani Farr at San Diego Comic-Con last year, and she's now one of the hottest artists on the rise. She did something for heavy metal. She's doing some shit, I think, for Scout. There's your Jay Lee bundle, another Jay Lee bundle. A lot of David Mack shits on there right there. There's the one that I'm about to show, the Silver Surfer joint. So you can literally get this in paper or metal. We've got the Silver Surfer for homage, and in this issue showing how the world was created. We have that edition there. We've got the paper virgin edition where you actually have the first appearance of the gods in the back watching them. You can get all of these joints in foil, metal, paper. But yeah, these are the shit that we do We take a long time to put books out because we're in the lab really focusing on the quality, because I believe if someone's going to risk $4 or 20 or big money on an exclusive, you know, I want to make sure they're getting high value. So you got that joint right there. Other homages we do, of course, as you scan through.
So there's the number 12 trade paperback set. Yeah,
That's it. There, yeah, you pick 3 trade paperbacks right there. That's you pick a hardcover right there. Yep.
Now, what's this? This is Pledge 60, the tabletop package. You guys got like D&D sets or something like that?
Exactly. So just so you see it, that's the size of our hardcovers in relation to the comics. So our hardcovers are like Taschen books. They're 96 bonus pages. So that kind of gives you an idea of the size of the hardcovers. Right? They're really good, regular or whatever. But yeah, that tabletop package includes this homage we did to the D&D second edition box set. Yeah, people have gone nuts with it.
That's not the
metal joint. That's the
yeah. Don't show that yet. Don't show that. Don't show that yet. Hold on. Let's keep.
All right.
Let's keep
So,
it rolling.
but on that level there, bro, I don't have it right with me. You can
on
that gamer level. That you can get literally on that gamer level. You can get Nabi miniature, and you get the official Paizo Pathfinder role playing game. So if you guys are gamers, you get a comic, miniature, Pathfinder role playing game, so you can play and read the shit, play in the world of Asunder. So that's a really good one right there. That's your Tahani Far set right there. This is how dope Tahani Far, the new comic, looks. That is Dura, the creator of the world of Asunder. So we have that joint right there, Tahani Far.
That needs to be a poster. That needs to be a poster.
You got posters on there too, guys. So you can literally just pledge for a poster or do that as add-ons. And this is the other set too. Dusu Waso. So you got a Tahani Far set. And this shit ain't AI, you know.
Yeah.
This is actually a original. She starts off, no shit, pencils, watercolor, and then she cleans it up a little bit in Photoshop. But these are original, based on original paintings. Seeing the original painting of this is crazy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That was the best endorsement I've ever heard of for art.
Now here's
this joint was AI. Look at this one. A lot of people thought this joint was AI too. The Igor Olowiak, but nope.
And you know, isn't this fucked up? Now we have to differentiate not artificial intelligence, man.
Yep, fucking crazy. So we did young Niobe. I mean, look at the expression captured. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Thank you. Yeah, we really do our best to kind of put our foot into it as much as possible. You know, your Jay Lee joints are up right now too.
And I've got somewhere in my collection, man, I've got the Niobe Untamed sampler with the JayLee cover on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
How old is that?
Awesome.
Is that sampler? Is that's got to be like 2015?
Yeah, 2015.
Somewhere around there, man, because I know that one's been in my collection for a while.
Thank you, bro. That's awesome. Oh, look at you. See what funny thing David Mack did? So he's done this twice to me, and how can I refuse such a gentleman?
Oh, wow.
That's not Jared Leto, folks. That shit's me.
What?
A lot of people come up to the booth. I'm on 2 covers as the stranger. And they go, "Oh my God, you got Jared Leto?" And I'm like, "No, it's I'm like a C-, right? I'm a C-. Jared Leto.
So yeah, he probably would have had to put some glasses with some it's the hair, man. It's the hair that's the freaking difference. Because the eyes, the drugged out eyes. It look like it's like looking at you, but it's like looking at something else, like in the distance, like he's looking for his next fix. That's
I'm looking for your. That's why we did it on the mug, so you can drink out of my soul. Look at that. Yeah, you can get that on the Kickstarter right now. $20 as an add-on. Drink from me, bro.
You just need to start introducing yourself as Jared Leto from now on. Just be like, don't you know who I am? I'm Jared Leto.
Just
30
start with
seconds
2
more.
D's for a double dose of the pimping.
Everything
So
digital.
we got some crazy sets. Look at that shit. They're beautiful. David Mack shit is amazing. So jump on the Kickstarter campaign. Our metals are. We work with Fairy Metal too, guys, and they are the ones that basically CGC bases their standards on for metal comics. So all of our metals are done by Fairy Metal. They're the best metal makers in the game. So case in point, check this shit out. I got a little surprise. So I forgot to show you the Book of the Untamed for folks that are like, well, I didn't even see what's inside the hardcover. Just so you can see, if you guys know a little video game called The Last of Us, I've been working with that dude since he was in college, way before he even joined Naughty Dog.
That's nuts.
That's
how amazing
crazy.
would that art be if that
He
was
also did
like some
this.
weird ultraviolet? Like, think about it, that painting, that art with like an ultraviolet type of, I don't know, whatever finish you got to get it to. What I'm trying to say is I want some glow in the dark shit, Sebastian. I need you to make it happen, man.
All right, I'm on it. The glow in the dark shit. We have glow in the dark live action role playing swords. No, sorry, ultraviolet live action role playing swords on the campaign, just to let you know. But this is what I was going to show you as a little surprise. This came back from CGC, a 9.9.
Woo.
1 of 5 gold metal Niobes, which would freak me the fuck out. And that's by Hyung, the lead designer of The Last of Us, who did the very first ever Niobe poster. So I got a lot of crazy cool shit going on. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I was excited to share that with you.
So now let's bring up, because you got the shirt on, right? The Tales of D&D homage, right? Now,
you can
earlier
you can
showed
claim that
me,
too.
Yeah, show me the comic, the metal comic, man.
All right, the metals guys are crazy. I'm just going to show you two, just so you can see it.
Woo.
Damn.
The Tahani Farm metals. I'm just going to show you a couple of other little like sneaky things because we're here, right? Like all these metals are crazy. Now I have a deal on the Kickstarter right now where basically you see the quality of the metals. That basically normally metals silvers are an 80 to 150 a pop, depending on print run. I'm doing a silver metal baller bundle deal. 12 metals for $7.95. So basically, buy 8, get 4 free, and it's going to come with the Virgin and Trade Dress editions with them as well. And that also includes the one you're talking about, this one right here, which everyone's going kind of bonkers for.
Wow, yeah. I mean, that's where I thought you were going to go with this, but I wasn't quite sure. You're like gassing everybody on the metal, so man. And what's that one going to be limited to? You said 12.
I have a feeling what we did is those are limited to the amount of people that take them on the campaign.
Right.
But I have a feeling the metals are going to be the silvers. We're going to have anything bought on the campaign from 25 to 50. I don't see it getting too much, I mean, people aren't flush like they were, we were talking about it like they were a couple of years ago. So my ballpark figure, I would say we'll probably hit around 35 at a guess. And we have also the silver and gold versions of these. And these came out really pretty too. Oh, and the Max. I should show you the Max. Like these guys they're like beautiful. They're like crazy. So I just want to give you an
5 pounds. So we already know they're way more better looking than they currently are. So.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's for real. And this one is beautiful in metal too.
Okay, so we have a question from Cardi West, also known as Hartman Cards. This is
sure.
So the question is: are the metals equivalent to a card like prism or chrome?
I would say that's more you guys. You guys know collecting stuff better than I do.
I would say it's more like a plate, right? It's not like the flimsy.
God no.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
Yeah,
he's
it's
saying
not,
as far as like the design of it, like because it's the same cover,
right,
but it's more like
right. Yeah, because the cards are like silver.
yeah,
They're not
silver where
plated.
they're
They're not
at.
plated. They're just. It's like sprinkled, right? The cards, but the comics are plated. That's the huge
Yeah,
difference.
they basically what they do is they take a comic issue, full on comic issue, and they do super crazy heat glue, whatever the fuck, and they press it down, and they cut everything to like primo levels. Because I fuck with a couple of other metal printers that now and again the alignment was slightly off. I was like, I'm spending so much to make these, but more importantly, I want the people that are spending a ton to get these super limited. I want to make sure they feel like they're getting their best bang for their buck.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we and that's why you're going to get more guaranteed 9.8s with our metals, because we work with the best in the game.
So I'm wondering, because I haven't seen a lot of the Dynamite metals in person, but I'm wondering if what you just described as being a little off center and stuff like that is something that I wonder if less quality control equals a metal stamp cover that's a little bit either too large for the book or too small for the book, or something just a little bit off on it. So that brings up an interesting question on how they grade these books. Yeah,
when we got work with some of the other metal printers, like there are a couple that are great, but these are the best. Fairy Metal, and I think it really is. So what happened was I had some metals come back, and when they were cut at the top, not only were they off, you could kind of see the blade might have been dull. So you kind of see a few kind of like nicks, like a little dull, like it felt rough. This is just clean and smooth. These are epic. They're absolutely epic. Oh, and then fun fact is, if you guys remember the hip hop group Dead Prez?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so Dead Prez's wife is a famous model called Narissa Irving. And I work with this artist named Raheem Milton. I found him on Instagram. So he does a lot of beautiful kind of cross hatchings. And so what I did was I asked Narissa if we could use her likeness as Dura, the creator of the world, because the creator of the world gives birth to the world of Asunder, essentially. And I saw this, and she was like, cool. And then I saw her original photograph, and I asked her and the photographer we could use it. And this is essentially how they came out. So we have literally Narissa Irving on a cover, essentially, representing giving birth to the world of Asunder and honoring women on Mother's Day and all that kind of cool stuff. So I never seen anything really like this. I just wanted to kind of keep that beautiful tradition going, just to see new things, But yeah, our metals are crazy.
Wow. Absolutely freaking gorgeous stuff. So once again, you can actually go to the NiobeKickstarter.com. Make sure you get it before it freaking runs out, before the freaking time runs out. Looks like you've got 57,000 out of the 10,000 that you actually needed. But look, some of that stuff is absolutely freaking gorgeous. Like you said,
thank you.
You can get the freaking comics. You can get the mugs, which is what I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. You can get the t-shirts as freaking well. Hey, you need some freaking condoms. I'm pretty sure freaking Stranger Comics can freaking hook you up with some like.
We had some on the previous campaign. Funny enough, our Ruining Christmas campaign. Our naughty comedy. We had some Frosties condom. If you like it chilling, if you like it numb, get yourself a Frosties. So yeah, it's the other side, right? So I do all the cool spiritual shit, like Naibi and Dura. And then, I like sex and sandwiches. I like different things. I like to be a three-dimensional human. You know what I'm saying? But fun fact too, guys, for folks in the chat, I met my co-writer of Naibi and Dura, the new one, like the Silver Surfer joint one, this one here, and the Tahani Fars I was showing you earlier. At HBO, right? So he is the showrunner of the TV show Insecure, the Issa Rae joint. And so he and I started working on The Untamed together at HBO and started writing together. And he was just such a nice guy, super, super, super nice guy. And so we started a kind of a entertainment company together, and we have 2 comics that we announced recently. One was called Jason Wise, with a creator called Urias, who's the founder of Black Heroes Matter. And the quick pitch is, there's a guy that steals from museums and takes shit back to their ancestral homes.
Really?
That's the quick pitch. And he's an immortal. He's been around since yesteryear and shit. He's the anti-Indiana Jones, not going like, oh, I'm going to rob from these poor people and put it in a museum. You know, it's the opposite. And then we announced Niger Vamp. If you guys saw the TV show American Gods, you remember Bilquis, I'm sure, because she was a sexy lady. Mm-hmm. So she and I are writing a comic called Niger Vamp, which is a Nigerian vampire kind of romantic comedy. So we got a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff happening in the works. And the other kind of
make sure I get the proof reading before you put that shit up, because I'm tired of people fucking up Nigerian lore.
Okay, well there you go. Okay, I'll send you some shit. Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of bullshit. Include what's the name of that? I don't know if you guys remember that other dude that he's got some other weird shit that's out there. It was supposed to be black freaking culture shit, and then Kevin Hart is freaking partnered with him, and I went through the shit, and the shit's just all fucked up and fucking wrong. He's like, it's supposed to be historical. Like, no, those.
You're talking about Black Sands, yeah?
Yeah. Once again, I wish them well, and that they recover from the bullshit that they put themselves through.
Well, you heard about the bullying and all the cyberbullying, that the young girl did some promotion that
she was trying to help them out. She was trying to help them out, and then they freaking just went way freaking left field. No.
Yeah, I can't fuck with bullying, so I peace out. You know. Yeah.
Were they the ones that had their PayPal accounts frozen? Was that the same?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
That was another one. That was the dude that had that far right, weird, anti woke.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot his name, but yeah.
I haven't fucking clue. To be honest, it's like it's like I'm James Brown. This shit, I don't mind. I don't worry about his. I just keep.
Hey, hit me.
Just keep staying to stay on target. But like I met a lot of these dudes at cons. Everyone's just very, very nice in cons, and then they just have their personas online. But sometimes fans, they just get a bit fucking bonkers, and then they believe in their own hype, and you're like, you're just a dude that makes comic books. Stop fucking like, what are you? And no one says shit in person. It's just all like
again.
Yep, that's comics in a nutshell.
See, what's funny is I've met Yi in person. Yeah, Yi knows that I am exactly how I am online in person too. So, yeah, we understand that, and people are funny. But we're all malleable, shapeable, impressionable.
I mean, what's the key phrase? Real recognize real?
Yeah, that's it. Well, sometimes we don't recognize it until Fake shows up. But, it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I just think that the phrase is just don't be a dick and just be a nice person. Just be nice. It's not that tricky. Yeah. Just be a decent person. Don't take shit personally. Be nice. Be kind. And, send me your boo pics and we're good, just be nice.
I'm joking. You're upfront, you're honest, you get to the point, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I just think because we, like I've been doing conventions for a long time when I had my record label, now the comic company and stuff. And I don't think fans realize, or people realize, how brutal it is on the body to get from show to show. And the pressure you're under, where you're like, if I don't hit a certain amount of dough, I'm out of business. I literally lived that life for years at every show. If I don't hit, like, the real is this, is when you ship your product to a convention, you have to potentially, truck it in and all those types of things. Oh, great, your pallet's missing. Oh, great, your pallet's at a different warehouse. We fucked up. Oh, you got to get there now. Oh, you got to stay up till 4 a.m. building your thing. Oh, now your showtime. People come to the booth. Hey, Sebastian, great. No one actually.
You're like,
kind of
oh
realizes.
man, I'm rolling on 2 hours. Can somebody go get me coffee?
But I believe in very much that person that is the fan that comes to the booth is has spent a lot of money to get there. It might be their one event of the year. Maybe they're with their family. They're like, and I've got to basically say, you might have had your budget set aside for a Funko Pop or a picture with some famous guy or whatever. Why are you going to take a risk on something you never heard of before with my stuff? Because 99.99% of people haven't heard of me. So they see the big booth, they see the pretty pictures and go, what is that? All I can do is engage and be as vulnerable as possible. And, a lot of times you get people that are very arrogant or conceited. Some are super nice. Some are super like, oh my God, this is great. How can I be down? Whatever. Some who are really offensive. Just the whole spectrum. It's the whole spectrum. And then you're right, to be honest, you brought up the girls earlier. I have these are friends of mine. These are not like, oh, let me find some hot girls to pay. These are friends. And so you have pretty girls in the booth and you get some lecherous kind of dudes. You got to be real fucking careful. So
I'm sorry, Sebastian. I didn't mean to bless you.
What the fuck? It was you.
You put your front meat and your back meat out like I'm one of you can ogle. Like,
Get your eyes back in your head, Lucas.
Okay, so now that you've explained music touring, so tell us how Comic Cons are.
I got a funny story for you guys because you guys are all hardcore comic dudes. So the last time I went to see my son recently for his prom, because I travel so much, I get frequent flying miles, and if I get lucky now and again, I get bumped to first class. So I got bumped. Like, oh, this is amazing, and going to Oregon, and I see this guy come on the plane. I was like, I think that's Jim Lee. And he's sitting like two seats ahead of me, and the plane's about to take off. And I was like, I can't help myself. So I go up to him and I said, "Excuse me, is your name Jim?" And he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Do you do in-flight commissions?"
oh, what?
And he looked absolutely. He was like, I can't." I was like, I'm fucking with you, bro. Have a good flight. And his wife's like, that's hilarious. So I was like, I run a company called Stranger Comics. Check this shit out. And I was showing him the stuff, and he's like, oh, that's really good. And his wife's like, that's really, really good. Wow. I'm like, yeah, I'd love to chat. Obviously, big fan. Thinks shit. Since I was a kid, stuff's great. Can we chat when it lands? He's like, yeah, of course. That plane landed. He was 2 seats ahead. He turns around, like, just smiled and gave him a nod. That dude is like this. He got off the plane so fucking quickly. It was amazing. I was so into it. He was like, he took off.
Joke's on you, Jim Lee. I got free signatures from you at New York Comic Con 1994.
I was waiting for you to pull out the barf bag with the commission on it.
Yeah, right. I was thinking like, oh my God, that's why I should always have a blank Niobe sketch cover on me in case I bump into Jim Lee in first class coming back from Oregon.
Hey, I know you're not Scott Williams, but you want to ink this for me?
But that's a good example, man. Freaking like your experience is not the same experience that they have. Like your experience in your head is not the same experience because they look, man. I'm just trying to be on the fucking plane. I'm just trying to not get arrested by the FAA, man. I'm just fucking here chilling, and you're like, holy shit, this is the experience of a freaking lifetime.
It was. To be honest, bro, like I loved it, but and I don't want to sound nonchalant, but I don't give a fuck that much. I think, but I understand the people that do because it's an emotional connection to us. To like, oh, it's like when we had a Mandler or celebrities in the booth, and you understand that person cried when they watched her die in the Hunger Games. Spoiler, it's an emotional connection. Oh, I got laid to this song, or I went for my first kiss, or songs, celebrities. I read, Jim Lee, was a big deal when I was a teenager for me. But me personally, I was like, oh, that's cool. But I thought it was a funnier story that he ran than if I was to, I just don't give a fuck. But I get it for people that do. It's a funny story to me,
Yeah. Well, it's one of those opportunities you might as well shoot your shot, right? Too, because it could have opened all kinds of doors, whatever. Because it's like you don't want to live in those kind of life moments where you regret.
You would only shoot your shot though if you didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Other people would have been afraid to do that, even to crack the joke. You know what I mean?
Now, Blind Adam, he's in the comments somewhere, and he can tell you about. He's been because all of his friends are porn stars, right? Like he goes to the freaking porn expos and all that shit with them, right? And they've got stories because I've hung out with his one friend Autumn, and they go to these expos and they've got all these stories about those fans that are they got that one good nut right to whatever scene, and they want to tell you, hey, in this movie at freaking scene at minute 13:43, your face and the way your eye popped out. My God, that made me a man that day, and they want to tell you all about it and just thank you for it. And on one hand, you're like, oh my God, thank you. I'm glad I had a freaking impression on it, but then you're like, oh my God, I had I totally freaking get it, man.
Where's my Oscar?
Hey, no, it's not called the Oscars. What is it called? I forget what it's called. They do have awards.
I don't care what it's called. I still want an Oscar for my performance. You know what I mean? At that point, I want you to bring me an Oscar, whether it's a good one or not. Just say, hey, man, thank you.
Look, I don't want awards. All I know is that it paid the college bills. That's all you need to know. I mean,
I've had some crazy experiences too, where you just having a little independent company where some folks really vibe with the stuff that we do, and start with. I'm like, the first time I ever saw a Niobe cosplayer in the booth, literally, it was like, it was a New York Comic Con, and I was like, whoa, what's Niobe doing here? And I kind of get back to like shuffling boxes. It was so humbling and so crazy. And then, now and again, you've got like people freaking out, taking pictures, really nervous. And I'm like, I'm just a regular I'm just a dude,
How much do you think we would have to pay Amanda to show up as in a cosplaying as Niobe?
Oh my God. I dude, at this point, I don't think
loincloth and all. I might get a Kickstarter together for that. You know what I mean?
That's the high level reward right there. But for the actress, did you guys see The Woman King?
Yes.
Okay, so the actress that played Viola Davis's daughter, sorry about that. The actress that played Viola Davis's daughter, Tusu Mbedu, who's also the star of Underground Railroad, she and I are writing the new Niobe comic series.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so we announced it like, I don't know, if you scroll down on our @Stranger Comics Instagram page, people, @Stranger Comics, you'll see the announcement for that. And the irony was Viola Davis, obviously the star of The Woman King, famous Viola Davis, she wrote the hardcover, she wrote the foreword in the hardcover to Niobe Shear's life. And that image
wait, hold on. You said Viola Davis wrote the foreword for that book.
Yeah, she wrote the foreword for this book right here. And if you're fans of The Last of Us again, Hyung did this.
Can we get a cover? Can we get a cover with Viola Davis as some type of character, so that if I ever run up on her, I can get her to sign that shit? That would be the shit.
Yeah, her crew are really nice. There it is.
Yeah.
And she says one line which is kind of cool. She says, "We all have a Niobe inside ourselves, and it's time to let her roar." So yeah, and this was the first image that Hyung did, the very first image that Hyung did of Amandla as Niobe.
Man.
So yeah, guys, if you're in the chat and you want to get the goal, to be honest, Hollywood aside and all that kind of shit, and even my whole goal was to kind of create a Marvel universe of fantasy. I was just a you know, super hardcore Marvel head, and I was a huge Lord of the Rings kind of dude, D&D, all that kind of shit. Hence the homages. And I wanted to tell stories that had real depth and resonance and weight to them in a real human way. And rather than kind of start the world, our fantasy world, off in the European landscapes, like Arthurian shit and the usual stuff that we see, I wanted to start in the Untamed, which is kind of like more Morocco and that kind of vibe, you know. And then go to other places like, check this out, where you've got the Dusu books set in like Ugoma, like West Africa, and things like that. So I'll show you a page. I'll show you a page literally from the book, just so you can get a sense of the quality of the interior work. This is like a Frazetta painting. These are the interiors of Dusu.
So here's a question, Sebastian. Has any of the Stranger comics been distributed through Diamond yet?
To be honest, bro, we did a big splash announcement maybe about back in 2015. We've flirted back and forth through Diamond, but right now, guys, you can literally get Tales of Asunder, the Diamond retail edition. You can pre-order all your Tales of Asunder issues 1, 2, 3, 4 in Diamond. They did a big kind of splash on me in previews maybe 2 months ago. So go and get this shit. You can actually get the David Mack as well.
Bet.
We got a lot of great stuff.
And then do that. And then what you need to do is they do a 1 to say 200 for the medals. Do that, and we'll be all over that shit. I'm telling you, because that shit is fire. That shit would be fucking fire.
I've got that in metal actually, bro, on the Kickstarter, which you can get right now. Check the metal out of this. This is literally on the Kickstarter as well.
Ooh. See?
That's beautiful.
Thank you. So yeah, we got a.
Why are you trying to break my pockets, man? I'm trying to feed my family, man. That motherfucker trying to. God damn.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of David Mack.
See, I used to like Sebastian a lot. Now he's just trying to break a motherfucker's pockets. He got T-shirts and mugs and shit.
Well, you know what I do have, bro? Blankets.
Condoms. No.
The blankets are amazing.
This is why you just
buy
the 12 metal covers and then like do some add-ons of the coffee mug and all that, and then get forward.
Hey, so here's what we're gonna do behind the scenes. You and me, Sebastian, and I forget the name of the other guy that I've met. The dude, white guy with the glasses and everything. I forget.
Oh, Daryl.
We're gonna have Daryl. We're gonna have to talk about through the pull box direct. Fuck all this other shit. We'll sell some of that stuff because I have a pull box.
Oh shit! Okay, for sure.
Yeah, and you can sell direct as well through people can go to my website and pull and buy all that shit.
That's cool for sure. Yeah, I have a for the online retailers. I've got like easy.
Yeah, because you're telling me you got the little D&D pieces, the little toy pieces and shit.
Yep.
You've got coffee mugs. You tell me you got blankets. I need a blanket. I need a new blanket, man.
Bro, I got a blanket that literally looks like this. You can wrap yourself up in me and go to sleep.
Or Jared Leto, whoever you prefer.
You give me a Tale of a Sun, the D&D joint you got on there like a blanket. I'm there. And then the last piece you're gonna need a plush toy. I don't know what it is. It's gonna be plush toy.
That's smart. Yeah, that's smart. Sure.
And then while you're up there in the booth, got your little plush toy. Shit.
I'm show you my swords, bro. Like the live action.
I saw the swords are on the Kickstarter. Yeah, that shit was kind of nice.
And I also have mystery boxes, and every mystery box we do, I do a little remark of me. Look at that.
Nice.
What's going on with the flower? Is the flower like poison?
It's my flower to you. It's some love right there from me. You know. So these mystery boxes are one of a kind mystery boxes.
Nice. Yes. So
shoot,
I think I saw the mystery box on the Kickstarter for $69. So definitely go check that out. Man,
Yeah, we
freaking
hook people up too.
really good freaking stuff. So let's take a quick break because I need to pour myself a freaking drink.
And then we got this
let's-
right here on this too.
Oh,
Ooh.
now we talking my language.
Woo!
Rest in peace, Dave. Yep, we got the daylight joint.
That's dope.
Ooh, and the foil.
Metal.
And the foil.
Nice.
See, now we're gonna have to fight in the streets next time I see you somewhere.
No, man. Yeah, our covers, man.
I was supposed to pay my light bill, and instead I'm paying $800 for some goddamn foil.
Just do a dance contest in the middle of the street.
See, now people gonna think I'm homeless and
tonight,
shit.
guys. Don't forget, if you guys are in the chat and you want to back it tonight, I am throwing in the Outcast joint, which I put down and now it's disappeared. Too many. I'm like drowning in comics here for tonight. But if you back the Kickstarter, oh, you know another one we did too. Check this out. You can literally get on a cover with us, and you'll get a limited edition amount right here. See that? On the metal joint, it's kind of tougher to see. But look, there's me right there, Quincy, Daryl, and Josh. Big Terrence, the guy who's picking up chicks at cons, that's him. And then you can be right there. So we
Really?
Yeah, and literally that's limited to 10. One person took that on the campaign. And these are some other beautiful, look at these. We got the Frank Frazetta homage. We call that one Evil Wins, the Morkamoa joint. And we've got this other one here painted by Richard Thornsberry.
Nice. That's
these
nice.
are full on oil paintings.
That
yeah,
right
these
there,
are like,
that right there, that one that you're showing right there, that one needs to be ultraviolet. That's one of the.
That's cool.
Right. Yeah. So when you show like when you got the light, like I got behind me with the freaking blue ultraviolet light, the fucking eyes and the fucking the lips fucking glowing dark shit. Yeah. That would be the shit.
Yeah. Got some fire covers, but yeah, anyone that backs the Kickstarter night gets the Outcast joint, which I put down somewhere on this table.
All right. Hey, so let's take a break so I can freaking pour me a drink properly, and then we'll be back to discuss more of the Kickstarter, and then hopefully we can get into the actual news. And man, freaking Sebastian, you killing me. But here we go. All right, that was the trailer for the Toyverse through Comic Crusaders. If you have any interest in all in toys or any of the other crazy stuff, especially the Hasbro stuff, definitely freaking check out Comic Crusaders YouTube for Bobo. That's all he does is freaking toys, man. It's pretty freaking cool. So we have a special guest once again. We have Sebastian, who's been telling us all about his Niobe Kickstarter, and it's not just the regular stuff. He's been breaking out all the foils, all the freaking great stuff, mugs, blankets, all that freaking crazy stuff, man. But it's and once again, in fact, if you go to the Kickstarter, I believe there is a freaking thing that says that there is two things of interest. There's a giveaway for one of the foils, and there's also a mystery box. It's pretty cheap. It's for $69 freaking dollars. So you're definitely going to want to check that out at NiobeKickstarter.com. And look, yeah, pull that up again. And it's got his special art and with a flower of his own caricature of Sebastian on there, man. Um, Man, so yeah, man, freaking Stranger Comics, you guys are freaking doing some great stuff. You said you
Thank you.
just freaking broke out that you are working with the daughter of Viola Davis on a freaking another comic. I forget who else you said you were working with on
So
other,
yeah,
on other projects.
so right now, the different people I'm working with is the actress that played Viola Davis's daughter, Tuso Mbedu, who played Howie, the daughter on The Woman King. She was also the star of Barry Jenkins's The Underground Railroad series, and she was up for an Emmy for that. If you've seen that series, it's like Rockwell paintings. It's beautiful and haunting. It's not something you can binge because it's quite harrowing, but it's incredible. Her acting is just crazy, and her writing ability and writing Niobe with her is it's breathing new life into Niobe. So it's great to get her perspective. Funny story is, she was following Stranger Comics. I didn't realize. And I was like, oh, that's the actress from Underground Railroad. That's amazing. So I just Instagram messaged her and said, hey, do you want to do some cool shit together? And she's like, yeah, okay. We had a Zoom and
awesome.
yeah, it's super cool. She's super bright, super nice person. And so we had a Zoom. I was like, oh, you're from South Africa. I have a friend of mine in South Africa who, funnily enough, I modeled Dura on from the Niobe and Dura comic.
Really?
And
Okay.
yeah, and I said, where are you at? She goes, well, I actually live in LA now. I'm like, oh, I'm in LA. Where are you at? She lives literally 7 minutes walking distance from my house. So crazy.
It's like, okay, so we can get off the Zoom meeting now and like being in person.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Wild.
that's gonna be wild for whenever you release whatever you guys are working on, because you can literally
Bro,
do
so
not just do the
beautiful.
Kickstarter and you just gotta freaking just show, hey, this is the chick, here you go. No, that's gonna be amazing for you guys.
And can I say the art on the new Niobe comic we're doing, it's called Niobe She Tribe, is some of the most beautiful art we've ever done. It's freaking crazy. The interiors are crazy. It's so beautiful, and we're starting to show for the first time Niobe's mother, Nadami, and it's just yeah, I'm really honored. I guess it's very humbling, and we get reactions from the fans that obviously once even they've looked past the celebrity and the beautiful art, and they just fall in love with the storyline. It's like, okay, we're doing something right. So yeah, so Viola Davis did the forward, working with her. Prentice Penny, the showrunner of the TV show Insecure, or if you've seen Pause with Sam J, who produces that for HBO. And he worked on Brooklyn Nine-Nine as one of the writers. A lot of stuff. He and I write Niobe and Dura together. That's on the Kickstarter. Upcoming, T. Franklin, who is the writer of Harley Quinn. Her and I are writing a book in asunder called Black and Silver.
Black and Silver. Okay.
Black and Silver, and Stephanie Williams, the writer of Nubia and a few other bits and bobs. She and I came up with the story together. I'm writing it, but she and I came up with the story. So this is kind of the celebrity type names. Oh, and Yetide Badaki, the star of American Gods, she and I are writing Elijah Vamp, the Nigerian vampire comic together.
You know what? You guys might need to list that out on your website, because like I understand you haven't released anything yet, but just to put together those pieces of, hey, we're collaborating with, definitely generates a little bit more buzz. And I know you're shit at technology, Sebastian, but putting that stuff out on freaking, putting that stuff out, that word out on freaking TikTok, would freaking definitely might definitely blow you up. And then the question is, at what point are you guys going to get on the fucking Sharks, man? Because look, what it did for Black Sand was freaking amazing, and they didn't deserve that because the fucking story was shit, the historic research was shit, and the art is absolutely horrific. All right, yet they fucking got a freaking good deal. They're nowhere. They're not even in the freaking same league as you freaking guys. Yet you guys have this freaking whole freaking thing going on.
Thank you,
you guys need, you guys need to freaking get on the freaking Shark. Just even if they don't fucking give you anything, just to freaking get on everybody's.
I think that radar. Deal with them, they're now not doing that deal. But it gave him a lot of exposure for sure. I don't know, bro. It's like, it's a hard thing, right? Where you go, look at how people market, right? So you got some people market going like, look at me, I'm the best. And if you don't back me, you're an idiot because I'm the best, right? So sometimes people tap, it's like politicians going, if you don't vote for me, you're an idiot. Or if you vote for me, you're going to win money. Somehow it's a psychological trick. So a lot of times people market a certain way. Without sounding arrogant, I think we have the best shit in fantasy. Without wanting to sound arrogant, I just think we do. Because this is 30 years of my life's work, right? I've been creating this world for over 30 years. You can't just quickly go like, you know what? Fantasy's hot right now, Bill. Let's get a fantasy guy real quick. Come up with a fucking world real quick. And, oh, what? Black shit's really hot right now. Let's make her black. I mean, it's just so surface. It's so pandering. It's so fucking vapid.
Well,
So
here's the deal. It's strategy right now, right? So earlier we talked about the strike right now, right? So in order to strategize and get them in a position where they could play, they've actually streaming sites like Netflix, they actually put more money into Korea, India, and everything, right? So that you don't want to. You want to freaking play the, hey, we are suspending activity right now. Okay, we're just going to put more of that stuff on here. And here's the deal. You just gave us a whole list of names that are like not even, or of people that are not even in this country, and most likely are not in the SAG-AFTRA union, right? Because that's another strike that's coming up. And there's a whole bunch of guys that are not in the writers union that have not signed. I don't even know if you're signed any agreement with the writers union, if you're a part of the
no, I'm like WGA eligible from my work at HBO, but
see, you don't even have to pay attention to those motherfuckers. So those are the people that with it, while the strike is going on, that they're going to be paying attention to. It should be like, hey, okay, while those guys are while we're figuring that stuff out, hey Sebastian, hey, how about you freaking come on over and freaking do some freaking work? That's what they should be doing, and I think that's what we're doing.
The way it works for me is like, you got to kind of like, I was just saying it earlier, you got to be able to sleep at night. So to me, I can't be someone else other than I am. I'm not going to be like, but for real, I've just been honest.
Right. Yeah, I agree with your sentiment, but that's a totally different thing, though.
No, but the other thing is, when we got offers in from different studios, they found and came to me, and not to sound arrogant, like the deal that certain deals, and I'm not a shit talker, so I'm not going to kind of talk about the Shark Tank stuff. I wouldn't have done that deal. I'm not giving up 30% of my company for $500,000.
That's the deal. That's the thing, though.
Right? I mean, I know what my company's worth, and I know the kind of offers I get in from studios. So why am I giving? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And again, no knock on whoever takes whatever deal is best for their company and best for their family. But when I have offers, they're incoming. And if I go chasing, it's like you chase anything. You chase girls, you chase dreams, you chase a friendship. You're like the one doing the chasing. Then you're the one that's desperate. So for me, it's like I want to align myself with people that go, oh my God, that guy's work is what I want to be a part of. And when I meet him, he seems like an okay dude. Because when you're creating shows, you're creating these environments, you've got to spend the next X amount of years of your life with that person, with these people. Sure. I'm not going to spend the next X amount of years of my life with this something that I've created since I was a boy over 30 years ago with someone I feel like who's going to wreck my shit. And when I started Stranger Comics, to be honest, like I just ran a record label, right? I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Like I ran a record label for a long time. That's a really difficult business to be in. And I had this idea for a comic book, essentially The Untamed, where you first meet Niobe. And I shopped it around to some of the top companies in the game. And some were like, this would look good during a Black History Month announcement. and it was like, oh, you just see it for like shareholders, pleasing shareholders, Black History Month. Now we've done that shit. They had no interest in the story, no interest in depth of character. The ones that did were predatory. So the ones that did, where a lot of you guys are like, oh my God, I love this company, they do X, Y, and Z. I know the real, like a lot of them they're not exactly lovely people. At least back then. Back then, right?
Yeah. You know what I don't hate? You know what idea I don't hate?
I started Stranger Comics.
Yeah.
To protect the integrity of Niobe and the kind of work I want to put out. Not to sound self-righteous, but that shit is real for me.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know what idea I don't hate right now?
Mm.
June 16th is coming up within the month.
You mean Juneteenth, 19th?
Yeah, Juneteenth. Yeah, Juneteenth. Fucking
yeah.
hit it. Go back and hit it hard, man. Hey, for Juneteenth, let's make it a Niobe fucking Universe Day. You fucking buy a whole bunch of shit. Let's fucking have you see what day is Juneteenth? Let's see.
That would be pandering, then, son.
I don't give a fuck. You can pander all you want as long as the pockets are fat.
Oh, we got a Juneteenth sale.
Look. A June 16th sale is the difference between freaking eating that freaking Red Lobster and then having tuna casserole.
It's a Monday. First off, and it's also my parents' wedding anniversary. So look at that.
Is it June 11th or June 16th?
19th.
I thought it was June 19th.
19th.
No.
Then what the fuck is the point? Fuck that. Yeah. You know what? It's bad because you know what? Whereas we just had May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, right? We all know what to do with Cinco de Mayo. You freaking eat Mexican food.
It's my birthday.
Is it?
What the fuck do we do? What the fuck do we do for Juneteenth? There's no food. I can't eat soul food, man. I'm in the mountains, man. I'm not fitting.
See, that's because that's where you at. Out here in California, Juneteenth is highly celebrated.
You can't even get good barbecue, man.
I go to Leimert Park on Juneteenth.
Yeah,
Leimert Park. Go to cultural black mecca of Los Angeles.
My job gives us all. We got it all, man. We got that. Instead of Columbus Day, we got Juneteenth, baby.
It is funny if we've done like discounts on like Black History Month, especially Juneteenth, is like, oh, you're capitalizing on this, that, and the other. So sometimes the flack pushback doesn't amount to the sales you think it does, and you're not going to want to do it like that. No, it feels like a bit icky. But that's me,
Yeah. Hey, so the next big question that I have for you, Sebastian, is,
and I got to go and get my cell phone charger because Quincy just took mine, and so I'm going to be walking through my house. Keep going.
Okay. Look, we've had the news that you've been working with HBO on bringing the Niobe verse to the screen or for the TV for a while.
Since like 1958, right?
Yeah. So if you can tell us, where are you guys at? Because it's most likely suspended with all that, with all the stuff that's going on in the industry right now. Like, where are you guys at? Like, how close are we to seeing this on screen right now?
Oh, it's there it is. Okay. We ended up. This is kind of like breaking. But a lot of the kids kind of realized we ended up getting our rights back, and it felt like it was taking too long, and we look like we're going to be going to a different studio.
Okay. Because what I would have thought is an interesting thing that could have happened is maybe, I don't know, collaborate with George Martin. Right, because they've got all that set shit that they've already fucking got, right? And then you just fall in because he was slowly developing like this African slave side and everything, and then you could just kind of fall in like, hey, remember those black people that just all of a sudden showed up and that people were pissed off about? Hey, let's fall in and show that's what's happening, where these people came from, and then boom. You got the Niobe verse. You've got the freaking dude that just came out of nowhere, and it doesn't really affect anything over here. But there's this really dark side that's happening over here with, and it's called the Niobe verse. That happens to be because if the HBO, if the Max people, let's call them what they call themselves now, if the Max people were smart, they would bring all these projects that they've bought or paid for together, and then just make it one big freaking universe to say, hey, this is the main universe. And that's starting with Game of Thrones, right? And then because they've already bought the sets, they've already got the equipment, and then let the rest of you guys freaking fall in and freaking use that shit. And then say, hey, here's the Anglo-Saxon part. Here's the African part, and I'm aware of this other Asian part that they try to fucking do. That shit's fucked up. That's never gonna fucking happen. But just let you guys freaking do your thing over here and say, hey, there's kind of quick links over here, and let you freaking guys do your thing. So it's
But I think
interesting
what
that you guys are
you're
working.
saying is it's like the whole, the reason why Netflix did well to begin with is they caught onto what we do with comics. If you like Captain America, you will like the Avengers, right? If you like this, you will like this. With streaming, it's a smart move. When we're at HBO proper, there's only so many slots that can go on regular television versus streaming services. And then even when they start building up the stream, like what Disney's doing, right, with the whole Star Wars universe, is that whole thing. And there are some things that you said, Lucas, which there were some talks that was not necessarily George Martin's universe, but other things as well that I'm not. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but for me, it's like
you can say it because
when
nobody
people,
watches the show.
when people see Niobe, different people see Niobe, they get different interpretations of what they think it means to them. Especially, as you know, when it comes to Black content, that you'll see it specifically and immediately. Like when they first saw Niobe with the sword and the feathers looking like a warrior, they go, oh, I want that show.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, but she first is in the Untamed. We have to get there. No, we don't care about getting there. We want that because that's hot right now. And I'm like, but we want to grow the sense of the depth of character and why does she become this person, the why and all the rest of it. And if you look at TV, where it's at now, a lot of the TV gets to the immediate, like, if you think of, let's say, Watchmen, in the beginning of Watchmen, they do plot right up front, right? They did the Tulsa stuff, the Oklahoma stuff, plot, 30 minutes of plot. Now here are the characters, because they're thinking an audience member needs to know what this plot is. They go, and then go, okay, now I want the character. Me as a writer, I'm more of a slow burn kind of dude from old school, like
character development.
I want you to fall in love with the character, put yourself in the character's shoes, and then explore the world, and then the plot is revealed over time, like how they did kind of Game of Thrones, right, where they did the reveals over time, the who is this guy, who is this girl, and so on. But this was now when you're looking to get Game of Thrones, which we're compared to a lot. We always get. I had a writer who writes a lot of stuff come up to me at WonderCon going, oh, I'm already doing this stuff. I'm already doing a Game of Thrones meets Black Panther. And I go, all right, cool. Because when they see something black or they see something fantasy, they go, oh my God, it's like Black Panther and Game of Thrones, right? I'm like, yeah, sure.
So Sebastian, I know you're pissed off at me for getting up in your shit, but so you have a rabid fan base that's out there. You've already proven.
I'm not pissed off.
So here's the question: why don't you just do a Kickstarter for your own fucking movie?
You might be onto something there, Lucas. You might be onto some real shit that I'm doing.
Shut down the fucking comic shit for a while, right? Probably let's just do freaking, or if you want to, just so to incentivize people to keep buying the stuff.
No.
Let's make it clear that you guys are going to, and then let's go for the cans, right? Let's fucking build money to fucking build the. What is it? I think it has to be 10 minutes, maybe.
You might be onto something.
And then let's go for cans. You
might be onto something. So one of my closest friends, I'm his Dungeon Master. He is a VFX guru, and he got his start working on the Fight Club and the Matrix and shit like that back in the days. And he actually directed a movie. If you guys want to see a movie that I'm in as the lead villain, look up Beyond White Space.
Beyond
Look
White
up
Space. Okay, I'll remember
Beyond White Space. I'm the lead villain in that shit, and it's on. I think you can watch it on Amazon or Netflix or some shit. I can't remember. Beyond White Space. So he's been wanting to do The Untamed with me independently for a long time. So he was really bummed when I did the HBO deal. And then I have buddies of mine that run Legion M, who obviously did Mandy, the Nicolas Cage joint, and they do crowdfunding, kind of like what Blank Sands does for investing in their company. But I don't really know their business model. I don't really speak on it. But I was like, oh, maybe what we'll do is I have certain ways I want to shoot The Untamed and get into Nairobi stuff. We'll do this shit independently, and that might actually start taking shape. I have a chat about it this weekend, funnily enough. So, and I've got a rabid fan base that might be like, I might be calling you, Lucas, to be like, I know you backed the last Kickstarter for 2,000. Thank you very much for what's going on right now. So you get all those medals. Now you can back the movie.
There's actually a site. I don't remember. If you hit me up when I'm sober, I will find the site for you. There's a site.
Are you not sober right now, bro?
So this Drunken Chat is brought to you by 1800 Cristalino. I was very happy to find it because
got it to the neck already.
Yeah. So the first time I actually tried this, I was in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. Man, absolutely the most suave, smooth freaking tequila. This is not a commercial, by the way. But I just happened to walk into the ABC store here in Virginia and found it. I'm a little depressed because it's so small, but this is the best tequila I've ever tried. It's probably and pure as fuck, but it's definitely one of the smoothest ones. That's definitely
your camera's
really
had some
good.
tequila tonight too. We can tell it's getting a little fuzzy.
Baracho Hanasilo. But yeah, getting right back into it, man. Freaking yeah, I think that's the way to go right now, especially with all the bullshit and everything. You want full control of your freaking baby. That's definitely the way to go. I mean, even Spawn dude. What's the name of the fucking
McFarlane?
Yeah, that's what he's been doing. Fucking Kickstarters. Hey, let's fucking Kickstarter.
Yeah, and you know his main actor kind of in the hospital. So Jamie Foxx, bro, he's been in the fucking hospital.
Right. That's right.
Rumor that he was going to testify at some trial and got Clintoned and survived.
Yeah. God,
too early, man. Too early.
No, it's never too early.
Yeah. So,
by the way, everyone in the chat, I can't respond to anyone's comments because on my phone, because suddenly just before this, the Wi-Fi went out, so I'm using my phone. So anyone that said comments in the chat to me, thank you very much. I'm sorry I haven't responded to anything because I can't see shit. I'm using my phone, and I don't know what the fuck's going on.
They're just telling you to be a dick. You're good.
Yeah, so there's the 1800 Cristalino, right? And then the other one is this new one that I'm trying. It's called Paul Mason Apple.
That's why it's all blurry. He's mixing.
We call it Paul Mason.
Yeah, you got to drink it with one pinky up. Yeah, right.
We call it Paul Mason. That was the brown liquor we drank back in high school before we wanted to. If you didn't want to drink E&J, you drink the Paul Mason.
Yeah, because
that's what the girls like. The girls like the Paul Mason.
Well, because it was interesting, right? Because first you had Crown Royale, right? Crown Royale, they came out with apple, then caramel, then pineapple, and all this other stuff, right? Yeah, what's interesting is me and my wife and her whole family, they love this one other whiskey called James Buchanan. They've got the 27, 30-year, 12-year, 18-year, and then all of a sudden, they decided to do color joints. Right? I mean, not color, flavor joints, right? Like pineapple. and I brought it home, and my wife
That's
absolutely,
Virginia coming out.
yeah, she absolutely
He
fucking,
said color.
yeah, absolutely fucking love that shit. So they actually, James Paul Masson has a pineapple joint that I brought home. We're gonna try that tomorrow, but today I love
Yeah,
apples, so I'm gonna
you
try.
better than me, man,
Trying
because
this
that
one.
Paul Masson that's taking me back to my childhood, man. I graduated to Paul Masson
Big Remo was 12 years old.
after the
on
Ripple.
camera.
Hey, drinking Ripple, and I was like, my boy was like, man, we need to get
Well,
something different.
so that's what I want to see for Stranger Comics. I want to see fucking underage kids just fucking drinking and fucking smoking, just fucking doing
Man,
wrong.
I'm
Man.
telling you, man.
That's the
That
Nigeria
reminds me
I
of like
know. That's the
that's
Nigeria I
literally like
know.
15
That's literally
years
the
old,
Nigeria
man.
I know. Fucking 12-year-olds fucking drinking and smoking, just trying to survive on a
All I
fucking.
know
Paul
is that
Masson bring me back to
you said
junior high
apple.
school. Real talk.
I just got reminded of all them apple schnapps and all them other like really
Yeah,
like.
man, like that. Yeah, exactly.
Sir Christopher the Great, freaking welcome. This is the first time I've seen your name. When I'm going to add you to the mystery box wheel.
Did he just enter?
Oh, and guys on the chat, if you want to stay in touch with us too, make sure you follow @StrangerComics. Go to @StrangerComics for anything on Instagram, YouTube, StrangerComics, StrangerComics.com. You'll see all the shit.
Are you still doing your weekly sales, Sebastian? Do you still do your?
Oh yeah, bro.
IG Live?
Every Thursday, yeah. And that's the other thing I was doing yesterday. Like tonight, if you back like that last night, I did an IG Live, and I was like, if you back the Kickstarter tonight, I was just giving shit for free just for backing the Kickstarter. Like, so you go, oh my god, I want to get that rare shit on the Kickstarter. I was just dropping all sorts of gems. So yeah, bro, I'll be back on next Thursday for sure. I might do another live of the weekend on my YouTube channel, which is growing a little bit. But yeah, the crazy thing is with like TV and movies and that kind of shit, the Untamed has been optioned like 4 times. Like at one point we were optioned by Film Roman, the animation studio that does The Simpsons. I had Sean Bean as the Stranger because I was like, that shit would be hilarious because the Stranger comes back from the dead. So I was like, I could get Sean Bean, he dies in everything, say I'm back from the dead. Film Roman, Lloyd Levin, the producer of the original Watchmen movie and Boogie Nights and Hellboy, worked with him for a long time. So I think the hardest thing I think for speculators is when they jump onto a comic, they go, oh my god, there's an announcement, this thing is, and I didn't know this business at all really, far in that area until just before I guess we launched, but it was all new to me. I just wanted to tell these stories, that's it.
So I've got Royale. He says 4 times because he was referencing when you talked about 4 times option. So yeah, and I've told people countless times, some of these options last 1 year to 2 years. Some, if they're really good, they last 3 years. But if you don't hear anything new within like a year, it's safe to say that there's other stuff happening because that option, you don't want a freaking option for those companies. They don't want an option for too long, and that's money that they might have to continue paying, right? So if you don't hear anything from a year to 2 years, then like, okay, there's just something else happening.
So basically, what it is when you make an option agreement. I've done obviously a bunch of them now. You basically a studio will want to option it from anything from 12 months to 24 months for a first term. But in the second term, part of the deal usually is they want a second term opportunity, right? And so if they go like it's 18 and 18 or 12 and 12, and they give you an option fee for the first chunk, and then they give you another option fee for the second chunk, to basically say, oh, within that period of time, we were able to get some development done and those types of things. I've also done a deal where I'm like, no, that's not happening. You got 12 months and that's it. To show me something to then potentially within that time purchase the right. So usually what happens is an option is basically in shorthand is saying, I have the option to try and make this, to try and come up with the money to purchase the rights. And so an option is an advance, at least on the first term, against the rights. and a rights fee, an option fee can only be from $100 to, you know, a decent amount. I know two famous creators, and I'm not allowed to say who they are, but they're really fucking bonkers famous. One is just takes an option fee of $1 and doesn't care, but then he wants to get all in the negotiation for as much of the back end as possible if it becomes a show. Another really famous creator, these are like two of the biggest, most prolific book writers. The other creator goes, chances are it might never happen. Give me as much money now as possible. I don't care. I'm not even in that business. I want as much money now as possible. Very famous TV shows that you'll see, that you've seen on HBO and other places, they might have been in development for 5 or 10 years. There's one that's really famous that's came out maybe a couple of years ago that was in development for 10 years. And I could have been in that situation and still collected checks and been very thankful just to be under that umbrella, because I mean, it's such an honor to be under that umbrella. But for me, I'm more of a gambler, and I just want to try and get my shit made the way I want to make it made, for right or wrong, you know. I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a question. Are you signed with a talent agency at all?
Yeah, I'm rep by WME.
Really?
And it's funny. One of my agents is the guy that reps George Martin, and I've got some good agents there. Yeah. But at the same time.
Hold on. You motherfuckers that freaking told me I was batshit crazy on a conspiracy shit. There you go. There you fucking go.
What's people? What are
So I've often told people about the way it works with the way news comes out about all this entertainment shit. There's the big three. There's like Entertainment Weekly, Hollywood Reporter, Deadline.
Variety.
Variety, right? Each of those, the venture companies is owned by another freaking company, freaking that they have a huge interest in making sure that the correct news comes out, right? So when you have weird things coming out, like about the shit like Ezra Miller, right? There's a production line that you can track, like, oh, hey, these guys are saying bad shit about him. Well, those guys that are saying bad shit about him, they have an interest in making sure that the bad shit comes out about him. The ones that are saying, well, there's some stuff, but there's a weird way. Well, there's stuff coming bad about him, but that's not what really happened. Well, they have an interest in making sure that not all that bad stuff comes out, right? When we're all fighting about, well, no, hey, Batman and Wonder Woman, that those did bad and everything. Well, you could see that there's a company that has a interest in making sure that that movie is seen as bad, right? And then there's a company has an interest in making it seem like, hey, everything is freaking good, everything is freaking perfect, right?
Yeah, it's big business.
Right. Yeah, and there's like the talent agencies. The collusion is not the correct word, but there's a talent agency. They're lined up with the same. In fact, I think some of the talent agencies, they use the same venture capital as the news agencies that's reporting all that stuff. And I've been saying that for a freaking while. And when the whole stuff about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard came out, man, it was kind of pretty interesting. People was freaking doubt me. I was like, man, look, when you tell me that you are in the same agency as George R. R. Martin, that's all I freaking wanted to hear. Development hell is the thing. Gets stuck in limbo all the time. Lucas smacked. Yes.
But it's funny. Like coming back to what I was saying earlier is I didn't go hunting for an agent. There was a producer that found me and was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! I want to be a part of this." And you have to kind of like. So she introduced me to CA and WME. I went with WME. She introduced me to. I had a lawyer, but a super powerful lawyer, and to HBO. Meanwhile, I had an offer in because they saw our stuff, and from a lot of the other big studios. So even with the agency, I don't go, me as a person, I guess I just don't go hunting for, you know, agents and things like that. It's just not my jam. But when, you know, a lot of times people come finding you, then they're interested in you. So when I met with WME, I met with George's agent and a couple of other big agents as well, and they seem really cool. They seem like they were behind my message, but they also saw the dollar signs of what I think, you know, what I could do, you know. So
Yeah. So it looks like so Ben Affleck, Jessica Alba, Christian Bale, Kate Beckinsale, Matt Damon, Jennifer Garner, Whoopi Goldberg, Jake Gyllenhaal, and the list goes on and on.
yeah, they're the two, WME and CA are the two biggest there are in the world, and doesn't get any bigger. So chances are someone mega famous you're going to say is either at WME or CAA, whether it's an actor or a writer or a singer, you know. It's those two.
Yeah, we're gonna need to do Mel needs to do a Mel cast, because Mel has this segment where he after says, "Hey, for this freaking movie, I think these would be the perfect actors." He needs to do that for Niobe. That would be freaking
well
amazing.
Yeah, that's the irony thing, right? Is most people just assume Amanda's going to be Niobe, but now she's a star of The Acolyte. She is The Acolyte. She's the star of the Star Wars franchise, and you know, she got her start in the geek space doing this. That is The Acolyte. You know, so which is hilarious to me, because way back when she was 15, she and I wrote this together. And now I'm writing Niobe with, now this is like 2015, right? It's 8 years ago. Now I'm writing with Tuso and Bedu of the Woman King, and she'd make a great Niobe. And I don't have the artwork. I wish I had, should have bought the poster that Tahani did of Tuso as Niobe. But, you know, there's also something to be said for me that Tuso's fucking amazing. Both her and Amanda are amazing. There's something to be said for no-name actor being Niobe, so you can fall, because to me the brand of the character is more important than the actress or me, the writer. You know, it's like, because there's a symbolism with what a hero is, right? Sure. I always think, like, you think of Superman, Batman, certain type of iconic characters, the symbolism of who they are is really who we resonate with. And the crazy shit is, so you've got, like, okay, you've got these two representations of Niobe, right? Like here.
Yeah. And the one on the left, is that Niobe She Is Death, or is that just...
It's Niobe She Is Death, yep. Yeah. And then I'm doing Niobe She Is Spirit, and then I'll do Niobe She Is God. So you've got these two representations of who Niobe is, and to different people that get into Niobe's world, they mean different things, right? I think that's the thing when we have an iconic character. Like, for some people, they go, oh my God, Niobe Younger, and butterflies and waterfalls and fairy tales and those types of things, and first love and those types of things. This is when Niobe hunts down sex traffickers and slave traders. And then people go like, oh shit, that's a powerful message. Or for some people, they just see Black female representation, and then they're like, that's what brings them into the fray. For some people, they go, oh, I love Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings. That's fantasy. I just love shit with swords, and I play role-playing games. So everyone has different kind of inroads onto why they want to fuck with the, you know, this world, and then hopefully then they fall in love with the story and get to see themselves. And I think that's when it becomes on the human level, right? You just see different aspects of who you are within each of these characters. It doesn't really matter what background they're from, but then you get to empathize. I had this conversation with David Mack, who writes Echo, right? An Asian chick. Echo. Yeah, he did Echo. He did something else too. Kabuki. And he was like, what he loves about writing different cultures is he gets to learn and empathize. And I think that's also the beautiful thing, that you can come in and you're like, oh, this is also in Niobe's world, and this is in the Scandinavian part of our world. And like, oh, that's me. I see myself in this character. and then I can then experience other aspects of Niobe and the other parts of the world, but it becomes more human. And now I get to enjoy culture and celebrate it, and like in those kind of ways.
Now, I know you got a sword, so you're probably going to need an axe and a mace pretty soon. As far as more, so here's a question.
Yeah.
So you guys have mostly built the Niobe verse around this whole fantasy, like you said, butterflies and waterfalls and anything else. Has there been any thought to like update it and bring a current type of storyline like this? So John Wick, I think it was like number 4, 3, 4. You guys can freaking correct
I
me
think
and
4.
yeah. Has there been any thought to kind of like bringing this type of thing to Stranger Comics, where you just got this asshole who's out there just
That's the Stranger,
shooting it
bro.
up?
That's the Stranger in the Untamed. The Untamed storyline is the one I was showing you. If you see this, I'll show you from the hardcover. Where did I put that shit down? I don't know where it is, but I'll show you from the special edition hardcover. Here you go. All right. So this guy here that comes out of purgatory is a man who's stuck in purgatory, right? He's a lone drifter returning out of purgatory to a one-horse town. I mean, at the end of the day, this is all the same shit. It's all Toshiro Mifune from Yojimbo,
Right.
which is Clint Eastwood in Fistful of Dollars, which is Tarantino shit, which is John Wick. You've got that lone drifter coming to a one-horse town. You've got a guy who wants to be left alone, and then they kill his dog. In Gladiator and the Untamed, they kill his family. It's the same storyline, but just told in different ways. And in my storyline, it introduces you to Niobe from a man's vengeance to redemption story, like a John Wick. In this story, along the way, his salvation is the girl he might have to kill. And if he doesn't kill her, maybe she goes on to save the world. And as he teaches her how to kill, she gives him the humanity he needs to be a better man. So I like crossing themes in those kind of moral conflicts. So yes, John Wick, but I have that shit. That's the Untamed, but with swords. And the funny shit, bro, is one of the most famous directors wanted to do the Untamed and said, I want to do this shit. I'll make it, but I want to do it modern day period piece setting. And so nothing to do with Asunder, blah, 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 blah. And we'll have a young mixed black girl, but I want to do it modern day setting. And I was like, no, I'm good. But he made a show. I can't say too much more.
Yeah. Which actress that you haven't met yet would you like to cast for any of your projects?
I love Denai Guerrera, the chick that Michonne, Walking Dead. I think she's amazing.
Yeah.
I think she was.
Who would you cast her as?
I mean, maybe like, I don't know, some aspect of Niobe's tribe potentially. But I also love Yetide Badaki as Dura. I always thought Michonne or Viola Davis as Dura.
That means we got to get your book
Assessor.
Yeah.
Assessors. I got a redhead assessor. That's my Vorcassian vampire. I'll show you a picture of her.
Redheads. Where's Ultra at? Talk about redheads.
There you go. Look, Monica Bellucci. Look.
Wow. See, that's Ultra all over. Goddamn. Might need.
See, that's her and Niobe. Look at that.
You might need to give a little more front meat on that one. See, Ultra about to pull out the credit card right there. So Karen Gillan says she wants to play Poison Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
And James.
Natural redhead too, by the way.
What do you think, Ultra?
Natural redhead. What do you think? I think.
Ultra, have you seen our artist, Tahani Farr? Have you seen her?
I think so. I think I've at least seen something of it.
The artist Tahani Farr is absolutely beautiful. She's a redhead. She looks like a Sessa, and our Strange Comics fans are absolutely in love with her. So look up to Tahani Farr. She's so talented. She's
I'm all
super
Farkas, but I'm
humble.
not dead, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, I get you. He does this one. Yeah, but I totally understand. Who would you cast for Dusu? That's a great question, Royal. I think
The honey
I
fuck.
like
Jesus, God.
like
damn.
I mean, he's older now. I thought when I was younger, of course, like everyone else did, Jaimin Hunsu was the obvious Dusu choice. I like, you know who I like, and I can't remember a dude's name, but if you guys saw Gangs of London, savage show, one of the most savage shows. Black British actor, is a savage dude, man. That shit was crazy. It's very Peaky Blinders-ish if you watch that. You guys watch any of this shit? Gangs of London, Peaky Blinders. You guys seen Peaky Blinders?
I have seen a few episodes. I watched it up to the wedding episode where there was like dude just showed up and was like, "Hey, there's a wedding going on." I was like, "Oh shit, who's getting married?" Bitch, you is getting married. It's like, and I
That's a
was like,
great
"Oh," I was
show.
like,
That's savage.
I was like, that would. The problem is I've got so much. Yeah, the problem is I've got so much stuff going on, man. I don't just have comics. I've got horror. Horror is where I live. Anime is my other freaking interest. So I've got all this other shit.
That's why you like
on.
this cover. You like the horror.
Yeah.
You like this cover.
I like. Yes, I do. I love telenovelas, man. I fucking love Korean freaking drama, man. I'm all over the fucking place, man. So it's like, oh, people tell me it's like, hey, man, you gotta watch this. I'm like, oh, that's a thing, and then I gotta keep freaking going, unfortunately, man. So here's where we get into the meat. This is what people might probably would have been wanting us to talk to.
Shit.
So it was leaked that and Amazing Spider-Man number 26 that's coming out, was it in 2 weeks? This week or 2 weeks?
It just FOC'd.
It just FOC'd.
It just FOC'd last
so yeah,
week. That usually means it's probably going to be a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so it's coming out on May 31st, I believe. That the person who died, because they've been hyping this up for at least a month or two, that hey, somebody's going to freaking die in this one. It turns out that it's Kamala Khan. Okay, and we only know it because hey, here it is, freaking right there in the solicit. Marvel put it out, so they can't freaking sue anybody. That is Kamala Khan. Now, that kind of fucks over the freaking retailers who probably bought like a shitload, like at least freaking 200, right? So what do we think about this, right? Because this is not, once again, this is not for me. This is weird. 'Cause everybody's saying, well, it's not like she's not going to come back. You know, all the superheroes come back at some point, right? For me, I've got two angles. Number one, we don't know if that's the actual, because we got the Ultimate Invasion coming across, right? So we don't know if that's actually her. Number two, there's actually a double of her. Her name is Corinne. They did her like 6 or 7 months ago.
Yep.
Number three is that her soul does not belong to her, right? So for instance, in Champions number 2 that was like what, 2016? Yeah, 2016 to 2018. In fact, let me pull this up. Here we go. Champions number 3. She actually died. Miles Morales made a deal with Mephisto to bring her back. The cost of that is that the person that some other girl that he just saved, she eventually died because hey, I want everything that happened within the last 5 minutes to not happen. Well, the person he just saved died, and then they brought back her. So that means I don't know what that freaking means. That means, can she freaking die? I don't know, right? Because that means that hey, if she freaking die, whatever. So we'll have to freaking figure that out. So you would think that now that everybody knows is that the person that dies is Kamala Khan, and that's supposed to be the big event, you would think that would mean that people don't care about that book anymore. But I would say nay, because I've seen plenty of sales to include in my own store where people are still buying the fuck out of it. My question to you, gentlemen: should we care? Do we care? What do you guys think?
I mean, if you're into Kamala Khan, I mean, you would probably know better that if she's gonna die, she's gonna come back. But
here's the real question: are there any good ratio variants, and how many store exclusives will there be?
So there's a 1 to 200, there's a 1 to 100, and there's like a 1 to 25.
There you go.
So automatically, I'm going to say no. I do not care because there will be more than enough market saturation of this event book that we already know. And the joke is that she's being killed for corporate synergy, only to be revived faster than Wolverine, because they kept Wolverine dead for a few years, and that was out of spite for Fox. So I mean, there's none of that spite there. In fact, the whole revealing her as a mutant on her TV show on Disney Plus, I think, was the reason for this, and I think that's where they're going with it. And then they're going to be like, oh, Handwave, we revived her through Krakoa, and she's mutant. And guess what? We're going to revive all the other dead Inhumans, too, because, we killed them off like not too long ago. I think they did. I've been paying attention to Inhumans after they did really, really good in that one storyline for Inhuman. I thought that was great, where they really got down to the nitty-gritty of really establishing the Inhuman culture and what made them different from the X-Men. And then, of course, they did that Axe thing where they decided to merge Eternals, X-Men, and the Inhuman bloodline or whatever. So I think they're doing it as a backdoor to like I said, streamline corporate synergy.
Sir Christopher the Great says we should only care about they bring her back. I'm hoping it won't be through a Krakoa, yet I think that's the plan to make her a mutant in the comics. I think they want to take her away from the Inhumans.
Or they're like I said, years and years and years ago, they're going to come up with a way to make Inhumans and mutants cousins, or like bloodline related, or like Inhumans are the ones that.
Right. So they've already done that, right? They've already done that in the freaking comics. They've already established that the line of production is up to like. Not just
deviation from the Eternals.
They're all deviations, right? And then they hammered it again in Guardians of the Galaxy. Aaron Yee just bowed out so you can go see the fucking movie. So go see the fucking movie. You'll see what I'm freaking talking about. And especially if you're reading freaking comics, you'll see they're all trying to make it all just every X-Men, Inhumans. They're all just deviations, and that's just a freaking thing. What I have up right now is the Amazing Spider-Man number 26. This is a comic exposure variant that's out there, but it's not coming out till August. This is one by Jung Yoon, or some shit like that. I don't know why old girl is kind of thick right there, but okay. I guess that's the thing now.
Well, she's from the universe that Power Girl's from.
Yeah, and that's her old suit as well. So, fuck. Inhumans, Terrigen Mist, mutants are straight X gene mutations. No, it's not the X gene. It's I forget the name of the group that made them and everything, but that's a freaking thing. So here's a question for the master writer right here. Have you seen Guardians of the Galaxy? Or have you even seen it? Yes. Or have you seen the Kamala Khan? Is that even like in your sphere right now that you care? Like you're out, like you're a writer, but you're outside of our community.
I'm outside of your community.
Yes, you're an independent comic, right? You're a writer. You're in that movie freaking writing freaking sphere right now, right? We're just down here, the peon.
I care, dude. I'm a fan of geeky shit. My time is
Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan. Do you care? Did you care at all about Kamala Khan?
Yeah, I do. I think, for some folks, it's a big freaking deal. I mean, I experience this shit in real time, where young girls are like want to identify with certain things. So I think sometimes what what the big two do is like what Ultra's saying is they create events for certain reasons, right? And I think sometimes they can be a bit. I mean, in England we call it willy-nilly. They can be a bit arbitrary with it to suit whatever goals they have, and they don't necessarily look at the effect. I mean, it becomes almost like insurance companies with us as people. We're just numbers games. And for certain characters, I think within for certain corporations, it becomes a numbers game to be like, oh, let's create an event around this person, around this character that helps this ping, 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 ping. Not necessarily not necessarily taking into consideration a fan who might feel like they can identify or that means a lot to them. I mean, we're all old as fuckers dudes, at least I am, right? But I remember how much these characters meant to me as a kid, that it really fucked with me because the Hulk is my favorite. It really fucked with me when they changed this storyline, or they suddenly shifted here, or he suddenly got beaten up by another dude just so they could sell another comic book to be like, oh, here's a new tough guy in the universe, beat up the Hulk, insert new tough guy. Let's see if that runs. Yeah. Me as a kid, it fucked with me. So I think with certain characters, and then especially for characters of minority characters, and it's like oh, they're hot. Let's just use this as an event. I remember when they killed off War Machine. I was like, wait, you're going to kill off War Machine just so you can introduce Riri Williams at the same time and call her Riri because people love that name? I'm like, what the fuck? I just wanted to throw my computer across the screen. It's like, here you've got this. How many black dude characters as a man's man do you experience in the Marvel and DC universe that's been around for a long time, who is an integral part of the Marvel universe? Then you're gonna kill him off around Black Lives Matter when that shit was going down. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Thanos
but then you're gonna introduce a girl called Riri, so it's okay. And guess what? Her superpowers, like a lot of the let's be protective, smart, the super hyper intellectuals, right at the same time. I'm like, really, I was fucking livid. I was like, what is this shit? So I think there's a lack of care for the characters that they have, and then the people that identify with them on a human level, like it was for me and Peter Parker or the Hulk, of certain characters that I was like, that's my dude, or that's my girl. And it's just now, because it's corporate, it's $1 billion, it's movies, TV shows, video games, board games, events. It wasn't like that back in the days, but now it's like we've got to do all these various things, right? So to say what Ultra's saying is, to be honest, is spot on. To, at least to me, events create drama, but they're not taking into consideration some young girl that's like, oh my god, finally I can identify with this character because she looks like me, or she's Muslim, or she's this, or whatever. Fuck it. That shit is I think it's not delicate, and it's not sensitive. It's insensitive behavior.
But this is not the first time Marvel's had their character killed in the comic books when they're about to have a movie released in theaters.
Right.
They did it with Doctor Strange. They just recently, when the most recent Doctor Strange movie came out, he's dead in the comics. So it's like, what are you doing? Like, who is on the
don't forget Black Panther, right? So Black Panther went off into fucking space and never returned. The Black Panther that is on Earth right now in the comics, that's not the same Black Panther. People forget that shit.
I'm so out of the loop. I got out of the loop about 10 years ago. I flirt a little bit, but I was a psycho collector as a kid, and then the last 10 years I just
God bless everybody's fucking pockets, because Marvel is on some other bullshit right now.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, hey,
yes. I would love to write in Marvel Sir Christopher the Great.
Right. So right. So he's asking particularly, and you might not be tracking this character. Her name is Moon Girl.
I know the character, but I haven't. Yeah, I know.
Right.
I know the character, but I don't know enough about it.
she's an Inhuman.
Okay.
She's a very like intelligent fucking girl. She got hit by the Terror Mist, and now she communes with this fucking dinosaur.
The dinosaur, right?
Yeah, like whenever there's a full moon, they switch places. The dinosaur becomes Moon Girl. Moon Girl becomes a fucking dinosaur. It's fucking weird.
It's really crazy when Moon Girl swaps out with a dinosaur at school.
But yeah, I mean, shit.
I like
Marvel might be smart to actually make that move to actually.
I would love to write for Marvel DC. I mean,
they should grab you for Black Panther. I can tell you that.
I would love to. I mean, to write Black Panther would be. That would be such an honor. Like to write Black Panther or write the Hulk the way I want to write the Hulk.
Ooh.
That shit. I would fucking kill so many freaking characters if I got to write the Hulk.
Let's see what's going on because Donny Cates, was it Donny Cates or Ewing?
Yeah, Donny Cates.
But thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because what he did was he started out writing whoever it was. They started out saying, "Hey, there's this awesome Hawk right now, and you can kill him, but guess what? The very next day he's just gonna come back now, right?" And they put this horror bent on the freaking Hawk. And then the last year they said, "All right, now the Hulk's a fucking robot," and all of us are like,
"Spaceship. He was a spaceship, man.
Spaceship, not a robot. He was a spaceship."
Shut the fuck up! Stop. Go ahead, y'all. Keep acting like you know what the fuck is going on.
Nah, he had the
Keep pretending like you know because the writer didn't know what the fuck was going on. He's just writing.
Nah, that shit got bad after like the third.
So what that is called is called drugs and writing.
Drugs is the hell of a thing.
Staff not knowing
drugs
when
are bad.
to fire a fucking writer for crashing and burning. I'm just saying that's what I see going.
Hey, he crashed and burned a few.
So if you want the incentives, you can go ahead and get them cheap right now.
Yeah,
but
I'll just be honest. I checked out when I saw, and I know a lot of guys might like this because I know I know who it is and everything. But I remember when they brought in Red Hulk. As soon as they brought in Red Hulk, I was like, I'm out. I can't do this.
And that one's actually going to pay off. Maybe the rumor is it's going to pay off in the MCU here soon. And that storyline actually
was good, right?
Well. It was written well.
That's what I heard. Yeah, but Daryl, my co-partner here, he's like, you really love it. I'm like, he's gotta be great,
Well, once they started bringing in Betty into the Red Hulk thing, it fucking took off.
Yeah,
here it's great.
16 issues, they had to figure out, who the Red Hulk was, and they figured out it was Betty. So with Betty being the Red Hulk, and it just complicated, Bruce's life even further. Now she's got both, people of a family turning into Red Hulks on her and chasing after him. So he's like, "Oh shit, I got a lot going on."
Yeah. So with everybody wants to say it's a spaceship. He's a motorboat, whatever the fuck he is.
A motorboat.
He's a
now they decide that what's going to happen is after the Hulk annual, now they're going to return him back to that horror bent because that did really well. So now they're going to go back to the horror stuff, which is good. Right.
Look at Immortal Hulk. Honestly, is that timeless Hulk run, and I'll give it to Donny Cates for when he was on task,
when he was sober. Yep.
Or that run progressed very well. And the story evolved, but it just kept getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
And it's because it was a very in-depth story about the powers that lie beneath in the Hulk. And then he started getting real deep into the lore and making, previous Hulks that were in his bloodline and stuff like that, and making the Gamma Bomb accident that just happened to him just awakening what was already there. So changing the Hulk lore that much, but still having it being accepted by a majority of the Hulk readers was something I didn't think would ever happen. But I saw it. And I'm like, man, these books are going like 5th printing. What the?
Yeah. Marvel was on fire, man. Because
they were, but they, it's one of those things where you have to hit that wrap it up button. You'll wrap it up, B. Like we're getting too high up there with issues.
Well,
you're dragging out the story.
But they had Donny Cates had a winning freaking template. Like, hey, I want to see some bad guy get the shit scared out of him. Right? He's doing bad things. He pissed off the wrong fucking guy. He didn't fucking know it. Sun came down and he gets his. That's what the fucking movie show. Remember the TV show back in the fucking day? That's what that shit was all fucking about, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
but it was kind of like
guys
the
doing bad
side
things.
Too. The TV series, you guys remember the TV series had that like ominous theme to it. I
fucking love that shit.
And it was dark, right? Like for a TV series, you're supposed to be about a superhero. You're like, man, this is kind of like a little bit.
He got his ass beat every episode,
and every time he got his ass beat, he got back up and hulked on them bitches.
Yeah,
so it's fine. It's
like,
fine.
that was the thing. He had to get his ass beat in order for him to, really.
I met him as a kid, as a little boy. I came to America when I was like 4. And the Hulk I was just obsessed with. And so you guys know, this is a bit Hollywoody, but fun fact. You guys know the movie star Cary Grant from back in the days. Cary Grant, North by Northwest, one of the original like OG Hollywood stars. So my mum's best friend was married to him. And so when I would visit America as a kid, I would meet a lot of very famous people, I guess. Like Frank Sinatra or whatever the fuck. And
wait, you met Frank Sinatra?
Yeah, I met Frank Sinatra, Sidney Poitier, a lot of
out of here. God damn.
lot of peeps. But anyway, so Carrie knew that I was obsessed with the Hulk, and the TV show was my favorite show. And so I met Lou Ferrigno, and then I met Bill Bixby on the set. And Lou Ferrigno gave me like a picture of him, and he was dressed in green because they were shooting that day on Universal, and he left a thumbprint on the picture. So I took this picture back home, put it on my wall. All my school friends would come. I was like, "See, he's real. That's his thumbprint." And and Bill Bixby, the actor Bill Bixby, of course, that plays Banner. He was so nice. He was such a nice man. Like those memories just stick so hardcore. So years later, I'm at San Diego Comic-Con and I see Lou Ferrigno, and I'm like, "Hey, I know you hear this shit all the time, but I met you as a boy, and you might not remember me, but you might remember Cary Grant because he's super famous." And I was telling the story a little bit, and I finished the story, and he goes, "It's $20 for a photograph." He just cut right across, like $20 for a photograph. It was like,
what?
I already have one. I'm good.
Yeah. Oh man, that's freaking
the
tough,
celebs
man.
are going to celeb on you, eventually.
I loved it. I was well into it though. It was great.
See, that's the thing, man. Freaking, that's why I'm like, and now you gotta see, because like you got the Viola Davis forward in one of those freaking books, man. I was like, man, it would be great if you had like a cover of a character that looked like her. That way, when I run into her at one of these cons or whatever, kind of get her to freaking do a little freaking signing on it, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, the thing with like, see, a lot of folks use models that's based on famous people. They don't ask for that shit, and it's like, and I'm like, I would have to talk to Viola about it, but I haven't announced it yet. But I got another famous actress we're about to announce.
You tell her that her fan base thinks she's sexy ugly, and see what she says about that.
Houston.
Let's see.
Lucas be having these.
I'm not saying what that's a
tell her she'll know whatever.
I don't want to fucking hear anymore.
She's sexy ugly, and
she's
for
a beautiful
woman. She's
beautiful.
No. She's not beautiful.
She's a beautiful woman.
She is sexy ugly.
She's a beautiful woman.
Trust me, if you're a fan of her, like if you've seen all her shit, like I have, like to be a perfect
Beautiful
murder,
woman.
she'll know exactly what I'm fucking talking about. So Sir Christopher the Great says after everyone hosted a fire sale for their Null books, now they're bringing them back. He'll be in the MCU within the next decade. Everyone's pissed at Case for killing Null. Yep. We had Lou at the shop. He's fucking awesome. Talk about Lou Ferrino. He's partially deaf now. Might not have heard you right. And who remembers the death of the Hulk
Yeah.
movie? I don't remember that one. So you
Was
go
that
ahead.
the one where Thor's in it? There's like the last one of the Hulk movies when Hulk and Thor are trying to hold on to a one helicopter and they're struggling. And it was like Lou Ferrigno. And the Thor actor, every 2 seconds when he would change, he would like, oh, dude. It was like super 80s fucking epicness. It was that the Hulk. Was that Death of the Hulk movie? Was that one?
And his wife is going through dementia. You guys are bringing up some shit I have never. What the fuck? Oh, Manny says,
That's
"Yep,
the one.
that's
It
the
is the
one."
one. Oh yes, that shit was epic. Absolutely epic.
I don't think we're gonna find that on Disney Plus. Yeah, I can tell you that
Yeah,
much shit. What
that
is going
is
on?
legendary. Guys, I have to take off in a second, folks. Just want to jump in real quick. Oh my God, look, I'm big. Just want to say a huge thank you for letting me be a part of the drunken chat with you guys. I really, really appreciate it.
No. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you, man.
You for coming
Anytime.
through. Once again, make sure you go to the NairobiKickstarter.com. Make sure you get in on some of those absolutely fantastic freaking deals, especially those medals, man. Yeah, woo!
One right there.
Woo! Goddamn.
And if you back the Kickstarter tonight, you drunken chat people, back the Kickstarter. You've seen this stream. If you back the Kickstarter, you've seen the stream. Send me a message on Kickstarter. Say drunken chat for any pledge above $20. I'm going to send you the Outcast homage for free as a gift. I will send that shit to you as a gift for free. Any pledge over $20, just message me on Kickstarter, drunken chat, and that's going to go to you for free with your pledge. All right. But yeah, check out all the things, get on these metals, these Jay Lee editions, get into the world of the Sunday. And if you want to also get the last plug, what I'll do, just to show you our Kickstarter edition hardcovers, they're not to be fucked with. I mean, they are our quality, the books that we put out. There you go. Look at this. I'll just show you, like, as an example.
Yeah. Man. Yup. All right. So yeah, absolutely freaking gorgeous. Yeah. So yeah, don't forget that he's got the books, he's got the medals, he's got freaking mugs. This motherfucker told me he's got fucking blankets, but didn't freaking bring the shit freaking so to fucking show us. He's got posters around there somewhere.
Posters. You got David Max.
God,
you got all.
God damn, man.
Yeah, you got a lot of beautiful stuff on there. Of course, yeah, you got even just the regular paper editions are great. They're super fun. We got the Hani Fars. And by the way, our mystery boxes, even though they're $69, we usually stick well over $100 worth of shit in there. Usually a metal sneaks in there too, which is worth $100 alone. Our mystery boxes are quite legendary. You can find those. We got Pathfinder role-playing games. Our mystery boxes are one of a kind, remarked by me, of me. You know, you can put me on your wall. You know, that gets sexy. You got Frazetta homages. You got more David Max. You got a lot of cool shit on this Kickstarter. If you want to just start off with something small, you can get trade paperback bundles. But the hardcovers, the collective stuff.
That is not Jared Leto. That is Sebastian on that cover.
You can get on a cover with us. Get on a cover with us as well. Crazy. All sorts of fun stuff. High fantasy. Oh, and if you're a gamer, every new comic on this campaign literally has Pathfinder role-playing material, so you can play in the world of Asunder. You can and at some point be able to watch the show. And as we said earlier, this shit is not AI.
And it's not a Matina or a Jing Hong Lee where they bullshit their way through it.
Yeah,
Oh man,
the
but
real deal here, guys.
yeah, and you better be giving us some damn t-shirts as well, man. Freaking, you got extra
I need-
large for me, right?
I got some t-shirts for you for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
Come and get your tees. Look at that shit.
Right, yeah, so we're gonna. Later on. I'm gonna be doing a spinning the wheel, and I'm gonna be getting with you, Sebastian, to see what we can hook these guys up for my
Oh
own
yeah,
mystery box. And
100%.
what else? What else?
Done, for
You
sure.
and I'm gonna get with you and Gerald, see what else I can put through the pull box, so you guys can
There's the other one too.
purchase
Get
through
on
that
the
shit.
De La Soul joints. We have a lot of. We have hip
Oh
hop
no!
bundles
Show
too.
them the foil one, that the metal joint. That
Oh, the metal joint too.
yeah.
There you go. You got the. See, look at that. That's them as kids. Look, and then the grown one. And guys, we have
Damn.
literally, we have hip hop editions of Tribe Called Quest, Biggie Smalls, DMX, Lauryn Hill, Erykah Badu. In fact, well, I can show you something kind of fun. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll show you. Here's some original paintings right here of. There's a Mandler as Niobe. That's one of our cover joints right there on wood.
Nice.
By Raheem.
Yeah. It's nice.
We have these are some of our Patreon exclusives. But look, these are our paintings. So yeah, this ain't AI. Look at that shit. These are full-on paintings. There's the Lauryn Hill joint right there.
Who is that dude back there that looks like John fucking Wick? Like right
That's
there.
the stranger, bro. That's me right there. That's look at that shit.
That's when he came up on Howard Times and shit.
Oh yeah. Dude, he's stuck in purgatory for 10 years. Life ain't too good in there, you know?
Question from Larry Joe is thanks for stopping by. Hopefully Stranger Comics comes to Phoenix Comic Con.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I love doing Phoenix Comic Con. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it this year. Larry Joe, if you guys do me a favor, send me a message on the Stranger Comics Instagram page. Larry Joe and anyone in the chat, send me a message if you can now. Follow us at Stranger Comics on YouTube, but follow us on IG if you can now. Send me a message. I can invite you to a lot of our online events and some of our live events that are going on too. So at some of our live events, chances are you get a chance to meet some celebs. If you want that Outcast homage, Sir Christopher, go to the Kickstarter now, if you can, please. Pledge even for the cheapest comic book on NibiKickstarter.com. Get anything on there, and I will give you this for free. It's also on our website, strangercomics.com. Like, yeah, my Wi-Fi went out. Otherwise, I'll be able to message you back and forth. I'm on my phone, which is just hilarious. Like 2 minutes before I came on. But if you guys want any of our exclusive hip-hop homages, our Tribe Called Quest ones are probably the best ones that we have. Message me now at Stranger Comics on IG. Go to Stranger Comics Instagram, send me a message. I'm really active on the IG, and I can message you back. I can walk you through how to get our hip hop bundle set. We have a TLC cover. We have all sorts of fun stuff. We have video game covers with Mario Kart, Excite Bike, Zelda, Altered Beast. Our video game covers are legendary. We have some amazing covers. So if you like the look of this and the other stuff you've seen, from the art of the David Max and those types of things to the really fun cultural stuff, to the Silver Surfer homage, the De La Soul homage, follow me at Stranger Comics and I will message you back. I'll walk you through too. If you're like, oh, this, thank you, Guy. I can check the chat. Look at this. Oh shit, cool. I can actually see. I didn't even realize I could do this on my phone. Thank you, Luke. So Christopher Lucas says pin his IG.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Stranger Comics.
Just at Stranger Comics.
Yes. Just yep.
Thank you, guys. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be able to message you back and forth. But yeah, tech ain't my strong suit.
right, there we go. And then let's go to the banners, create the banners.
There's an 8 in there. We don't have an 8, guys. Just a heads up.
But hey, that's what that tequila does to you at freaking 1 o'clock in the morning.
And I appreciate all the patience with everybody listening to me ramble on about all these wonderful things right here. But yeah, come and get all your magical kind of stuff from Stranger Comics. Follow me at Stranger Comics, and I'll follow you back. I'll message you. And what I do for what I'll be doing for Lucas and anyone else in the chat, the Ultra Rima, if you want to jump on a chat at any point, if you're like, oh, I really like that joint, or you like certain things on the Kickstarter or like any of our campaigns, I can be happy to get on the phone. I walk a lot of people through, what the best deals are, I recommend, what I think is probably going to hit, what our first appearances are, all those types of things.
Yeah.
So that's it. Stranger Comics on all the things.
Yeah, man. Well, I know you got to get to the clubs, man. Freaking, hang your thing all over those freaking vegan freaking girls out in California, man. So I definitely appreciate you coming through, man. Freaking, and definitely, we will try to have you back Juneteenth. Around on that weekend of the Juneteenth, they can freaking, freaking come through again and freaking tell us how everything's going. Okay,
Thank you.
Sir Christmas says he just shot you a message. Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah. I apologize for fucking that up. It's not at Stranger Come 8 Ticks. It's
Remove the 8.
Stranger.
You got it there. But I tell you what, also, I have this here, like in my immediates. I have this in metal as well. I have my Tribe Called Quest Midnight Marauders homage in double-sided metal. That shit is crazy, crazy, crazy. So yeah, if you like metals as well, I've got a lot. The metals that we do, they're beautiful. The homages we do are amazing. I work with amazing artists to bring this shit to life. So I appreciate you guys very much.
No, I appreciate you coming through, Sebastian, man. And once again, yeah, we'll definitely freaking hook up, man. Definitely pay attention to the Drunken chat and the freaking pull box to see what else we can freaking get you guys. He's got all the shit, except for a fucking plush toy, motherfucker. But we'll and all the posters we want. But yeah, we'll fucking definitely freaking try and get that through.
I appreciate
But
it.
yeah, appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much, and until next time.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Peace. All right, Sebastian. Pleasure.
Peace.
Yeah, so that was Sebastian Jones from at Stranger Comics. We can definitely freaking go to Niobe start Kickstarter.com. See, actually, let me make sure I fucking pull this up. Make sure I don't fuck it up because I got it right here. Man, StreamYard is fucking up. Yep, NiobeKickstarter.com, and then you can go through all the crazy good stuff that he's freaking putting out, and it's a good thing. Ooh, because I'm looking at the Hot 10, and something that I heavily push. Buddy Man, here's Boom. That went in 10 is at number 8. So.
Oh, you mean one of my favorite picks? Yeah. That was at number 8.
Seuss.
Yeah, they're at number 8.
Yep. So the next thing I'm pulling out is, look, Marvel or Disney brought a whole bunch of the Fox properties. Part of those properties is Alien and Predator. So there was apparently an Alien versus Predator anime that they actually finished, but it never saw the light of day, and it's in a vault somewhere for whatever.
It's hanging out next to that Fox Deadpool animated series.
Mm-hmm. Now there was a lawsuit, so that might have been why. Most likely was the reason why, because I think it was this dude who claimed he was the creator of Predator, who says, "Hey, you can't, and he brought a lawsuit. So that's probably why they freaking like, oh, let's not freaking do this, and they just probably put it away. So just so you guys know, that's out there. And I think Actually, Marvel did an Alien vs Predator comic just a while back, maybe 2 to 3 years ago. So just putting that out there. For the young kids, there's a app through Marvel. It's called Marvel HQ. It's for 7 to 9 year olds mostly, and it's with coding and all this other stuff. And you can go and look at it right now, but just always remember that the way apps look now is not going to way the it's not the way it's going to look a month from now. Because they are always at new shit. So if you got a kid, freaking go ahead, freaking introduce them to him, and see if he likes, because hey, summer's coming up, he's gonna need something to do, and you're like, hey, my kid's gonna be tutored, my kid's gonna freaking your kid's gonna want some screen time, so you might as well get this, and it's supposedly educational as well. Now here's your freaking greens. Um, you got to be aware. This is for the retailers. Please be aware that the new fall variant cover program is going to be shorter discounts than normal. Usually, it's like around 45, maybe 50 if you're fucking lucky. But for some of these foils, most you're going to get is 16, and some there's not going to be any at all. So you're going to go to. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to go for some of you. You guys are going to go to your retailer. You're going to say, hey. There's that freaking joint for like $3.99 or $5.99. And you're gonna come up to the freaking retailer and say, bam, I want this freaking comic. And he's gonna charge you like $6.35, $7. You're like, what the fuck? The cover price says, well, that's because it's gonna cost that retailer a lot more to actually have it there for you.
Yeah, well, retailers are smart. They're gonna fucking put a sticker price on that shit and have it bagged and boarded behind the counter and be like, no, 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 no. If you want this forbidden fruit, you're gonna pay our money.
You would think.
But you know what? It's something that everybody needs to pay attention to right now. So here's your Spec Matrix offering. Moon Knight City of the Dead #1 Pepe Larraz foil will be the first appearance of the Scarlet Scarab. The one that mimics the MCU appearance from the Moon Knight TV series. She's going to appear in Moon Knight 25 as herself, but the first appearance of her as the Scarlet Scarab will be in that City of the Dead #1. And Pepe Larraz's boss. So there you go.
So let it be said, so let it be written. Then okay, once again, we're going to get ready to get into some of the FOC stuff. If you need a freaking get a freaking drink, if you need to freaking get a freaking smoke, this is the freaking time to do it right now. I'm going to push this right now. I'm going to pour myself a proper drink, and then we're going to get into the bullshit that's going to freaking happen for the FOC this week. Let's go.
They are the world's greatest superheroes. Their mission is to protect the world from evil. The DC Universe is heading toward the light, but it's always darkest before the dawn of DC. A year-long storytelling initiative, new epic series, new creative teams, new battles to fight, forging the future one hero at a time.
All right. Just a quick aside, just to see where everything's going. This is how it looked last week with Disney at 91.99, WBD at 12.51, Paramount at 15.02. It was supposed to look a little better. Stuff like Microsoft and Apple looked green, but some of the ones that we've been tracking, such as the entertainment for Disney, dropped down to 91.35. Paramount is now at 15.17. WBD dropped 36 to 12.20. That's because the 2-year Treasury yield rolls to 4.27, and I'll get into the reason why I'm telling you this in a minute. The Fed's Bullard and Logan said inflation isn't cooling fast enough. U.S. stocks closed lower on Friday because the investors were focused on the debt ceiling talks in Washington, D.C. That's a big thing. I will tell you, bottom left, I've got the daily Treasury yield curve CMT rates, 1 month 5.62, 2 month 5.67. Of course, that's subject to change as the Fed comes up with new information. Once again, I am not a certified whatever you want to fucking call it, but here's
Financial advisor.
Yeah, But here's direct from Treasury Direct. These are the bills and notes that are coming up on auction soon. These are huge numbers for our auctions. We're talking about $57 billion in bills. Some are coming up in 2 days. Some are coming up in 3 days for the bills for a 13-week, 26 weeks, and then every single one has an interest rate associated with one. Towards the bottom, you got the 2-year notes, and then you got the 5-year notes and 7-year notes. If you want to know what the interest rates on those are once they hit, the reason why they're on auction is because they're about to freaking hit, right? So you want to know what the interest rate on those? Boom, there you go. Back to the bottom left. 1 year, 5.0, 2-year interest rate is 4.28. That's what you accrue. People were asking me, "What? Hey, should we do the freaking Apple?" That's all on you. But if you want an asset, there you go. Here's your treasury bills and notes. That's your interest rates. Enter at peak. I did the my usual search and see what's hot. Incredible Hulk 188 facsimile foil variant. Here's what's troubling. Remember when I just talked about this a little bit earlier? See that bottom top right? Incredible Hulk 181 facsimile edition foil variant. Retailer cost is $3.99. Fuckers. The retailer cost is $3.99. The average price is what you fucking retailers are selling it for is $280. The fuck is wrong with you?
Taking the loss.
Or something's afoot with the fucking numbers.
Yeah.
Something's afoot.
I wonder what kind of. Well, no, you would know.
Pinkies up while you're drinking, gents. I'm not so stupid. I'm gonna fall for that bullshit.
Yeah.
Second right now is the Amazing Spider-Man number 26, that top secret spoiler variant. We know what's in it. We know what happens in it, but we don't know what the cover is. It's still selling well. I tracked the numbers to when the news came out. It's still selling well. People don't care right now. Wonder Woman number 800 is number 3 at cover A Yana Paquette. There is the first appearance of Wonder Woman's daughter. Her name is Trinity. Now I would pull your attention to number 6 down there, which is the Trinity whatever. That's that cover down there. In fact, if you go to the right, the one that's to the bottom left, that's her cover. That's her first cover appearance. You would think that, hey, that would be the one that's selling the most. No, it's the cover A, which is interesting. So what I think is happening is people are buying more of the covers that they think that people aren't buying more of for whatever reason. I think that's the thing now, because if you go to my fourth one up, go back to the list. Amazing Spider-Man number 26, the cover A Romita. People have been buying the shit out of that, especially out of my store. They've been leaving the secret variant alone, and they've been buying the shit out of that cover A. And I think it's because they just want to buy the one that they think that people aren't going to buy a lot of. That's the only explanation I got.
I got a better explanation.
Go ahead.
That's the cover F with Trinity, right?
Uh-huh.
It was the last one they added.
Well, no. So the one that's selling the most is the cover A.
I understand that's the one that's selling the most, but it's just because they added the Trinity cover last, and there's a whole bunch of people who don't fucking know about it. So there's a whole bunch of people out there who are ordering the cover A. But here's the big question: Is it returnable?
Don't make me go back through the fucking lunar fucking.
All right, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, it's one of those things
hold
that
on.
these things-
I got to take a break, take a big breath, and make sure I don't push weird buttons and shit. Hold on, let me.
He's going to check everybody, and this is the reason why we ask these questions, is because if it is returnable, and there's a whole bunch of people ordering a shit ton of cover A's, then it'll come back to people ordering or not returning the Trinity covers. So the Trinity cover was like the last cover added. It was added after the incentive. So if you're looking at the lunar distribution setup, it goes through all the covers, A, B, C, all the incentives, and then cover F. There's that Trinity one. Like, it's like an afterthought. And that's the way I'm seeing it, as they added that one as an afterthought after realizing that she's in the book. They were like, you know what? We need a cover with her. And maybe that'll help us sell a few more copies. And they were right. And people probably did. But as soon as Lucas tells us the returnability on this thing, if it's returnable or not, that may change the game.
Right. So the one that has her on the cover is the cover K.
There he is.
It's $6.99 and it is not returnable.
There you go. What about the rest of them? What about the cover A?
Nope, not returnable.
Okay. So if it's not returnable, that's good news for people who got in on FOC. There you go. So before the news spreads like wildfire, which it already has pretty much. Meh. Now, is that Loki back on FOC again?
It was not on FOC, but people are searching for it.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
Yeah, so it's one of those weird things, right? Like, okay, you put that in your keyword search as a seller, right? That way people put it in there and it's just the way people find it. But after the FOC, people do not take it off. Like my dumbass, I keep forgetting to take it off. So when I put it in pre-sale, it just freaking keeps popping up. Now, it's good, right? Because it's still it's like around the 20s and 30s, right? And it's still showing up. It's still there. It's not as hot as the Sins of Sinister Art Germ joint. It's not as hot, but it's still getting some good numbers. So
but it's an art germ incentive, so that's the reason why I know there's going to be people that are going to be chasing that. Plus, it's a gender swapped Loki, which there's some people who got a fetish for that. So, you know, I can't say I blame them, but you know, that cover, that being the 1 in 100, and then the other 1 in 100 being that Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an easy guess which one people were going to go for. And I called it too. I was like, watch. I bet you this art germ is going to be well above ratio, and that Frank Miller will be like $40 or less for 1 in 100. And just because people are going to just try to move that book.
Number 6 on the hot 10 was that Spider Boy freaking second print.
And that book is not in the Ultra box.
Jacob Stenko says, "How are you guys been doing? So it looks like you've been drinking the same shit I've been drinking, my boy." Says, by the way, since Marvel Select action figures are so amazing, they better make re-release our new sculpt of Marvel Select Mephisto, especially the one I want Blackheart. That is a statement of sorts. Going down, keep finishing out the story is Fantastic Four number 7. I have no clue why people want this one. It's been on here for at least a month.
I mean, it's a Doom book, and there's something that happens inside of it.
Yep, that's what I got to the bottom right. It looks like all the characters are going up against them.
No. Somebody else spoiled. There's something that happened in that book. Someone spoiler tagged me with something that was hilarious. I thought, let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. You all talk about Echo series coming November 29th, or does no one really care? Nobody
cares.
Gives a goddamn. They can make her the god of all creation. Nobody gives a goddamn. And I just don't know why, right?
Oh, okay. I got you. All right, so, everybody ready? Is everybody okay with being spoiled here? Right?
Hey, freaking spoil the fucking greens, man. Give us
Okay.
a
So,
chance.
in the end of Fantastic Four #7, they're talking to Nick Fury and asking him to bring back Shield to take down the Fantastic Four.
And that's why we think that there's people are buying it so much.
Yeah, because right now the market has got a bunch of people. There's a bunch of talking heads out there keep talking about the same old tired books and places and getting people to buy their bad spec picks and their old stock. But there's people who are hungry for new spec. And also, I don't know, man. I think it might have something to do with Alex Ross killing it on every single one of these. That might have something to do with it, just a little bit. Because he's doing interiors too, and he's doing
Alex Ross needs a more exotic name in order to get. He needs like Alex Rose or some shit, man. That way we would get more respect.
He said Alex Rose.
Are you guys talking about comic books or movies? Sorry about that. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So hey, no problem, Jacob Stenko. So what I'm actually talking about is there's a search feature inside of eBay that allows me to search true to what's going on, that takes out bullshit freaking sales. And I put in pre-sale, and that's what's here, right? Number one was that facsimile 4 variant. I explained what's going on with that one. That's why you want to be careful. The Amazing Spider-Man number 26. I thought that was interesting because of the leak that was going on. The Wonder Woman number 800. There is the daughter of Wonder Woman. Her name is Trinity, even though Wonder Woman is kind of like in a coma right now. Ultra was explaining what we think is going on in Fantastic Four #7 that has made it such a popular comic that people are pre-selling it a month ahead of freaking time. And then there's the one that's just below it. That's the cover K for Wonder Woman number 800, which for some reason is not as popular as the cover A. So that's where we're at.
No, see, Larry Joe, it's really funny that you're talking about Echo right now, because there's people who are suggesting that you buy her first appearance because it's on the dip, because it's fallen. Like the expectation for Echo was super high. The Daredevil first appearances got big money before development like officially started. Just like the announcement of her it's like people are building a headcanon that makes these characters worth a lot of money before they hit the actual screen, and they're not actually seeing what they're doing. But look at what the book's doing now. The book's tanking. Like, that's a good way of checking on the thermometer of how well a character is being received. And then they decided to release her entire season all at once. So Loki's coming out like a month before Echo. But what they're going to do is Loki's going to have I think 4 of the 6 episodes released. And then they're going to drop the entire season of Echo. And then they're going to have 2 more episodes of Loki for the next 2 weeks after that, which is weird if you ask me. But we're getting a lot this year. Secret Invasion. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. So it's crazy to think what's going on with it. But remember, the departure from the character Echo in the comics is super far away from what we got on TV.
Yeah. Jacob Stenko is saying, it's ridiculous. Video games, action figures, comic books, and stuff for collectors is getting expensive. It's ridiculous. Well, that's what I was literally freaking talking about when I was talking about the inflation, right? We can't get a freaking around it. Like, Ultra, how long have we been talking about the hold up in the supply, right? Our stuff was locked off of the coast of fucking California, and that the freaking paper that was inside was going to freaking cost us fucking dearly. Stuff was $3.99. Now what are we looking at? An average cost of $4.99 per book?
Well, if you're shopping DC, then yes, but Marvel's still trying to keep that $3.99 price point. Todd McFarlane's still pushing that $2.99 price point for Spawn.
He's trying to, but he's barely holding on. I just saw Spawn at $3.99, $4.99.
Yeah, I mean he's got
and
Scorched and
yeah.
King Spawn that
Right.
are bigger format books that he's
Yeah.
getting more money for, but he's still trying to.
But yeah, he's having some problems right now. So God forgive him because he had a unit strike happen to him, and they wanted more money. So if you're pissed off at the price of Image Comics, don't fucking get pissed off at him because it was the union fucking did it to him. God bless him. It is right. Remember when I used to have a segment called $30 holler?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't buy you much nowadays, does it?
That'll buy you what, 3 books nowadays? Shit.
I mean, if you're buying variants and shit, yeah, you're not getting much. Look, let's be honest about something. I have a store that has an offering that gives me a free book and a discount on a purchase every month. I missed March and April. That is how scarce I have been to my local store. I went this week and picked up like 4 or 5 books. And then I turned in one of my punched up stamp cards and they're like, we owe you 4 cents. Do you want to like get something else? So I ended up like buying like a Grogu sticker just to like not have them owe me money. So I know my buying is down. There's a lot of hyped up books that people are chasing after that I'm absolutely not touching with I wouldn't fuck it with someone else's, you know what, and someone else pushing. So, I mean, there's a lot of that going on out there. Well, go back to that slide. What's that? So
yeah, finish your thought and then let's get into Mel. Mel actually had some input as to the book of the week.
So my thought's finished, man. I'm just looking at what you got here because I remember looking at this, how the July 4th weekend was going to affect an FOC. So they're taking everything that would have been done on that weekend and pushing it up a week. So there's going to be a big FOC for 6/26. So 6/24-ish, 5-ish, depending on, if I can get my shit together on a Friday or Saturday. Like right now, like, look, let's be honest. I do not have a lot of time to do shit, and I'm fucking completely avoiding going to work tonight. This is going to cost me like $200 or more. I've been sitting here with the Excel turned on, and I'm 20 at least 20 miles north.
Ultra Remo, the last man standing.
I am not supposed to be here right now. I'm gonna get fired on your day off. But I enjoy coming and talking comic books when I can, and tomorrow I will actually be paying for it more when the kid gets back from his little.
Are you going to do a secret variant tomorrow?
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Is that I did not get a secret variant today. I'll be doing a full episode tomorrow, so you'll get your FOC fix from top to bottom. Good, unbiased opinion.
Because there were so many fucking books this week, I just couldn't fucking get to them all, and there was a lot. So, Ultra, I'm warning you right now, man. I cut out a lot of shit.
Yeah. It's cool, man.
But it's so fucking long.
I haven't even looked at the FOC list yet. So right now you're getting raw.
You're gonna be in for a motherfucker. You're gonna be in for a motherfucker.
Show me what's up, man. Don't make me go look up some incentives.
So this was an input. So the first one is this was an input from Mel. Haunted you to the end. Souza Micah.
It's also a Top Cow Image book. So the card stock's going to be nice.
Not incentive.
Not incentive. But just If you're a Souza Micah fan, you're probably going to pick this up.
Remember when every Image #1 was a must?
Yes. We're not in those days anymore. You don't know an Image #1 is a must until it goes second print.
Okay, so Jacob Stanko has a question. He says, question, who revealed the Marvel Select Apocalypse? Who revealed the action figure on this channel? I forgot, sorry.
The Marvel Select Apocalypse? I think that might have been me showing off the X-23 I have in the Marvel Legends that has the X-23 with the Apocalypse body. Maybe. If not, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here's the deal. Great cover. What's in the guts?
So if you go to Previews World, there is a preview for this. You can go check it out and talk to your local comic book shop. Talk to them first. If they don't satisfy your answer, the pull box is always available. Definitely freaking stay tuned to Ultra's freaking channel. I would expect Ultra to read it. It's like 3-4 pages for previews, and then he can freaking tell you what's up.
I don't need to. If Mel's already told people about this, it's over.
Weirdness.
Wow.
That I just wanted to Star Wars Dark Droids. Not just droids, Dark Droids. Number 1 by Rachel Stott, Scourge Virgin. Here's
wait.
100.
Do we get a little bit of C-3PO Breaking Bad, and this is how he loses his arm, and then he gets we figured out how he lost his arm and got the red arm before the next movie, but maybe he breaks bad before then?
Intriguing.
Because that looks like C-3PO on the cover. It doesn't look like one of the murder droids from Afra.
Oh, man. Let me keep the party going. Batgirls number 9 is a number 19. I think they're getting ready to wrap up. Batman Incorporated number 9, Stokoa. There's your gay pride variant. Here's what's fucking funny. When I told you guys that story about the La Palacio in Las Vegas, that's exactly what it looks like going out. There's like that fucking awning and shit.
Man, this is gonna hurt people's feelings when they find out this is a ratio.
125.
They're hurting you on these design variants now. So good luck to those who are still trying to put that set together.
So there used to be a company that used to distribute lunar stuff, or excuse me, DC stuff. I think it was like UCS, USCS, stuff like that.
Yeah,
and you could get kind of weirdly in by and just put the order in and not order the other 25, and they would still fulfill it. Weirdest shit fucking ever. Daniel Aslan says Stein Raid. All right, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I gotta add you to the wheel real quick. All right, Batman and Superman World's Finest number 16. This is your Lee Bermejo. Batman Superman's World's Finest, another Flash cover. For some reason, DC thinks that this is a thing. Like, hey, freaking, you know what people want?
No, they're bringing back the swimsuits. All it is a swimsuit theme variant, and it's going to be across a bunch of books.
What is wrong with dude's fucking? What is wrong? What is wrong with dude's fucking nipple right here? It's like somebody gave him a fucking.
Do you not see his Nightwing chest hair wax job?
DC, this is not a fucking thing. People don't want to see this shit.
You know who this is for. Yeah. It's not meant for us. It's not meant for you, Lucas.
Oh my goodness. Obviously not. Oh my goodness. All right, the offer part 1. This is a 1 in 25.
Ah. I am vengeance.
Yeah. Like my dude, let him go. You got some other problems that you got to take care of first. I forget who this is for and by, but I believe this one is another sensitive variant. Batman White Knight presents Generation Joker. they're trying to highlight the kids. In fact, I believe this is supposed to be the first appearance of the ventriloquist's daughter or some weird shit like that. Black Adam number 12, John Jing. Catwoman, David Nakayama.
Sway.
Sir.
And there's a foil.
Yep.
Ratio foil, so good luck.
Oof.
So this is another Sweeney Boo. Are you guys on the Sweeney Boo train? Are you buying all the Sweeney Boos? Someone's buying all of Lucas's Sweeney Boos.
Jacob says one more thing. Do you guys like the Captain Marvel with the X-Men fighting the alien race brood? It's pretty good. It's pretty of a good one. Do you guys like the issue? No, I don't like the issue because it's so old. It's like it's nothing new there to it. They don't take the time because think about the first Alien. They took time to freaking build up to where you realize like, oh shit, there's actually something happening. There's actually some type of infestation. Instead, by like the seventh page, it's like, oh, she's infected. Now what? No, you gotta freaking give me a context of space, freaking time. Why can't she just do this? Why can't we just freaking do that person? Nah. Once again, I've always said this. Romance writers should stick to romance. Horror writers should stick to fucking horror, right? If you want to cross pollinate, freaking collaborate with people that are actually doing that shit. The Brood is when you bring up the Brood, they are a horror freaking thing, right? Don't just fucking like, oh, we're gonna freaking take the Brood and fucking put them over to Captain Marvel. And no, because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Daniel has a kind of Arkham City. Ventriloquist has Sister the puppet on his hand. I don't know. Requiem 76 6 for any Boo collectors. Butt Naked Juice is all I can think about is Spider-Man on the Spider-Verse, and the Amazing Spider-Man was kind of terrible with super adopted Sinister comic book.
Woo.
Woohoo!
Sweeney Boo. Next.
Yep. And okay, so
another swimsuit issue. So this is another one of those swimsuit variants. There's plenty to go around, but it's not the Dodson's best face work. She's a butterface on this one.
Yep. This one is Rian Gonzalez, 125. And back to this one. This one was your 150 Swaby foil.
Swabby Sway. Joshua Swabby Sway. So how about this for your 1 in 25 incentive?
Not bad. Not bad at all. That's Sanford Green, 1 in 25. Taking it old school. Destiny, New York, really?
Again? It's like the third week this thing's been on FOC, man. Well, this is what happens when you get optioned, I guess.
This is your one in, I forget what this one is, but this one is an incentive. Green Lantern. 1 in 25 by Rafael Sarmiento. I don't know why his hands are so fucking big. Do you? 1 in 50 by Coley Hamner.
Yeah, I don't get that one either. It's a weird looking cover. Is he in blackface? I don't want to say it. I mean, that's Hal Jordan. What the fuck's going on here, DC?
That's your Mike Deodato.
Deodato kills it. And you know what? Deodato gets a lot of crap, but he's from Brazil. He don't give no shits. He's all about the BBLs.
Is your Justice Society of America, Michael Janine. 1 in 25, Alvaro Martinez.
Wait, is that Star Lord? Star Lord, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Harley screws up the DCU. Amanda Connor.
This one's okay. There's a better cover. Let's see if you caught it. That's that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Megan Hetrick.
Yeah.
125. Travis Mercer.
There's your tentacle.
Starfish do not have tentacles, yet they found a way.
Well, I'm sorry, but look at the way they have drawn this one. This one has definitely got some mutated Starro arms because that's some tentacles. They are curling around the doggo. And then this is just another one of those WTFs.
Yoshitani DC Pride card stock. Okay, I get it. DC wants to do a Pride cover. How old is Robin? Because I'm pretty sure he's not... So if we're talking about DC Pride, we're talking about a section of sexuality.
And you should look closer at the cover and see the names of the people that are in the live chat talking to Robin currently.
They're all underage.
No, well, no. It appears that one of them is Babs, which is Batgirl. Okay. She's the one dropping the peaches because she's looking at Robin, or she's looking at Nightwing, I guess. But the other ones, questionable.
That's all right. Nightwing, number 105, 125, Vasco Georgiev. This is your 158 Dan Mora foil.
That's an awesome looking Nightwing cover right there.
Let's go to Sandman Universe Nightmare Country Glass House number 3, 125, David Romero.
And that is your sleep paralysis ghost.
AOA says Nightwing had the cake back there. God damn. Spirit World number 2, Dustin and Gwen. Don't forget that number 1 is still out there. There's your cover C, Jessica Louis Fong, DC Pride cardstock. Well, goddamn. I'm kind of confused because I don't see anything LGBTQ. Or are we saying that the characters are LGBTQ? All right, let's move it along. 125, Zoo or Zoo. Superboy Man of Tomorrow. That one is your cover B, Ricardo Lopez Ortiz. Superman number 5, Michael Janine.
Jimmy Olsen at the end of the last issue. Stop, Superman! Don't kill her. I love her, man.
She let me get my dick wet. Oh shit! Can't I can just kill.
I mean, Jimmy's not wrong. A lot of women are kind of the succubus. Kind of just, a byproduct of being with them.
Superman, let me holler at you real quick. Hey, there's 2 million people in this metropolis here, and she's the only one that let me get my dick wet. How about we just couch it for a second? Let me talk to her for a second and see what we can do. Nah, son. Nah. Superman number 5, 125, Hayden Sherman. Here's your 150, John Cassidy. That is a Lee Bermejo.
Weird.
I don't know what's going on here.
His chest is exploding with kryptonite. Did he eat a kryptonite hot dog or something?
Ugh.
Got the kryptonite heartburn?
Or he stuck some shit down his fucking pants or his dong there. I don't know what the fuck is going on. 1 in 25, Rafael Sarmiento. This is your Bartel Titans number 2.
So remember, everybody, Titans have taken over as the. I don't know. Is this in the mainstream DCU? Is this book, or is this the book that takes place in the Titans TV series, kind of like adapted?
So there is no main DC. According to DC, there's no main.
But there is this the universe where the Justice League is kind of like missing, and the Titans have taken over. And
that's still
that's the
thing.
main DCU. Don't let them fool you.
Yeah. So in the meantime, there's this other So say that's a thing. Flash is out there. He's running around, and he gets murdered. Okay, and now these Titans, they are responsible for finding out who is this murderer.
They already did this with Deceased, didn't they?
Moving on.
God damn. Oh, there's your next swimsuit variant. The Batman one's good, but it's not on FOC this week.
There's your 125 Evan Doxner. Then there's your 150 Nicholas Scott.
Yay.
Visual number 2, 125, and then RK.
Mel really likes Vigil.
Wildcats.
Yes.
Kale.
They are the Wildcats.
There's your 125 Otto Schmidt.
Wonder Woman.
Yep. Wonder Woman number 800, cover B. Excuse me. Cover H, excuse me. Daniel Sampier. That's your 125 Megan Huang. And there's your 150 Yannick Paquette. And then the one that you guys are going to really want to focus on is the cover K Daniel Sampier, $6.99 non-returnable.
Trinity. I was going to make a Neo joke, but
did you know that in Archie they're dealing with superheroes right now?
They're dealing with superheroes?
Yeah, they got superheroes in Archie right now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I forget the name of the superhero that's in this one, but that's what this is all about. There's a superhero in this fucking comic. Weird.
Sweet.
Animal Castle, Volume 2.
Number 2. Virgin cover.
Volume 2, yep. Haunted You to the End. This is the story that Mel likes. Tales of the Suspense by Image.
Mel got like 5 picks this week. What the fuck? But don't worry, all you sharks. He will tell you about them. And then tell you where to buy them. Because Mel's good like that. Gunslinger.
Number 21.
So is that not that's $3.99 now? That's not $2.99?
I guess so. Yep, $2.99.
Okay. That's a good cover too, by the way. Stained glass breaking. I like that. The Last Barbarians, which may or may not be AI.
Everybody's suspect now.
Everybody is suspect. It's fucked up. Like
something epic. And this is your. Is that a cover? Yep, cover A. Cover B. Back to the Future homage. Battle Chasers number 10. Don't look half bad, but I haven't read it yet, so. Beyond Wednesdays is looking for the link. So hold on, let me give me a quick section. Let's take a quick. I know you got your. Go ahead. Let's take a freaking quick drink and smoke break, and then so I can shoot McClay the link.
Reed Richards, you are the smartest man in the universe. And now there's an evil version of you loose in the world. Where do you think he's gone?
I'm less worried about where he is and more worried about what he's doing. The reason we've gathered here today is the lingering question. What is the Maker making?
The components he stole are unique and identifiable. He has to know that we'll be looking for those energy signatures. And he has to know that we'll know when he turns it on.
If you had the chance, if you had the hard choice to make, would you erase me from existence? I'll keep that in mind.
That was Marvel's Ultimate Invasion, and look at this! Look at this mother! Look, what the fuck? Wait, uh-oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, dude.
What do you mean?
What? Excuse my drunkenness, but what? What the fuck? What's going on? What the hell is going on, man? You looks like you just got done with the top 10. We were actually monitoring it, man, and there were some really, really good freaking picks on there, man. How's it going, man?
It's going good, dude. I gotta ask a question about that last thing you just played. So, are we bringing the Ultimates back into the Marvel universe? Is that what we're doing with this?
I haven't a fucking clue, man. God damn. I don't know what's going on. I thought we were doing weird freaking scroll variants. I don't know what the fuck is going on, man.
I do like the Maker though. I think the Maker's a great character.
Yes.
One of the few characters that came out of the Ultimates universe. But I mean, yeah, Hickman going back and he's getting some nostalgia. That's for sure.
Yeah, man. So what else is going on with you, man? Freaking, we haven't heard from you in a while, man.
Oh, bro, busy. You know how it is. And then the list has been getting later and later each week. So you know how that is too. Just one thing after the other, man. So, but it is what it is. I've been getting a fucking bunch of messages about our boy Ultra.
Mm-hmm. We're working on it. Yeah, we're working. Yeah,
covered it. I haven't been here. I want to hear what's going on.
Yeah.
Are you or you know what?
Yeah,
actually,
we're working on it.
Here's the thing. Nobody reaches out to me, but they reach out to my friends.
You're
right. They reach out to other people, but they don't contact me.
You're right.
That's what I find fucked up. So we're not even going to talk about it. Oh yeah, we already did.
We're not going to talk about it. Like that's why he came on the show, bro.
McClay? All right, so let me back up and rewind for the reasons why the Ultra Box hasn't been given away.
Well, hold on, wait. Before you say
hold up. Let me finish this.
Wait, hold on.
Car
Don't
accident,
incriminate yourself.
Rehab, death, bike injury, and now we're to where I am. Okay, and
don't incriminate yourself. I'm not coming at you hot like that.
This is my problem is multiple people want to make this a bigger thing than what it actually is.
Exactly. That's why I said, hey, let's just figure it out.
No. There's no need to figure it out. We figured this shit out a long time ago. I figured it out in private with my friends. My friends have talked to me about it. But the people who aren't my friends, who are making shit up just for clicks or for views or for whatever, haven't talked to me about it.
You're right.
That's what I got a problem with.
You're right. And
that's why we're not talking about it anymore. We've moved on. I already covered it earlier in this episode. I'm not getting into it. I'm especially not trying to get all loud about me, being upset about somebody from my past dying. That's not my wife. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that sucks. That's what I'm saying. Don't incriminate yourself. Don't incriminate yourself at all.
But for real, it's mostly because I work nights and barely sleep days. I haven't had fucking
that's what I'm saying.
My kid's gonna be getting out of school at the end of next week, and then after that, I'll have a lot more free time. Again,
So
this is the reason why I stopped doing my Wednesday show, is because I didn't have enough time. I couldn't fucking finish a show. I couldn't get a show prepped because I'm a one-man operation. I don't have a bunch of people helping me out doing shit. I do everything on my own.
I'm with you.
So because of that, I slimmed down to doing only the secret variant. And I could barely even fucking finish that. I don't even do like tonight. The fact that I'm even here and awake right now is because my work didn't call and I had it turned on while I was on the show. And honestly, after I'm done here, I'm probably going to go to work for a few hours. And I'm going to come home and I'm going to sleep until like sometime tomorrow afternoon. And I'm going to go back to work. So I won't be able to come on your show tomorrow because I'll be working.
So check this out. So here's my thing. Like, I get exactly what you're saying because I'm the same way, bro. I'm a one-man show too. The only help I get for any of the shows that I create are, every once in a while somebody will throw in a segment. Richie will throw in a segment. Stein will send me the list. But for everything else, you guys, I'm just like Ultra. I do the same thing. So I get what you're saying too. It's hard to do all that on top of having a kid, right?
Family.
Well, hold on. Having a kid, a young kid, right? You got a young boy. And a family at the same time, right? And a job at the same time. So I feel you. I'm the same way, dude. I got people that have won giveaways that I'm still sitting on. Shout out to my boy Louie. I haven't sent him his giveaway in a long time. So here's the thing, and that's why I said don't incriminate yourself. It's become a thing more than just somebody reaching out to you anymore. It's people in multiple chats, giving you shit, and I don't want that to happen. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's very easy to say.
I told Chad Cave last week when he came in here and started being a fool that I would send him back his book because I didn't know. First off, Chad said something about it, but the way it happened is somebody else was given that book by Chad, and then somebody else gave that book to me. So I didn't know it was from Chad, and that's why when Chad's coming in my chat talking shit, I'm like trying to fucking understand what's going on here. And it took other people telling me what was going on for me to figure it out. And this is again, I'm doing this right now. I'm taking time off of work. It's costing me probably between $200 and $300 to attend Drunken chat on a Friday night. Okay, so because of that, I don't want to hear anybody giving me shit. No. I don't want to hear anybody giving me shit about how long it takes me to give away something on my channel. Because here's the real deal. Here's what you don't know. I'm working with somebody. We were talking about doing a breakdown of the Ultra Box and giving it away in increments, but then with all this shit going on, no, I'm giving somebody the whole fucking thing. They're gonna get the whole fucking thing, the whole shebang.
You should.
Well, of course, dude. No. Let me finish.
You should do it in increments.
Right behind me.
To say you were gonna give it away.
It's sitting right behind me, and that's shit sitting right there. All of that shit is the Ultra Box, the same way it's always fucking been, and it's been out of place. It's not in my fucking CLZ inventory as part of my collection because that shit's not part of my collection.
So that
has to get out of my house, and I'm aware of that. And you know what? I'm going through more things than I'm even willing to admit on here because I have a private life I like to survive. But you know what? I'm not going to be harassed by these comic book fucking people just because I don't give away my giveaway.
All you have to do is say it like you're saying.
And again. I really wish my friends would have told me everybody who's messaging them so I can address these people personally, but they won't because they don't want to cause drama.
Quite a bit. It's been quite a bit, but you're right. I should have reached out to you before bringing it up on. You're right. I apologize for that. There's
a lot of that going on, and people are fucking afraid to talk to me for whatever reason, and they want to run to everybody else and be like, "Yo, did you see what your boy did?"
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right. I get that. But it's also become a point where like I don't want you to keep taking heat for something that you shouldn't be taking heat for, dude.
McClay, could you not tell by my jokes while I was on this show writing comments on your show that you were on the other channel? Do you think I really give a shit?
Yes.
A little bit, yes, but not as much as these guys are trying to make it out to be, which is the reason why I can throw it back at them just as much as they throw it at me. I don't care how much shit. But you know what? They're giving everybody else shit, which is the problem I have. Don't give my friends shit for stuff that I did if you got a problem with me.
Yeah.
And that goes to everybody out on the internet. Okay? So if you got a problem with me, don't go to my friends and say, I got a problem with your friend Ultra.
I think you should just send that fucker off, give it away, send it off, and then you're good. You
I want to leave it on the front porch and let it get rained on.
What?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Okay.
Lucas is going to help me give this box away.
Fucking A.
And I, again, in the summertime, will have a helper for a lot of other things besides comic books around the house. And I'm very thankful for that. But I'm also going to be, doing a lot of other things. But comic books isn't my job. I don't make money doing YouTube. Okay. There's a lot of people out there that make money doing YouTube by either selling comics on the back end. I've sold 2 comic book transactions this entire fucking year, hit my maximum for PayPal, and I'm pissed off about that. So fuck PayPal altogether. I don't rely on comic books as an income source. It's supposed to be fun. So this is the reason why when shit in my life takes priority over it, backseat. So can we get back to comic book entertainment, please, Lucas? Now that we have a 4-panel.
Yeah, man. Freaking. So, I know, McClay, that you got out of the game on cars.
Yeah. Somebody's got. Who's got? Is that you, Remo? There we go. Boom, boom.
Yeah. All right. So, here's an interesting thing that happened to me. So I'm at work at one of the sites, and I overhear these dudes talking about Pokemon cards, Magic cards and shit, right?
Yeah.
And the guy's like, "Yeah, man, I took it to all these freaking local shops, and they didn't want to look through it, man, because they said it was going to take too much fucking time."
Mm-hmm.
And the fucking shit fucking freaking tingles in my fucking head. Like, hey, you just got fucking paid. Take a fucking chance. So I said, hey man, what are you fucking talking about? He said, oh yeah, I'm talking about these Magic cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I don't know shit about fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. Nobody wants to fucking take a look at them. I said, hey man, I'll give you $200 sight unseen. He said, oh yeah, maybe I gotta take a look. I was like, no, don't take a look at the motherfuckers. Just bring the shit in. $200 sight unseen. Give me the shit. He says, all right, yeah. I'll bring it in. The guy. So the next day, apparently they had got together beforehand, and they were out in the fucking parking lot or some shit, fucking looking through the shit and trying to do searches on the fucking internet. And they were fucking writing on the sleeves how much they thought it was cost and what they came up with. Here's what they didn't know. There is a site called TCG Players. Write that shit down. This is my cornbread for you motherfuckers right now. It's called tcgplayers.com. And you can load it onto your fucking phone. And what you can do is you can point it at, especially it's not sports stuff, but like the Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and all the other shit. You point it at it, and what it will do is it will fucking register it. It will list it into a database, and it will tell you how much that shit fucking should cost. So the dude brings it in the next fucking day. He's like, hey man, if I can take a look at it. I'm like, nope, fucking take a look at it. Close the fucking binder and the fucking cards. Like, all right, I'll fucking pay you. Send him the fucking money. I take the shit home. It was last week.
What's the it's an app?
TCG. Let me make sure I freaking got it right.
Check the live chat right now. We got Custom Sports Cardi B telling you the app isn't all that accurate. It says it's like 25% accurate. So TCG Player app, he says, is not accurate. And Johnny Boy's comic, he is still blazing, Bri.
So here's where it is accurate, right? You can send some of that stuff back to TCG Players, and they will either give you cash or credit.
Wait, you could send cards to them?
Mm-hmm.
And
so it's not like
what they're saying it's worth on the app?
Yes, sir.
Do they have sports cards or just trading card games?
They have trading card games. So let me get to the rest of the fucking story, right?
There are apps like this.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I think it was like after I did the Saturday after we did freaking Drunken chat and everything, I'm fucking get to a couple of them. I'm like, oh man, I probably fucking wasted my fucking money. I get to like buy folder number 3. It's like okay, $20, $22. I was like, oh okay. Then I get to this one fucking page on the fucking binder. 2 of them were called like pyramid something. I forget whatever. Pyramid turtle. 2 of them gold foil, $150 each. I was like, oh yep, there you go, got my money back, right? But then we get to this other one. It was like I forget what it was called. It was like 269. Oh shit! Now I was like, yeah, I was like, oh shit! My wife hears me up front. She's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I was like, you ain't gonna believe this shit. Then I
You
come
got a
back.
puff code there, Brian?
Yeah. It's a mighty.
Oh shit! So
Yeah.
So a load of flour?
I got flour right now with THC diamonds on top. It also is, you can smoke DMT out of this too.
So
yeah, I don't need any help smoking that.
No, I thought the same thing, Ultra. This is the best way to smoke DMT.
I have to limit myself to that one talking to God moment per like every couple of years. So
yeah.
So here we go. Custom Cardi B knows exactly what I'm fucking talking about. That Dark Magician. That's the shit I got. $5.69 is what it fucking registered at.
But make sure it's the right version.
Yes, it was the right version because I checked all over the fucking place. That is the fucking right version. All right.
I'm only oh, that's right. Magic the Gathering Black Lotus card. I saw somebody had spray painted a set of wheels with a Magic the Gathering deck, and the Black Lotus was in there, and it got spray painted on.
Ooh. Let's see if I can fucking
Here's the
find
Dark
it.
Magician right here.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm only halfway through that fucking binder. And then I'm checking on. I'm like, all right, this is fucking great. It even has a fucking database and it's fucking free. Now here's the deal. So here we go. Yep, here's that Dark Magician right there. Fucking blur it out. Fucking whatever. There you go. Here's the Dark Magician right there. Right. That's one that was like for $560.
So you will tell you the value, and then whatever the value is, you can send it in, and they'll give you that cash.
Well, which Dark Magician is it? Is it? There's like 10 different types.
This is a gold foil.
Is it from what year? And what's the number on it?
You know, Brian, you are asking me like I know shit about fucking Yu-Gi-Oh fucking cards. I am relying. So what it can do is it can tell the difference between the different years and the different freaking things. Because I know I could see that like because what's interesting is you go bing bing bing. Bing, 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 right? And you just fucking go through over the whole fucking writing, go bing, 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 right? And they'll fucking tell you the fucking difference and shit. And then once something,
he said the number is below the picture.
Yeah. So, you motherfuckers are asking me, a drunk ass fucking person, to fucking read you some fucking numbers.
Hold it up to the camera.
Yeah.
Just put it straight up to the camera. All right.
Well, your camera's drunk too, man. It's not going to work.
Yeah, shit. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're gonna do
that one's only $10, bro.
Comic Crusaders. We're gonna do a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh show, and we'll fucking just go through that. Oh shit, we'll fucking, and I'll show you the fucking site. So, here's the deal. TCG Players now also does comics. Ooh. Where you can sell comics as well.
Another place to sell comics, huh? What are the fees?
Did you hear about Fanatics allowing people to start joining their buy it now thing or their selling group now?
No.
No, you can sign up for Fanatics live selling app right now if you guys want.
We'll see. We'll fucking check that shit out, man. We can sell all the place. See, Custom Cardi B says he's got some Magic Nissan Load. it's why I don't fuck with Dark Magician. I've got a gold border Dark Magician. I play collect Magic, but of course I'm aware of other main TCGs or UGO. Yeah, so this is where UGO gets tough because this is like the most of these UGOs are from like 1996. I know that much.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's weird. Um, but
It's amazing how expensive shit has gotten in things non-Pokemon. Used to only be Pokemon and a few Magic the Gathering cards that were worth any money. And now it's like tons of other shit. People talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, MetaZoo, fucking all kinds of other Disney cards. Those
what's the
cards,
name of the Disney thing now? What the
Krakauer or something like that, or Krakow, or
yeah, I forget what it's called. And we actually talked about it for a while, maybe 3 or 4 months ago. Whenever that freaking event was, and then the shit first came out, and we talked about it. I was like, "Hey, this seems to be a freaking thing." And it was like everybody poo pooed me. I was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but hey, here you go.
yeah,
Midazu is shit. No longer gives you returns.
MetaZoo is shit. Yeah.
Yeah. But so I just wanted to make sure people were tracking that. It's called tzgplayer.com. Go through it. It's something that you might want to freaking track. Definitely, like if you're like me and you're a fucking trash player, whereas you go to like those flea markets and there's always those 2 or 3 people out there, and I'm telling you, all you got to do is just make sure you bring yourself like a white piece of paper, put it behind the fucking cards, and just go beep 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 beep. Takes you like 3 seconds, beep 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 beep, and if you just go through that shit, and trust me, it actually freaking worked out. Because you never know what you might fucking find. I mean, and then like if you're looking for a new platform to fucking sell your shit, TCG Player, apparently they're trying to freaking get into that form as well, man. Now, Brian, are you still off on sports now, or you just said totally fuck it, or what?
I just opened a case of Bowman blasters and a case of Bowman retail boxes. I decided to stay away from any of the hobby stuff because they're just too expensive, dude. They're way too expensive. It's $4,000, $5,000 a case. Yeah. For that stuff right now, where I bought a case of Bowman blasters for 1,300. Sorry, yeah, 1,300, and I bought a case of Bowman retail boxes for 1,700, and I pulled just as much autos out of those that I would out of a hobby box. So if you guys want to buy something, but a case of something and it's just too expensive, buy retail, because here's the reason why I always buy cases of Bowman. Bowman, you can pull the big hits and sell them right away, and then you could take everything else and put, like, other than the vets, right, and then put it in a box and sit on it for 3 years, right? Because those players might not ever hit the major leagues until at least 2 years.
Yeah.
After the first Bowman comes out, and half those players weren't even big when Bowman came out. Half the players that are big when Bowman comes out and they're selling for a ton, some of them don't even make it to the major leagues, So, I would suggest that, but yeah, that's all I did for baseball this year.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Topps Chrome Black and Bowman Chromes and shit that I still haven't fucking open. I've got it in the kitchen, and I keep for the last 3 months. I'll tell my wife I am going to open the shit, and it's just sitting there in the fucking kitchen. I promise, baby, I'm going to open it. I still fucking haven't opened that shit.
Yeah.
Dave Aslan says, had to deep research at time. TCG buys a lot, never sold, and I've been pleased. Yeah, they do comments down, and it'd be an interesting topic.
Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't they do comics before though?
I don't know. So the only reason why I knew about TCG is because Diamond actually had like on like the side they had like a little, I don't know what you call it, like an ad for it. And all I know about TCG is that Pokemon Magic, that's TCG. That's all I fucking know. I was like, oh, they got an app. Let me fucking check it out. That's the only reason why I went in and freaking just played out for me. So
you can just scan cards and it gives you values and stuff.
It's not just the values that's an important thing. It's the fact that it identifies what the fuck it is.
Right.
I can give a fuck about because they can tell me it's $1,000, whatever. That doesn't fucking matter to me. It matters whether or not it identifies what the fuck it is, right? And it has been spot on because I was like, oh, let me freaking make sure it, and sure enough, it's spot on. Daniel's saying, and at Customer Support Squad, be called it eBay owns TCG Player now. Okay. So it is what it is, man. Freaking oh right. Let's freaking get back onto some of this effort because I know you guys want to actually hear about comic stuff, man. And I was actually happy to see the top 10 because there was a lot of stuff that I scraped out on the top 10 like weeks ago that you guys actually ended up playing through. To include that Spider Boy shit that was that second print that I've got
Garbage.
2 or 3 copies around it. Yeah.
Fucking garbage.
Oh yeah, it'll be $10 a couple weeks from now. $5 to $10 a week from now, but here it is. TCG app is more accurate with Magic and Pokemon. It actually scans wrong card foil. It's got a setting that you can make more accurate, and you should place the cards in the well lit area. Okay. So right now I'm looking at the Battle Chasers number 10, cover E, botch low. Absolutely freaking scandalous. Covered nothing but a knife and a freaking scarf.
Did you see Bird City's variant for that?
I did not.
Nakayama.
If somebody wants to send me the link on Instagram, freaking just send it to me and then let me know when you got it in here. There's your Scotty Young. Marca Andolfo. There's by Apex Comics. There's the Right Project. There's a foil. Ghost Lore number 2 by Boom.
That's cool looking. It's a cool cover.
Tentacles.
Go back to the trade dress on that. I like the trade dress on that.
Just saying, tentacles, my dudes. Tentacles. Everybody's like, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, look at the shadow. Tentacles.
Got some spikes on those.
I forget what the fuck this is. Oh, wait. Let me make sure I bring up the... Did my shit not carry over?
Are you guys going to be going to San Diego?
I wish I could, man.
You might be going next weekend. I don't know about the Comic Con, but I might go next weekend. I don't know when is Comic Con. When is San Diego Comic Con? Is it
July?
At the end of summer? Yeah, mid
yeah.
summer.
Yeah. So
you gonna make it out that way? You said you're going, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to San Diego, and then Phoenix has a con the 2nd of June, so I'll be hitting that up. But yeah, I was hoping some of you guys might be going to San Diego. Well, Steve, what does Steve say? Steve says, I've been clean what will be 21 years this June 6th, and I thought I did every drug imaginable but meth. I have no clue what half the shit McClay talks about.
Does he not watch Joe Rogan?
All right, so let me give the preface, right? If you have a problem, please seek help. Okay, we are not endorsing that as an adult that you do any type of alcohol, drugs, or whatever. But if you have and you have identified that you need help, please absolutely freaking seek help. I am available 24/7. You can freaking hit me on freaking Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, and I am there for you. I will freaking um, be on the phone with you as we talk through your freaking problems. And yes, I am certified to actually help you out with all that stuff. Um, just ignore the fact that I may have a little bit of a hydration issue. All right.
Yeah.
um, but
Steve,
yeah,
real quick, just to put it out there, DMT is like LSD or mushrooms on steroids, but it only lasts 10 to 12 minutes instead of 8+ hours, 5 to 8 hours. And I myself am also a former addict. I was a heroin addict for 10+ years, and I am sober on. I no longer use heroin. But I do smoke lots of cannabis and use psychedelics. And DMT is a venom that it's a part of a venom. There's a toad that secretes a venom, and 5-MeO methyl ditryptamine, I think it's called. 5-MeO DMT comes from that venom, and you're able to safely smoke it. And it basically is every plant on the earth creates DMT naturally, and so does the human body in small doses. Comes from your pineal gland, they think. It's the
DMT
drug
is what's released when you die in your body.
yeah, or when you have major like traumatic trauma, if you lose an arm or something, DMT will release in small, and it also they think is what is releases in small amounts when you hit REM sleep, which causes dreaming. But the thing about DMT that's to me the most amazing part is that it's helping addicts get off drugs, and it's helping hardcore post-traumatic stress vets that are dealing with that like crazy, not have to deal with that shit anymore. They call it a hard reset. And one of the best things that I could send you to right now is go look up Sean Ryan and Marsoc DMT. Sean Ryan, Marsoc DMT.
So
And,
McClay, let's have a little moment of reality real quick.
Mhm.
If it weren't for the DMT that I was given after the death of the person that passed, I wouldn't have been able to step foot back on a podcast.
Yeah.
Remember when I took a little hiatus before then hurting myself? Well, that was what the hiatus was about. Is I'm still grieving.
Yeah.
Almost a year later, 6 months later, 7 months later. It's one of the most rough losses that I've experienced in my life, and I've lost family members, and this one hurt me more.
Yeah.
So if it weren't for the DMT, that was a part of the healing process for me.
Yeah. Yep. DMT basically teaches you that this is not the beginning and the end here in this life.
Yeah, but what the best side effect was if you have ever felt a tremendous amount of tension and weight upon your soul, you usually carry it like right in your chest. And if you do DMT, that tension is released almost instantaneously. It's one of the first things you feel. Relaxation.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Recommend.
Yeah.
So I'm looking up. Well, so Dan, as it says, he smoked DMT. He drinks in his pothead when I can get it. Acid head for left when he can get it. Drugs may lead to nowhere, but at least it's a scenic route.
Love Stephen Wright. New book.
A little cocaine with no fentanyl. Please do not fuck around with fentanyl.
Let's be real about this real quick. The county that I live in has a town that has a waterfront bar area that has people dropping dead in bathrooms. Stay safe out there. Especially
so I won't even think about buying drugs on the street anymore, even cannabis. Yeah. Because there's stories about people's mixing up drugs accidentally, and people are dying from fentanyl on cannabis. So I don't even know why anybody would even think about buying drugs in the street. right now because fentanyl is so fucking dangerous, man. If fentanyl was around when I was using, I'd be dead 10 times over. And so would everybody else. Majority of people that were using it with me.
Yeah, Steve says he was an addict for 3 years, man,
Yeah.
and destroyed everything.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Do you know if they ever made a Venom or Carnage cover with French kissing? Maybe it's right. Hey, tell you what, you find an artist that will draw that shit. I'll get a retail exclusive for you, man.
Or you know, and everybody going to be shipping it right now is going to be the Mary Jane Carnage versus Gwenom.
It's so weird, man. I don't get that shit. To me, this is such a boring story.
Oh, people read this?
Yeah.
STCC is from July 19th to the 23rd. Daniel asked was, hey, does anyone know who was told to retailers on Void Rivals? Rumorville is the visible related. I've been looking through my emails to see if there's anything. Here's what I'll make sure there's not anything crazy. So I can show this with you guys. Yeah, here we go. All right, so here's my email. It says Void Rivals customer retailer video unlock. It says that for any retailer whose FOC orders of Vital Void Rivals #1 meets or exceed 100 copies of open order covers A, B, or F in any combination, Robert Kirkman will record a custom video for usage in your stores or your social channels. This video will be approximately 30 seconds in length, features 2 distinct portions.
We should order and have him do a drunken chat commercial.
Yeah.
Here's what I will say. If y'all buy 10 from me at cost, take their cover retail at cost, I'll think about it.
Think about it.
I'll think about it. Well, yeah, once I get to 50, yeah, we're definitely gonna fucking do that. Fuck that. Do the fucking thing. For any retailer whose FOC orders of #1 meets or exceed 1,000 copies of the open order, Skybound will coordinate a 1-hour virtual event for the qualified retailer and the store with Robert Kirkman.
Don't threaten me with a good time. 1 whole hour, huh?
Yeah, 1 whole hour. And the covers suck, so fuck no. Nah, son, nah. 30 seconds, I think that's enough. Man. Moving on, Spider Boy, all over the freaking place.
Who?
Spider Boy.
Who?
Spider-Man, Spider Boy, whatever.
I've never heard of her.
New flavor of the month. New guy.
He's gonna surpass Miles.
Yeah. Nah.
No, but what they're going to do is they're going to take the Kamala Khan route on Miles. They're going to kill him next and replace him with Spider-Boy. But you know who they're going to replace Kamala with? That dude Paul that they introduced in Amazing Spider-Man. He's going to be Mr. Marvel.
You really think that they're going to replace Miss Marvel? There's no way. Kamala Khan. There's no fucking way.
Well, they might replace her with the other chick that looks like her, or Paul from Amazing Spider-Man.
Karen.
I'm just going with a running joke that somebody took the picture of Paul, who's the John Romita Jr. dude who's being drawn, banging Mary Jane right now. Well, somebody superimposed the Ms. Marvel mask on him, and he said, "I'm Mr. Marvel."
So here we go. Yeah, Edge of Spider-Verse #3. This one is the 1/100 Ramos. This is your 1/200 Mark Bagley.
Hell no.
Come on, you know you want it, Remo. You know you want it.
No, I own 0 copies of Spider-Boy. These will not be in the Ultra Box. None of them.
It's
that one actually. Look, if he wasn't doing 17 of them, that might actually be a really cool Venom cover.
Do not buy
this 17
copy.
of them.
Do not FOC this cover. Don't do it.
I like how they have the other trade dress in the background too. That makes it cool to me because I'm sure, like you guys or like me, you guys bought all those variants. Those were like some of the first variants I remember making sure I bought them all to complete the set for the Spider-Man costume variants for the other.
I was out of comics at that time that series was out, so I was missing out on all of those. But I know that there's a couple of really chased after ones from that other set. So that's a clone story, right?
It was a story called, was it One More Day or the other, and then One More Day? The other was talked about like it was supposed to be the greatest Spider-Man story ever written up to that point, and I fucking bought in on it all and read all the tie-ins, and it was so garbage. It was so bad.
And then they did One More Day and reset everything.
Yep.
And then One Moment in Time, which was omit.
Yeah.
So thank you, Clay, for sending us this the copy from Bird City, the Battle Chasers issue number 10, limited to 500 by David Nakayama.
Yeah.
I love that cover. That's a great cover. But I hope Nakayama doesn't continue this thing where most of the covers that he does has that negative space type look without it being negative space, the same color background.
Oh, but
because
it will.
I'm tired of that already. You already made 100 of those for Unknown Comics. Why do you got to do it at other places? Like, that's such a great cover other than the red background.
DT says if I were using that, I would probably not be here, not knowing fentanyl being laced with that. Look, if anybody doubts the harm that's being done by fentanyl, all you got to look at is some of the videos of the Kensington or the Frankfurt marketplace in Philadelphia. All right, that's where I used to freaking hop on a freaking train to fucking go to fucking school every single fucking day. And now it is mauled by at least 30 to 50 people on the weekends. And all you see them doing is doing either this,
smoking out of foil,
or not even smoking anymore, just freaking bent over.
Zombie.
Yeah, just done. Done, sir, done. I am all for freedom and liberty of life to do what you want with your freaking life, but you should at least
required.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you should at least be able to find your, able to get to a space where you're, free to not be fucked with, and those guys are just
One of the worst things that happens is when you become an addict on opiates, you really don't care. Addicts don't care, but when you become an addict on opiate, you really don't care. You will steal from your mother and not even think twice about it, as long to not go through withdrawals. So that's such an issue. And I saw when I was in Seattle for East Emerald City last year, the streets were packed, and you could walk down every street, and you'd get to a point on the street, and there'd be like 3 or 4 dudes surrounding each other, smoking fentanyl in the broad daylight, open, not even like huddling in a corner, just open. Cops would be standing next to them, and families of kids would be fathers would be shielding their kids' eyes from this.
Yeah.
And the cops don't do shit because they know it's not even worth it. The laws there are, I mean, you're out in less time than it takes to fucking break open a fucking pill.
So, Clay, with the fact that comics has absolutely run out of fucking ideas.
Yeah.
How come they don't write about that?
Great point. I don't know. I think that there's been some really good indie books that have tried. I know, what's his name, a few years ago really tried with his first book, No Heroin. I think that was a thing where his brother had passed away. Frank Gogol, his brother had passed away, and he wanted to try to do something. It can be done. It's just tough. It's tough to do, man, because either, for the most part, there's not a person. I mean, listen, fentanyl death, ODs, is our number one killer between males 18 to 48. Overtook cancer, which is crazy. We all say that everybody in this country all has somebody that they know or love that's been affected by cancer. Well, it's double that for opiate addiction. And for the longest time, that wasn't the case. Opiate addiction has become such a major thing, and the opiates that they're addicted to are stronger on a level that humans have never even thought to known, and it's just being pumped into this country on a never-ending stream, by China, and that's not even being political; it's the truth.
Whoa! Hey. we appreciate and love the Chinese people.
Yeah. No, it's not nothing to do with that. It's just that's where it's coming from. Yeah.
I just don't want the hackers to fuck my shit up.
Yeah. It's
You know
funny.
what I
It's
mean?
funny. They won't even. It's funny. You know
We
what?
know they listen to the Russians and the Chinese are absolutely listen to the shit. I just don't want my shit
I
up.
watched a show the other day talking about the golden triangle in Myanmar, right? And Burma. And for the longest time, like they weren't growing as much there. Now they're growing poppies on a crazy another level. And guess what? 90% of it doesn't even come to America. It goes to China and Australia, because the Chinese are shipping all the fentanyl over here, man. They don't, you know what I mean? Like they're pulling in heroin from another country, basically because the fentanyl comes right here and it's killing people on a level faster than cancer for males 18-48, and that's a big problem. And here's the biggest problem with it. Let me tell you the first time that I ever used heroin and what it felt like. First time I ever used heroin, I was super fucking withdrawing off of OCs, of OxyContin use. And my boy hits me up and goes, "Hey man, I'm at this hotel. Come hit me up." I think I was like 18 or something like that, and 19. And he says,
We're just a baby.
Yeah, he says, "I'll help you out." I go and hit hair. I go and he goes, I go to this hotel. He goes, "Here, this is what I got. Black tar heroin. I smoke it. I take a couple puffs, and the only way to explain it is, for me, and this goes with also with opiates. The first time I used opiates, but I really felt that the first time I used heroin again. The first time that you ever had that feeling in your stomach about love, like you might be in love or something, that feeling, that super warm blanket that comes over you when you like think about the person that you love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Exactly what it felt like. It felt like this warm blanket coming over me. And that warm blanket is so powerful that it takes away all your pain for a short period of time and then just triples it on you. But that short period of time is so amazing and so unstressful, and you don't have to worry about anything, and you feel love, right? Without having to feel love. That's the best way to explain it. It's like it is the best warm blanket in the world, and that's the problem. It is the best warm blanket in the world, and then 3 hours later you need more, or you are so sick, and it's not just a flu, it's not just a cold, right? And you're not going to die from it, but that sickness is so terrible that you're willing to steal from your mother. You know what I mean? That says a lot. So it's a tough thing to beat, and I think the only way that we beat it right now is education and help. Just pulling drugs away from drug addicts means nothing. They'll always figure out, a drug addict will always figure out a way to get drugs. By the time that you're injecting yourself with drugs, you don't want to be injecting yourself with drugs anymore. You're just doing it to get by. So
yeah. DT is saying, if you have not seen Sick Doctor with Michael Keaton, please see it. It's so powerful.
Yeah.
And then John Boy's comic says, if addicts of heroin did the black tar, there'd be no fentanyl. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. But yeah, it's two totally different drugs.
It's not totally different drugs. It's basically the same drugs, but it's tougher to OD from black tar than it is fentanyl. I mean, fentanyl, the LD50 on fentanyl is like minuscule compared to it on heroin. And here's the other crazy thing: heroin that's good heroin is actually not really bad for you by itself. If you know how to take your dose and administer it right, and you're able to hold a job, long-time drug addicts, I mean, that's what people always try to chip and get away with it. And chipping is a fallacy, man. You're always you're always going to say, hey, I'm just going to do it every third day, and that's going to turn into every third hour. So good luck.
The John Boy's comics is talking about the art germ. He's talking about looks like he's talking about the Loki
Silk
cover.
art germ. The one that's it was a 1 in 25. It seems to be selling pretty well.
Okay.
Which one?
The 1 in 25 from Silk #1, the DNA, the Nakayama.
Bro, that dude, which is the one where it's her sitting on like a car and there's a bunch of people webbed up at the bottom and she's got a face mask on. Which one is that?
I don't know. I've never seen that before.
So good, dude. It's so good.
No, David Nakayama drew one with her wrapped up in her silk with a dress. And it was a 25 copy incentive, and it's doing better than most of the other variants. But it's still a book that has a ton of store exclusives. So there's everybody sitting on fucking like 300 something of those. So
yeah,
they're out there.
Yeah. DT says addicts have to admit they have a problem. They want help. Most do, but some are captive by the addiction. They don't. So I will say so from the DSM-5, what has to happen is you have to identify that that person has to have had a hatred of what's been happening to them for more than 3 to 4 months. And once that person identifies that, then maybe you can go down the checklist and say, okay, this person actually needs help. If the person says, well, yeah, I've been doing it, but I don't really care because I like what I've been doing so much, then there's nothing that the psychiatric or a psychologist can do to help them.
You know what that's called, Lucas? You know what that's called? This is the best way to put it. And I've helped 10 good friends get sober, right? But I'm not saying I'm like a drug counselor, but I will say every time somebody comes to me and goes, hey, so and so has a problem, I say, are they ready to get off? And they say, what does that mean? Have they called you and said, help me get off this drug? If not, they're not ready. Unless an addict wants to get off and get clean, they're not ready. They have to reach out. And otherwise, you're just fighting a losing battle.
You know what, man? Brian, you're absolutely pointing out the correct stuff, because often what happens is they don't ask for help until they're up to the pinnacle of losing absolutely everything. In fact, the DSM-5 actually points that out. That hey, until they're in danger of losing their job, or they've already lost their job, until they're in danger of losing their wife or their freaking kids or the rest of their family, they don't freaking
whatever
seek
their
help.
support system is. Yeah,
right. Yeah, because it's a freaking dangerous thing, because you don't, no matter what, if that's thing that's making you because I've known several people like that are alcoholics, absolute alcoholics, but because their lifestyle doesn't make them lose anything, they're going to continue around on that path, right? But once they get pulled over for a DUI, and because they got pulled over for that DUI, they will lose their job because they have a job that requires them to be absolutely fucking clean. Then when they get pulled over that DUI and they lose their fucking job, then they lose their wife because their wife was only with them because they had a fucking great fucking job in the first place. Then the wife takes the fucking kids with them, right? And then the wife takes the kids and starts talking shit about them. And then they lose their fucking friends, and only then they realize, oh shit, I've actually lost everything. Guess what? I need freaking help.
Yeah.
I don't know why either, Eugene. I thought I was going to go to work, but apparently my request line is broken.
Well, here's another thing along those lines, Lucas. Ultra dude, I'm glad that you found something that would take that stress off of you. It sucks that you went through that, and I think that I know you don't want to let people know that type of shit, but sometimes it's good to know that type of shit, to know what's going on with you, because nobody can reach out if they don't know. But I'm glad that you took it upon yourself, hopefully, or somehow.
No, dude,
that change.
The story behind that's even crazier. Let me tell you, I was working my job one night and I had a pickup, and he he was a little off. He was just a little bit off. And he got in the car and he asked me, he's like, dude, what's wrong with you? And it was immediately like a few days after. And I told him what happened. And he's like, look, man, I want to give you a cart. And then when he couldn't find the cart, he gave me pure DMT. I'm like, wow, dude, like, thank you. And he's like, just, take care of yourself. So it was kind of a recommendation from somebody else for me to use it for well-being. And I knew it's not my first rodeo with it. I'm a little bit on the experience and seasoned side myself of things, but it definitely, the tension that I carried with me once that release had happened, it's making it manageable. Let's just be honest. I think about a lot of shit day in and day out that keeps me from being able to do a lot of things elsewhere. Part of the ADHD thing that's still in me in my old age, but I live 5 very incomplete lives at once. It's kind of fun. But yeah, this is the thing. Natural medicine is always going to be there for us, regardless of what the chemical compounds the DuPont Corporation would like to push upon us. And McClay, I know with your brother and his experience with cancer, man, that's like, and then finding a natural remedy that is frowned upon because, and that's just it. You remember, it got to a point where anything that was originally a cure for something was labeled holistic or whatever once the chemical compound, homeopathic. All the original cures out there were labeled homeopathic once the drug industry came in.
Yes.
And honestly, I am not sponsored by Pfizer. So I don't recommend you be either. But we live in a messed up world, man. We really do. Humans should at least have 6 hours to themselves to be able to meditate and talk to the universe. Maybe your frequency will be a little bit higher and you can communicate to more things around you and be more in tune. But right now, the world is designed to make us try to hate each other.
Yep. Yeah. Money and power and greed. It's the same old. It's just how it's done.
Oh man, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Bry's top 10 was not going on the pinkish Bizarro cover. I think it's wicked sick. What do you guys think?
Bizarro?
You haven't seen it yet?
I probably have. No, I probably have.
It's the foil cover from Big Time Collectibles, the Superman foil covers. But instead of Superman, it's Bizarro and it's purple foil. And listen, here's the problem, Johnny.
Where's that
boy.
horse?
Yeah. Here's the problem, Johnny boy. It's a cool fucking cover. It's the best foil cover out of them all, in my opinion. The purple and the yellow pop. Who doesn't love Bizarro's logo? It's beautiful. The problem is like Ultra said, it's a dying horse at this moment. And
that horse has been sausage a long time ago, man.
Bro, it's just like I don't know, man. It's like battle damage covers. I love Tyler Kirkham. I think Tyler Kirkham's amazing. I've loved him ever since his very first comic, The Gift. Raven Gregory. Yeah, it's those covers. When that first battle damage cover came out, it was beautiful. When the Omni-Man cover came out, it was cool. When the Eve one came out, it was still cool. After that, it just I can't. How many times can you see somebody in that same pose and battle damaged? It's cheesy now, and he's going to continue doing it. He's going to beat a dead horse, and that's what's happening with those foil books. Yeah, Tyler Christopher. Yeah, Star Wars variants. At least with the Star Wars one, you know what I mean? Like, it's still nostalgia, and it's still cool seeing like the card and stuff, and you can hang them on your wall, and it's still. But you're right, it's basically the same thing.
Like, and I collect that because I like that theme. It's the same reason why somebody else is going to collect all the battle damage ones too. But it's like you do got to come to a point where artists need some originality. You just pointed out the same thing about the Nakayama covers all having the same red background to them. It's stale right now. The market is stale, and I can tell because I've been to the shop one time in 2 months, and I came back with 5 books.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it's bad. So
but that's the problem,
Well,
Johnny, is
5.
that like yeah, that's a cool one though, man. That's a super cool one.
Well, I mean, the only reason everybody's even after that one is because there's stuff on the inside. I got mine for cover because I pre-ordered the action figure variant every fucking month. So I'm still on that train.
Yeah, if you are gonna do something like that, like I don't obviously I don't. It's money. Your people like good for what's his name, Nelson at Big Time Collectibles. Like great fucking idea, make your money. But here's the problem: is it's gonna push away some people from the hobby. They're gonna get put off by it. But here's the thing.
With store exclusive, do you really think it's really hitting anybody but like the hardcorest of hardcore people who collect?
I think it is right now. I think more than ever, we're starting to see more and more people walk away from the whole store exclusive thing, the remaking. If it works once, do it 10 times over. And I think that's good. And that's the only way it's going to happen is people stop buying it. Right? It's the only way anything is ever going to happen. But here's the other thing, bro. Well, let me ask you something, Ultra. This is a perfect thing. All right. I think that it would be much better, and I think you would probably make just as much money if instead of saying that you only have a 3,000 print count on them, make it a print count of 200, right? And sell it for the copies for more. And then you can make more as not of the same one, but you can like if there's only 200 of those variants each time, that's cool. I'm cool with it. But if there's 1,000 or more, like that's overkill, and I'm gonna get super tired of it because I'm gonna watch the prices die, just like I'm watching the prices die on the secondary market for those gold foil Supermans. They were at once easy $1,300 9/8. Now they're $300 if you're lucky. So like. Do you want the value of your product to consistently die every month? Or would you rather have it go up in value, make it more wanted, you know what I mean, and sell it for decades? I mean, you could do a foil variant for, once every 6 months for decades. If you only do 200 copies, you make them super wanted, super collectible, rare. You create that rarity, that false sense of rarity. But the false sense of rarity of having an extra 1,000 in boxes in your garage is not the way to do it.
Oh, you mean the warehouse sale that comes later? Yes.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Can't forget about those.
Just like TT says, he says he has slowed down very much from store exclusives from when he got back into comics, got that exclusive bug. He knows now, and it has learned since.
And thank God for that bug bringing you back in, man. And that's good. That's what we want.
Yeah. So when I first got really back into comics, I got lucky. I got into comics. I got back into comics when Del Auto was like the hot fucking thing, right? So, there was this one retailer. I think his name was Bulletproof. I think it was like Bullet or Bulletproof or something like that. He had that Harley Quinn freaking joint that Adam Hughes, not that Adam Hughes, the Del Auto Harley Quinn. That shit was fucking hot. Took that fucking Baltimore, got it slabbed. Fucking $200 out the fucking door. Then right after that, the Del Auto had a Venom. Right, that was like a. You just gotta fucking trust me. Fucking spend a whole bunch of fucking money on this shit. Bam, $300 at the fucking door. So I got lucky just following fucking Del Auto. Now everybody's got a fucking exclusive. You can't just do that shit any fucking more, man. And trust me, I love Ant and I love Laura from Bird City. I love Hive Comic. I love them as people, but I can't just say, hey, go ahead and buy that shit and fucking more because you get your fucking money back, or you'll go ahead and buy the shit because you'll fucking love it. I can't do that shit any fucking more because that whole fucking game is over right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now if you like it, 100%. Just say it.
Yeah, Edwin Aguilar is saying, "Hey, Hook 181 foil fix coming out in July. Online stores already overcharging for it. So no, I just fucking talked about this. They are not overcharging for it because they are not getting any discount whatsoever for the Hulk 181 foils. I even showed the email from Penguin Random House where they said, "Yeah, there's no discount for it. You get what you
Sorry,
get."
I distracted everybody talking about the Scarlet Scarab at that point.
Yeah,
Threw them off.
there's no discount for it. Right? There's some discounts that are like 16%, but the Hulk 181, there's no discount for it. So they're
That's going to be an
not
incentive book, bro.
overcharging
They're
for
going
it.
to be like, that's $100 on release day if they wanted to, and they're going to
Oh
put a
yeah,
sticker price on
if
that
it's
shit.
$100, then yeah, they're fuck them, right? But if you start seeing it for $10, do not be shocked. I'm telling you, don't be shocked because for the retailer to get it from Penguin Random House, there's no discount for them. If it says $6.99, that's how much it fucking costs for the retailer. So they, in order to make their money back, they got to charge at least $9 to $10 for it.
So that's why you got to
And you
pre-order
don't,
with somebody
yeah,
you trust who's not going to jack up the price on you before it even releases.
yeah, like yeah. I mean, our pull box will try and get you to within $1 of the cost, but it's still gonna freaking cost you a bit. So
And
good.
DT is right. It could be $20 on New Comic Book Day at your local shop. They could be charging $100 for it because they could be living out in the boonies and think that they've got the only Hulk 181 foil in 400 fucking miles. They could be like, I
FOC
want
is the
money
way
for
to
this
go.
thing.
Yeah, FOC may be the way to go. And when Aguilar Economics, the comics has them for $5. Yep. So you know what? I forget how much it cost because I have the slide somewhere. But then we went back to how much people were selling for it in Terrapeak,
But
and they were
why are
selling
you
for
going
it
to
for
pay
280.
for another Hulk 181 reprint? You can get a True Believer for $1. And I'm pretty sure your shop still has True Believers of 181 for $1 in the back issue bin.
How many times have I said, "Hey, let's try in 2023. Let's send a message to the publisher and the distributors that we're not doing homages anymore. Let's try something different. Let's try something different. Let's fucking hey that weird fucking art that's fucked up. Let's fucking try it. But what we will not do is play premium price for something that's just a mod or exact print of some art that we saw 20, 30 years ago. Let's try something. But I guess y'all are just gonna keep going doing what y'all want to do and paying premium for the same bullshit. Y'all go ahead and do
Why would
that.
that? How is that book even going to look good? And why would that book look good in foil, anyways? I don't get that. Hulk 181 bullshit.
Brian, don't
Because
ask questions.
haven't you been seen? They've been foiling everything and sending them through Lamol, Mexico, and then getting everybody to fucking overpay for them on eBay. When somebody's picking them up down there for fucking pennies on the peso and fucking making a killing.
There's certain books that would look great on foil, but here's another problem. Just like you're saying, Ultra. They're making them so cheesy and so normal and basic. Like they're not even like doing cool things. Like we talked about a foil book on the show tonight. It's that Art Germ Catwoman cover, but they did a gold foil of it, and you can tell that the gold foil is only used in certain areas of the book, which kind of make it pop in a way. And it made me think like certain books should only be using gold foil as foil as like accenting, now, because the whole thing of the whole cover being foil or metal is tiring. So let's go back to just accenting in a cool way.
That's actually what Transformers used to do for the first run of Infiltration. They had a regular cover, and then they'd have an incentive variant that would just have like a little bit of a foil change to it, and that's how you would easily identify the retail incentive over the other one. And then they, of course, for the relaunch of More Than Meets the Eye and Robots in Disguise, they actually did foils on all 4 connecting covers and the gatefold and the 1 per stores. So they did a lot of foil treatment on just the logo, which really made it pop. But yeah, I agree. There's ways of being able to use like these foil treatments and trick treatments and whatever the hell else they want to do. You know, the Spectral Wildcats #2 cover kind of effects.
Yeah. Custom Sports Cardi B says he's betting that lenticulars come back.
As long as the lenticulars work better than the last batch. Because remember, the only reason why we even have second prints for some of those books is because the artwork was so you couldn't even ID the artwork on the lenticulars.
You're Custom Sports Cardi B. You're on my shit list for even bringing that shit up. Jesus Christ.
Which ones were returnable? Were the lenticulars the returnable ones, or the non-returnable?
I don't even know, man. Steve Shuss says, "Hey, when they bring back damn hologram covers." Daniel Aslan says, "Magic cards foil for standard is the thing, regardless of the look. You got a book that sells for thousands, a full replica now in full. It was made for a 2023 FOMO."
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna be worthless tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, all right. So a couple more comments, and we're going to spin that muffin wheel. DT says, "Got me a couple of the Jenny Fizz Sandman, Nightmare County, Lake FOMO can foil. It's good, like 100 released last
I would
year."
love to have one of those. Those are gorgeous.
Yeah, I think I just got mine. If it's the same one I'm thinking about, I think I just got back. Mine went back like a couple weeks ago. 9/8. Wow, fucking beautiful. And then Maris Comics and Collectibles just waiting for a scratch and sniff it's come out. He's fuck that. That's the last thing I fucking need. All right, here we go. I will give you guys 2 minutes to comment. Right, if you guys haven't commented already, in order to get on the fucking wheel, the prize is going to be a surprise fucking box. And once again, if you win, all you got to do is send me a note on freaking my Instagram at Children's Greens Cornbread. And then once my next shipment goes out, that shit will be out there. Maris commented should have did that for Mad Boys Guard Pale, blah blah blah. All right. So yep, here we go. 2 minutes and that time is 4:42. You got till 4:44. Go ahead and put a comment in there if you haven't already, and we will go and freaking spin a freaking wheel. In the meantime, while we're doing that, we got freaking more FOC stuff to go. This is your Extreme Venomverse 1 to 25. Oh, who sent this to me? Get Over Here Comics sent me this shit on Instagram. It says, "Hey, a Spider-Verse Whopper from Burger King with a red bun." Look, I love the fact that they have a veggie burger. I think it's called the Impossible Burger, if I'm not mistaken. But a red fucking burger does not make me want to run to fucking Burger King and fucking eat some shit.
Isn't the red food coloring the most cancer-causing one?
Probably.
Rest my case.
Don't they put that shit in salmon too?
They probably do. It wouldn't surprise me. It's probably injected into shrimp and all sorts of other things that are supposed to be red.
Yep.
All right, Whopper. All right, Burger King. Get it together. All right. March 2, Wordverse. The Invincible Iron Man. I believe this is a 1 to 25. Actually, this is not a 1 to 25. This is the second print of the Invincible Iron Man. Star Wars number 35. Noto. It's your 40th anniversary.
That's beautiful right there.
Absolutely agree.
I love that Art Nouveau look.
Absolutely freaking agree. This is your Star Wars Bounty Hunters. This is the Warnick Gay Pride variant. What about this tells you this is gay?
Nothing. I would have never thought that was a pride variant.
Why can't it just be an artistic, beautiful fucking cover?
That's beautiful too, right there. Holy shit. That's a great cover. A pose that's not used all the time.
You just on the top 10 just had an Alex Maleev cover. I think it was number 1.
Second print, number 1 Virgin, 1 in 25.
This is another Alex Maleev Boba Fett variant.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
This is an Enyaq Lee Dirge variant. I don't know why it's got the freaking anal beads in his right hand, but all right, you do you, Dirge. All right. Bloodline Daughter of Blade. Oh, excuse me. Ghost Rider Huts. Ghost Rider number 15 Huts. Avengers, whatever. This is a 1 in 100 by George Perez. Miles Morales, Spider-Man. War Weirdness for number 7. This is your 1 in 10. This is your Torn Clark.
He stole the Iron Spider from his dead uncle.
That's
Didn't
cool.
they kill his uncle again in the comics?
I think so.
Let's not use the word kill or died. Let's use the word sideline. You know.
I mean, yeah, basically.
Ooh.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
what
it's the ultimate last look variant. So basically, they take the last costume designs that they had in the Ultimate Universe, and they are giving them variant covers, which explains some of the really, really stupid looking costume designs some of the people had.
Yeah, but Miles' first design was iconic, badass.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the Pacelli.
So it's also done by Pacelli, who's also really well known for that. But
good. That's good.
Some
That's
people say the cover sucks.
Pacelli is a really good artist that just hasn't had that breakout variant yet.
I disagree with her. Didn't she do the Ms. Marvel 17 or Captain Marvel 17 second print?
No.
I don't know.
Shelly didn't do that.
Yeah. And I know because I've been hunting that shit down. I've been bidding on one of those right
But she's done a lot of the other ones. Though.
Yeah.
I know she's done some.
She's done some amazing ones. She just hasn't had that breakout one. Iron Man.
You are? I knew it. Knew it.
This is the what is this? Fuck that. Moving on. Silk, second print. Silk number 1, second print. Momoko.
She's got spider arms.
So if you notice, there's a little victim in the freaking web. I don't know why the victim is just arching her back in that Mayan, take me type of way. But all right,
it's Tinkerbell.
Don't get me started on fucking Peter Pan and Tinkerbell shit, man. Freaking, you know how I feel about that shit, man. Fucking White Bird, man. Read it. Guardians of the Galaxy number 3. Here's your Ultimate Last Look Thanos variant.
That's what Ultimate Thanos looked like?
Butt naked.
They fucked up his forehead bad.
That's where you went to his forehead. I'm on at the crotch. I guess I'm a dirty old man now. Because Sports Beat says he hates the Guardian covers like that.
Like what? He said that cover sucks 3 times, I think.
Yeah, so just so you know, I know for a fact that these publishers have been looking at our shit. So don't just say, I hate that. Please be very descriptive. Yeah, tell them why.
Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad.
Because I got a meeting with them on Monday. was Vault on Mondays to talk about what the fuck you guys have been saying. Oh Jesus. Oh man. F5 or 6 or something shit. Guardians of the Galaxy.
I can't wait for the new team to show up in the comics.
Looks like Drax went savage. Jesus Christ.
Drax robbed Craven's closet.
Yep. Hellcat. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but for some reason
Red Kryptonite.
Yeah, it's weird. I think we already went over this one. More Cult of Carnage.
Dang, she's a redhead too? Man.
And this one, who did this one? Scan. Scan did this one.
Not good.
Scan's done.
You know what?
That's who did the Silk one I'm talking about. Scon did an amazing Silk for Silk #1. That's fucking beautiful. I can't believe he did this. This is not good.
If you go bottom up, it's goodish.
Goodish.
Right? But if you go top down, it's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? It looks like you just took a head and put it on the fucking body and went from there. It's not something I would fucking buy, but
I'm not reading it.
Is anybody reading Venom or Carnage shit?
I tried reading Venom, and then it was half Donny Cates space bullshit. So, yeah. Actually, no Donny Cates in that volume. That's right. He was the volume before. But whatever they were doing, they were splitting up the story where they put Eddie Brock into like the time stream, and he was like 5 different Venoms at once. It's getting a little confusing.
Hallows Eve, #4. Predator #3, and I read a Predator because, I guess, I said before earlier today that they are trying some shit with Alien and Predator, so don't know what that means for the collectibles market, but it is a thing. What's up, Ultra? All right, so this one has actually been selling well. The Edge of Spider-Verse. They're actually supposed to go more into their origin, Spider-Boy.
There's Miles and his sister.
I think
this one is the 1 in 25 by Igawa. Another variant. Casanovas.
Spider-Boy Smash.
That one is your 1 in 100.
He's so small that he's just floating on the wind because there's no buildings up that high. He's just in the middle of nowhere being blown around.
Did you guys get to see the variant covers? Some of the variants and that have been talked about coming out in August. Basically, did you see the It's Amazing Spider-Man #31 variant where they do an homage to that classic cover where Spidey's coming out of the grave with Spider-Gwen? Did you guys see that?
No, I have not. And no. For you
Too late.
fuckers that are listening,
It's already
no.
solicited, so it's happening. That doesn't surprise me. So what are they going to bring Gwen back next? They've taken Mary Jane from Peter, and now they're going to revive Gwen.
Check out this cover real quick. Here, look.
Oh, but why did she's already
It's because it's going to be some Spider-Gwen month of variants, probably, in a bunch of other books. Is there any other books that have a Gwen variant?
Yeah, that same book has a killer Gwen variant for Marvel 100.
So here's the question: like, why are they returning her to her old costume? Because that's not her
Badass.
costume now.
Because her old costume is the best costume, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the most one with utility because her new costume, the one that she's working with now, that's the one that's totally fucking Venom shit. Like it's all spiders. Like all that black is just all spiders. So for them to return to her to a cloth one is like really fucking weird.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Here is the upcoming August release for the Spider Boy stuff. So they're calling him his sidekick. So more Spider Boy stuff for you. I'll talk about August stuff, more of the August stuff tomorrow night.
At what time?
Is it true that the writer of Amazing Spider-Man is told not to go to cons?
Is that Dan Plot?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Whoever it is.
Brian, what time are you doing the show tomorrow?
6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. East.
God damn it. I'm going to be trying to watch that Fast and Furious bullshit.
Have fun, brother. Have fun.
I don't know. My wife actually complains. She's like, you know what? There's been, what are we at now? Fast and Furious 10? We've never actually watched it in a fucking movie theater.
I can't believe I stayed for a 5-hour show today.
Well, I do want to say this, Ultra. I think that you're right. I think people should have reached out to you, and I'm sorry I didn't. But I will reach out to you soon to talk to you about it. And I appreciate you, brother. And also, Lucas, appreciate you. I'm going to go feed my dog and pass out and be expecting a phone call. Ultra.
No, I appreciate you coming through, man. Freaking, it's amazing that you actually freaking showed up, freaking for once, man. Your face is straight on my fucking on the placemat, man. So it's fucking great that you fucking showed up, man. It's amazing, man. Yeah, man, freaking come through whenever you freaking want, of course, man. Freaking and then just freaking let us know whatever other shows you got going on. We'll fucking try and hone in, man.
Hey, man, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Fridays, and then on whatever other shows I can get on. Thursday night's podcast, and of course here whenever I get the chance. So.
You know what I noticed that's new is you got a little alien thing on your right hand fucking shoulder.
You like that, bro?
Brian doesn't like aliens.
More aliens and more UFOs. Bring them.
We're gonna have to talk offline on this new alien shit that I fucking found, man. It's fucking crazy.
Hey, maybe you need to be a guest on the podcast. That being said,
I will fuck your listeners' minds up.
Good, dude. We
I
need
will
that.
fuck them up, y'all. You guys are not ready for the shit I fucking.
He's got clearance.
That's what I'm saying. You need to be.
Let's
you need to come on Thursday night, brother. There's a seat for you.
Let's get into it, man. Let's fucking get through it.
All right, kill this. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Love you guys.
All right, love you, man.
All right.
Dan Ellis says, "I drank myself sober." that is the fucking thing, man.
He's not back from Guardians of the Galaxy yet, man. What the fuck?
He probably fell on some wet and fucking got his into it. Right.
Yeah, again, right. I should probably go out and try to make some money tonight before I go and crash.
Well, absolutely, man. I have no problem with that, man. Go take care of the family, man. Freaking go ahead and freaking do that, man.
That's always the priority, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Do you need I can take a freaking break and you can freaking go off and freaking make that money. I got it loaded up. So you can go ahead and freaking get off and go on and do great things, man.
Later, everybody. Thanks for watching. Check out the Secret Variant tomorrow. Woo!
Woo! Uh-oh.
Selena Kyle, Catwoman, has been in prison for the last 10 years, and she's just been let out. It was after an event called Fool's Night, which took the lives of the Joker, the Batman, and Gordon. Selena gets out and comes back to a Gotham City. She
Uh-oh.
Let me ask you a question. Are you wanting to read a new comic book that has nothing to do with the big two? Are you tired of looking through countless titles and have no idea where to begin? Well, don't you worry, because the Random Dude Josh and Johnny the Machine Hughes has the podcast for you. Flipside Focus.
Do you want to find out what makes the professor do his happy dance? Check out the Old Timers Comic Book Show, only on the UCPN.
I brought that up so I can say fuck you, Professor, and fuck you, Johnny. I'm just playing, man. Freaking, they're really good friends of mine. We do the No Prize podcast. In fact, in 4 hours, I got to freaking do another show with those guys, and we're going to get into it. So here we go. Customers, I'm checking this, John Boy. I need to freaking check and make sure I got all the correct people in there. Make sure I shuffle. Trying to bring up the wheel, ladies and gents, but StreamYard doesn't want to seem to freaking work. Things I'm learning tonight just shows all of absolutely. Well, interesting. So we're having some technical difficulties. There we go. There we go. All right, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Actually, stop the screen because I want to make sure that I got the audio in. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, so here's what's going to freaking happen. We're going to spin the wheel. For those winners that win, for that winner that wins, please just hit me up on Instagram or Twitter or on my email, and then we'll make arrangements to make you sure you get that surprise box. Once again, I gotta coordinate to see if I can get some stuff from Strange Comics. Thank you to those guys that freaking was on there tonight. But here we go. Freaking make sure I'm not missing anybody. All right, here we go. As promised, here is the Muffin Wheel. Man, we are at 5 fucking hours, and we haven't even got through halfway through the freaking the FOC list. God damn. John Boy comment says he won. Well, let's see, John. Let's see if you fucking won. Good to go. 242 name, biggest RNG wheel ever. Yep. There was a lot of people jumping in and out. Plus, you got the names from the Comic Crusaders box as well as the Twitch freaking box. All right. Congratulations to Thomas Ginsburg. Please make sure that you freaking email me on please make sure that you email me on to my Instagram at Chun's Green Cornbread, or you can freaking email me. Actually, you are inside the poll box, so you can actually you can email me. And then once again, I will make sure that I get that freaking box out to you. So once again, congrats, man. All right, so let's continue on with the FOC stuff. We got the Incredible Hulk, and this one is actually pretty interesting. The Incredible Hulk #1. This is the storyline where they actually. Oh shit! Let me make sure I freaking get in there. There we go. Incredible Hulk #1. There is this one is your several cover for Incredible Hulk #1. This one is an homage cover. There's an Incredible Hulk #1. There's the David Marquez. There's a George Perez. There's a John Bazula, Stormbreaker. There's a Jim Chung. There's a Patrick Gleason. There's a Scotty Young. And the one that's currently showing right now, which I think is practically the best one, is actually the Patrick Gleason 649. Here's another one. Here's your Scotty Young. Here's your George Perez. All right, so here we go. We are now going into the stuff that's coming out right now. Let me make sure I change the freaking date so I don't confuse anybody. The stuff that's coming out on May 24th. 007 Bond Larry Lee. It's several covers that include that includes a 1/7 and a 1/20th. Extreme Venomverse introduces the creepiest Venom ever. It was from like 1862. Furry #1. This one is sold out at the distributor level. It's got Nick Fury Sr. as well as Freaking Jr. There's the Sammy version, which is sold out at the distributor level as well as at Midtown. The one I prefer is the one on the freaking right, which is the Mundo. House Eve is also sold out at the distributor level. There's the Savage joint, as well as the Swabby. Here's Hellcat by David DeBaldo. Both of these are all sold out. The Invincible Iron Man facsimile sold out. New Mutants Lethal Legion #3 sold out. Spider-Man 2099 sold out. Custom Sports Card B says Lucas is so drunk he couldn't read a room. Salute. All right, Darth Vader, Black, White, and Red, #2. No, it's #3. Sold out. Storm. There's the Touring Clark. That's of her on a bike. Sold out. And then there's also the Art Germ. That one's on the right. Sold out. This one is actually a selection by Mel V. Vampirella versus the Superpowers. Souza Micah, #1. Warlock Rebirth, first cover appearance of the new character Eve. And that, ladies and gents, is the end of the show. I'm going to give you 1 or 2 minutes to freaking ask some questions, and then we're going to freaking go ahead and end the show at 5 hours. It's been a while since we've done 5 hours. I want to go to 8 hours one day. Once again, I want us to get back to our freaking roots. It was like an 80s porn. Eugene Angel says that Warlock Rebirth makes her look like an 80s porn star. And then Danny Eslin says, I don't know. Upper rib down looks just wonky to me on that Vampirella versus superheroes. Kind of picky. And then Big Remo says, why is furry cover price so high? Who knows, man? Who knows? All right. So if there's no other questions, we're not even on our. See what happens when these motherfuckers leave me all by myself. All right, let's see. Interesting. All right, here we go. It's Drunken chat. Brad. All right, so 2 comments. All right, so Luis Mendoza says, "Damn, they're pushing this character hard." Yep, absolutely. Cool with Dwarf Gwen Duck. That's not a little person. Always listening to you. My granddaughter will love that Daisy Duck's. That's a good point from DT. That his granddaughter will love that Daisy Duck Spider-Gwen cover. Just like Spider-Man 2 cover. Spider-Carm, yeah, I thought we just made a step forward for little people. DT says, but Clay, you didn't mention that Sonic homage is all Charlie conspiracy. I'm about to start homaging covers with Dick Roots and Kill Bumps. Fast X is the first part of a trilogy. Man, I must be way behind. I lost 5 hours and going to Tommy Boy. Aaron Yee's in the house again. Driving back now. Man, shit, man. It's almost 3:30 right now. You might as well just take your time. I'm getting ready to get out of here. Big Remo says Luke is wet off that Paul Mason. Thank you for reminding me to fucking pour me another fucking drink. Because I gotta fucking read a whole bunch of fucking more books before I do the next fucking show. Ordered that Gleason from Hulk. I got a comic book cover for Winnie the Pooh. Days off, and he's doing coaches off of bail. What was that? Yeah, I'm picky. Shit, Spencer got to keep away from some things. I've done 5 Dick Rude homages since that comic was made. End of night, good show. Be in heaven half an hour before Devil knows you're dead. Salute. Absolutely salute. All right, freaking thank you everybody for freaking hanging out with us. Still got 50 people hanging out with us. That's absolutely a freaking good sign. If you have any questions that you want to freaking direct at us, let me know. Freaking hit us up in the YouTube chats. Don't forget, 10 p.m. Saturday, the 20th. Mel and Ninth and the rest of the crew. I don't know if I'm going to show up. Maybe I will show up. Are having a claim sale right here on the same freaking channel. And there should usually be some good stuff. Customer said, "Remember that $20 you said you let me borrow?" Yeah, let me freaking Venmo you on that shit. All right, but yeah, freaking thank you everybody for hanging out with us. Love you guys. Stay safe. Make sure you freaking tip your bartenders. Out.
For each man in his time.